Hi everyone, today we're exploring The Walking Dead, the iconic comic series by Robert Kirkman and Tony Moore. Launched in 2003, it ran for 193 issues, following Rick Grimes and survivors in a zombie-ravaged world. The series won many awards and inspired a hit TV show, video games, and novels. In this video, we are exploring the complete story, from Volume 1 all the way to Volume 32. I hope you enjoy it. Now let's get started because we got a long video ahead of us. The Walking Dead, Volume 1, Days Gone By. The story begins on the highway with a shooting between a recently escaped prisoner and two police officers. One of the officers, named Rick, tells his partner Shane to cover him because he wants to flank the prisoner, but while he is running to take cover, he gets shot right in the chest. Everything goes blank, and Rick wakes up 1 month later in the hospital with an IV attached to his arm. He gets out of bed but falls down because his muscles are severely weakened. He calls the nurse, but nobody shows up. Luckily, he finds his clothes in a drawer next to his bed and starts exploring the hospital, but he quickly realizes that the place is completely abandoned and there is nobody else there. He goes down with the elevator, but when the door opens, a dead body falls inside. The person looks horrible. His face and body are rotting away and look kind of scary. Rick sees the cafeteria and wants to go inside, but the door is sealed off from the rest of the building. It turns out it is for a very good reason. The room is filled with people who look like zombies. They quickly attack him and push him down the stairs, but luckily, the fall breaks one of the zombies' necks, killing it on the spot. Rick has no idea what is going on and uses his belt to seal off the staircase, making his way to the parking lot. But the car is locked, so he decides to leave the hospital on foot and explore the area. Everything looks abandoned. The grass is uncut, garbage is everywhere, and there are dead people everywhere. He stumbles upon a child zombie that is rotting away next to her bike, but it is still alive. Rick starts crying, but there is nothing he can do, so he takes her bike and starts moving down the road. He goes back to his neighborhood and finds his home falling apart, with broken windows and garbage everywhere, but when he goes inside, there is nobody there, no sign of his wife, Lori, or his son, Carl. Rick is confused and doesn't know what to do next, so he goes toward the neighboring house to see if someone is still living there. But out of nowhere, someone hits him with a shovel over the head. It is a small kid who quickly calls his dad over, saying Rick is trying to kill them. The father quickly realizes that he is not a zombie and takes him inside the house. Since Rick has been in a coma for 1 month and doesn't know what happened, the man explains what occurred. Before all the media shut down, the government asked people to relocate to the bigger cities because the army was going to protect them, but the man and his son decided to stay behind. Rick figures his wife and son went to live with his in-laws, somewhere in Atlanta. He decides to follow them, but before leaving, he asks the man if they want to go shopping first. Rick takes them to the town's police department. Luckily, he still has his keys, and he is able to open the door. Rick and the man finally decide to trust each other and introduce themselves. The man's name is Morgan Jones, and his son's name is Dwayne. Rick uses his keys to open the armory, and luckily for them, the place is packed with tons of guns and ammo. He asks Morgan to grab as many guns as he can and follow him out back because he has another surprise. Rick takes one of the police cars parked there and asks Morgan to take the other one. It should work a lot better than what he used to have. Out of nowhere, a zombie appears behind the fence and wants to attack them, but Morgan says he shouldn't use his bullets and just leave it be. It can't harm them anyway. It's better to spare their bullets. The two say goodbye to each other. While the man wants to stay hidden in this town, Rick decides to go to Atlanta and look for his wife and son. But before leaving the town for good, he has one last thing left to do. Rick goes back to where he found that little girl zombie next to the bike. She is still alive, and he decides to end her misery by shooting her straight in the head. He drives all the way from Kentucky to Georgia, but eventually he runs out of gas. Sadly, the gas stations are empty, and he can't fill up his tank anywhere. When the car stops for good, he takes his guns and starts walking. After walking for several hours, he sees a house nearby and decides to go inside. But the place looks just as abandoned as the rest at first. It doesn't take long for him to realize what happened here. When the zombie outbreak began, the father shot his entire family, wife and 2 kids, and then blew his own brains out. Luckily for him, Rick finds a horse still alive inside the barn and decides to take it for himself. It has been quite some years since the last time he went horseback riding, but he quickly gets the hang of it. Eventually, he arrives in Atlanta, but the whole city looks apocalyptic. There are abandoned cars everywhere, garbage on the streets, and vegetation is slowly taking over. On top of all that, the city is crawling with the undead, and it doesn't take long for them to surround Rick and his horse. The zombies attack him from every direction, and the horse quickly spooks, pushing Rick off its back. Lucky for him, the undead focus on the horse first, probably because it is a bigger target, giving Rick a chance to fight back and regroup. He starts shooting left and right, and using his axe to chop off their heads, and eventually runs inside one of the alleys. But he isn't alone. A young man is also hiding there and grabs him, telling him to follow him and stop using the gun, because he's going to attract the entire city. They pull down one of the fire escape ladders and climb up, evading the zombies at the last possible moment. Since they can't go back the way they came, they go on the roof and start jumping from building to building. Rick almost falls down when making his first jump, but the young man helps him, and they are able to go down in another part of the neighborhood. They quickly make a run for it, dodging zombies on the way and leaving the city entirely, arriving in the forest nearby. The young man warns Rick about the city, saying he can't go back there because it's crawling with the undead, and if he had any family back there, they are probably dead. Rick feels discouraged and immediately starts crying, but the guy asks him to follow him back to his camp because there are other people there who can help. After walking for several hours, they arrive at the camp, where survivors have used cars to build a shelter for themselves. However, something else is even more shocking. Rick's wife, Lori, and his son, Carl, are still alive and surviving in this camp. They quickly hug each other and reunite as a family once again. While the family was hugging, Shane appeared, his police partner, who was also happy to see him. Shane had taken care of his family ever since the outbreak began. He brought Rick to the camp and introduced him to everyone. The guy who helped him escape from the city was named Glenn, and he usually sneaked inside the city searching for supplies. The person helping Glenn is Alan. The old man on top of the camper was Dale, and the guy sitting on the stairs was Jim. Carol and her daughter Sophia were sitting on the back of the car. Amy and Andrea were sisters, and they lived together with Dale inside the camper, and Donna was married to Alan and had twin boys together. Several hours later, Lori put her son to sleep and then talked to her husband, who was shaking for some reason. Ever since he woke up from a coma, Rick hadn't even had a chance to process what was happening. Everything happened so fast, and he was only focused on finding his family. In the morning, Rick took a shower inside the camper and was scared of Dale when he sneaked inside. Dale warned him about Shane, saying that even though he had taken care of his family up until now, he always had his eyes on Lori and wasn't too happy that Rick was now back. Rick appreciated the heads up, but said that Shane was his friend, and he wasn't worried about him. Once he was done, he met Shane again, and the two men took their weapons to go hunting. While the men were out hunting, the women went down to the river to do the laundry, but Donna wasn't too thrilled about this. She didn't understand why the women had to do the laundry while the men were hunting, and found the entire situation sexist. Rick and Shane explored the forest, searching for something to hunt while talking about the people from the camp, when they found something shocking. A zombie was sitting on the ground eating a deer, and the two men questioned whether it was still safe to eat the deer or not. The women were washing the clothes, but Carol couldn't help but be vigilant, fearing that one of the zombies might come out of the woods and attack them. Lori told the story of how she met Rick for the first time at a New Year's Eve party. They instantly hit it off as if they were meant for each other and couldn't be happier together. On their way back, however, one zombie sneaked behind them from the forest and attacked Donna, but luckily Dale was nearby and struck the zombie with his axe, slicing its head right off. Everyone was in shock and gathered around the corpse, but somehow the head was still alive, making noises. Deeper into the forest, Rick and Shane decided it was best not to eat the deer meat because it might be infected and killed the zombie using the axe. They heard noises coming from the camp and immediately returned, finding everyone in shock after what had just happened. Lori hugged her husband, saying she was terrified that zombie could have killed Donna, but Shane watched from the distance, unhappy that Rick was back with Lori. Later that night, while Shane was keeping guard, Rick sneaked on top of the camper to talk. He was worried that staying in this place wasn't the best idea because they might get attacked again in the future. Shane disagreed, saying that this was the best place to ride the apocalypse out, near a big city, because when the government came to save them, they would be easily spotted. The two partners disagreed, but in the end, Rick had no choice. However, if they did decide to stay here longer, they were going to need better protection. The best way to defend themselves was by acquiring more guns, but the only way to do this was by going into town. Jim knew Atlanta like the back of his hand and told them the exact location of the best gun store in town. Lori didn't understand why her husband had to go. He had just recently gotten back 2 days ago, but Rick said he would be fine. He and Glenn left the camp and headed towards the city, but not before Glenn picked up a map of the entire city. The city was crawling with zombies, but Rick had an idea. After he and Shane watched that zombie eat a deer in the forest, He realized that the undead detected living people based on the way they smelled. To prevent detection, he and Glenn chopped the zombie into tiny pieces and rubbed its smell all over their bodies, hoping this would help them blend in better inside the city. Glenn found the whole idea disgusting and couldn't stop himself from puking, but he trusted Rick. Going in the same way they got out last time, the two men made their way inside the city. Rick's idea was correct, and the zombies mistook them for one of their own. They were able to explore the city untouched, but the streets were crawling with undead. They eventually found the gun store, and Rick picked up a shopping cart, hoping to carry as many guns as they could. Luckily, nobody had robbed the place before them, and the place was packed with guns and ammo. They picked as much as they could and filled up the shopping cart, but things didn't go as planned. Out of nowhere, it started to rain, and the stench from the undead zombie was starting to wash away. The zombies realized the two men were alive and attacked them. Pretty soon, they were both surrounded from all directions and were fighting for their lives. One of the zombies bit Rick in the shoulder, but he attacked it using his axe and gun, eventually breaking free. He and Glenn cleared a path by killing as many undead as they could and made a run for it. Luckily, the guns they had just taken came in handy, and they were able to escape the city. Rick took off his clothes to see if he was bitten. Luckily, he was unharmed, and the zombie had only taken a piece of clothing, nothing more. Back at the camp, Shane approached Lori, trying to comfort her, saying she shouldn't worry about her husband. He grabbed her hand, but she instantly pulled back, asking him to stop. He reminded her about a night they spent together when they were on the road, but Lori said that night was a mistake. The next day, Rick thought it was a good idea to teach everyone at the camp how to shoot guns, and noted that Donna was doing extremely well. Andrea was also doing a great job. She had a natural talent, unlike his wife, Lori. Rick went to fetch his son because he wanted him to be able to defend himself, but Lori thought this was a bad idea. He was only 7 years old after all. Carl was able to hit the can of soda from several feet away, and his dad was impressed. Rick wanted everyone in the camp to carry a gun, including Carl, but Lori was completely against this idea and was angry that her opinion didn't matter at all. Later that day, Rick, Shane, and Dale headed into the forest to chop some wood for the fire, and Rick mentioned that Donna was bad-mouthing Dale about living together with two younger women inside the camper. Shane got angry again when Rick mentioned the safety of the camp, saying they were not moving anywhere, and there was nothing left to talk about. At nighttime, everyone gathered around the fire and ate some delicious deer meat. Luckily, there was plenty to go around. The people talked about their lives before the apocalypse began. Dale said he used to be a salesman, spending most of his time behind a desk. Andrea used to work as a clerk at a law firm, and her sister Amy was still in college. Glenn worked as a pizza delivery boy in Georgia, but he hated the job, even though, under the current circumstances, he wished he could go back. Alan worked as a shoe salesman at the mall, while his wife, Donna, took care of the kids at home. Jim was rather quiet and just said he used to be a mechanic. Amy got up and said she needed to go pee, while the rest continued talking. While she was at the back of the camper, zombies came out of nowhere and ambushed her, biting her on the neck. Everyone panicked and started shooting back, but it was too late. Amy fell to the ground in shock. Rick asked Lori to take the kids inside one of the cars and stay put, while they tried to kill as many undead as they could. One by one, the zombies went down, but there were still many. One of them surprised Lori, but luckily Carl reacted fast and shot it using his gun. Another undead jumped on Jim, trying to bite him, but he overpowered it and pinned it to the ground, viciously attacking it, claiming it had killed his family. Eventually, the men cleared the camp of zombies, and things started to settle down, but the damage was already done. During the attack, Jim was also bitten on his left arm, but because of the adrenaline, he hadn't felt anything. The next day, the people buried Amy and bandaged Jim's arm, even though things weren't looking too good for him. Everyone said their goodbyes, while Andrea stayed behind to mourn her sister's death. Pretty soon, Jim started to feel sick, having a fever, even though he claimed he was freezing. Everyone thought it was a good idea to keep him isolated inside his tent, just in case he turned into a zombie. The men went hunting again and found a rabbit, while Carl reminded his dad they didn't need to hunt as much because Amy was dead and Jim was too sick to eat. This triggered Shane for some reason. He got defensive and claimed the attack wasn't his fault. He thought Rick blamed him for refusing to move the camp and got into a heated argument. As the day went on, Jim got even sicker and said he was beginning to turn into a zombie. He could feel it. He asked everyone at the camp to bring him near the city and abandon him because he didn't want to hurt anyone after he turned. He wanted everyone to leave him, hoping that after he died, he would be able to reunite with his family in heaven. The people respected his decision and left him on the side of a tree next to the zombie-infected city. The next morning, Shane visited Rick just as he woke up, saying they needed to go hunting again. Carl wanted to join his father, but Rick thought it was best for him to stay at the camp today because he wanted to talk to Shane in private. The two men got into a heated argument once again, and Shane punched Rick, breaking his nose. Lori defended her husband and slapped Shane, calling him a lunatic. Everyone in the camp witnessed the scene but didn't know how to react. Shane felt ashamed, started crying, and decided to leave the camp and head into the woods alone. Rick followed him and asked him to stop so they could talk, but Shane pulled a gun on him and threatened him. He said he didn't have anything, no friends, no family, no respect and no life, and there was nothing left for him in this world. He thought he could hold out until the army came back to save them, but nobody was coming to help them. Everything was perfect before Rick showed up. Lori would have eventually come around and loved him, but now Rick had ruined everything. Shane pointed his gun at Rick, saying he wasn't meant to come back, he wasn't meant to live, but before he could pull the trigger, he got shot in the neck. Carl had followed his dad and used his gun to shoot Shane. Blood started gushing, and Shane was quickly drenched in his own blood, while Carl began to cry, saying it wasn't the same as killing zombies. His dad hugged and comforted his son, saying that taking a life is never easy. The Walking Dead Volume 2, titled Miles Behind Us. The story begins with a flashback to 3 months after the outbreak began. Lori and her husband's partner, Shane, tried to go to Atlanta, thinking it would be safer in a bigger city and the army would protect them. But the city was overrun with zombies, and they barely made it in one piece. Lori feels guilty about leaving her husband in a coma back at the hospital, but there was nothing she could have done. She was feeling scared and extremely lonely, and Shane comforts her. He says he's been waiting to do this for a long time, and after pinning her on the ground, they make love. The story now changes back to the present, after Shane was just shot and killed. After Rick had come back and reunited with Lori, Shane couldn't bear the thought of them being together again and wanted to kill him. Luckily, Rick's son saved his dad by shooting Shane and killing him on the spot. Lori feels disgusted and spits on Shane's grave. She hated him for wanting to kill her husband. Back at the camper, Dale talks to Rick and says that now, with Shane dead, he wants him to lead the group because he is the strongest and needs to make everyone feel safe. Tomorrow is Christmas, but Rick thinks it's a bad idea to tell everyone. It would make the children even sadder. After everything that happened recently, the group finally decides to abandon the camp and leave the outskirts of Atlanta. But the road ahead was not easy. Abandoned cars blocked the way, and they had to stop often to move them out of the way. On top of that, it was getting colder and even started to snow. Out of nowhere, a man and 2 children appear, confused and asking for help. The man's name is Tyrese, the young girl is his daughter Julie, and the boy is her boyfriend Chris. Rick accepts them into the group and offers them some of their supplies, while Tyrese says they haven't had a proper meal in days. The next day, Tyrese says he is happy to have met them. You can never be too sure with people these days. A couple of weeks after the outbreak began, an old man tried to his girl, and he was forced to kill him. Everything is different now, and it's difficult to meet good people. Out of nowhere, 2 undead appear and start walking towards the camper. Rick and Tyrese grab their weapons and then brutally end the zombies. Luckily, they don't move fast, and it's easy to flank around them and smack them over the head. Pretty soon, Tyrese and his family join the group and are doing their part to help in any way they can. Luckily, he is a big and strong man, and they need all the manpower they can find. At nighttime, everyone gathers around the fire to tell stories and eat, while Carol seems to have a thing for the new guy, even though Glenn kinda liked her. Lori breaks from the group because she wants to talk to her husband alone. She tells him she hasn't had her period in over 2 weeks and thinks it's because she is pregnant. They return to the group, and Lori tells everyone the 2 of them are having a baby. The people are unsure what to say, thinking that it's probably a bad idea to have a baby in a zombie apocalypse. Dale talks to Rick in private and asks him if he thinks that Shane could be the father, but this angers him, and he doesn't even want to think about it. The group continues the drive, searching for something, anything, a safe place to sleep and maybe some food, but without any luck. After driving for many miles, their prayers are finally answered when they stumble upon an abandoned neighborhood filled with houses. Everyone was ecstatic and thought they'd hit the jackpot, but first, Rick wanted to make sure the place was safe and free of zombies. He and Tyrese enter the first house and decide to split up. Rick goes into the basement, but when he opens the door, he is attacked by 2 zombies who jump him. He falls on the ground, and they quickly jump on top of him. Dale wanted to shoot, but he couldn't get a clear shot and was afraid of hitting Rick. When out of nowhere, Tyrese tackles the bigger zombie and throws him on the ground. This gives Rick a chance to get up, and the 2 men completely destroy the 2 zombies with a hammer and an axe. They find a few more zombies hiding in the basement. but they easily take them out one by one, throwing them outside and saying they are going to burn them the next day. Lucky for them, this place was loaded with canned foods, and they had enough rooms for everybody. Donna walks around the house with plenty of blankets, offering them to anyone who wasn't warm enough, but when she gets to Dale and Andrea's room, she stumbles upon them making love. She returns to her room and tells her husband what she had just seen, saying this makes her happy. She is happy that Andrea finally decided to move on and be happy after grieving the death of her sister. Everything seems perfect, and this place looks like heaven, but in the morning, the snow begins to melt, revealing a frozen warning sign left by the previous owners. All dead, do not enter. After everyone gets up, Rick tells them that he wants to secure this neighborhood and check the rest of the houses for more undead. The group splits in two to cover more ground faster and begins their search. But after spending a beautiful night inside the home, everyone was happy and distracted, thinking this place was safe, but they were wrong. Out of nowhere, a zombie comes walking out from one of the houses and surprises Donna from behind. The zombie jumps on her and bites her on the face, infecting her with the deadly virus. Before the others could even react, 2 more zombies show up and attack her, but Alan tries to help and shoots his gun. The sound of the gun alerts more zombies that were lurking in between the houses, and pretty soon, the entire street is overrun with them. Alan doesn't want to leave his wife and starts crying, saying he wants to die with her, and Rick is forced to grab him. He brings him to the RV and then goes back inside the house to grab the other people who are still stuck inside. Tyrese goes into one of the rooms and finds his daughter undressing with her boyfriend Chris. Talk about bad timing. The entire house is quickly surrounded by zombies, but Dale drives his car straight into them, asking the people inside the house to jump on the roof. This plan works, and everyone makes it out in one piece, except Donna. The next few days are extremely grim. After losing one of their members, the group is depressed, hungry, and cold, and they need to find a new safe place to stay. Sadly, every place they look is either looted or destroyed by other people. The outbreak really brings out the worst in humanity. With food running low, the group is forced to stop near a forest to look for something to hunt. Rick, his son, and Tyrese head into the forest while talking about Alan, with the men agreeing that he needs to stay strong for the sake of his children. Out of nowhere, the sound of a rifle going off can be heard, and Carl falls to the ground unconscious. Someone had shot him, mistaking him for a zombie. It was a simple man who had the same idea as them, to hunt some animals for food. But sadly, he hit Carl instead, and now Rick wants to kill him. He pulls a gun to his face and wants to kill him, but Tyrese asks him to stop, screaming that Carl is not dead. He is still breathing. He is losing a lot of blood, and the strange man offers to bring him to his camp, saying there is a man there, a veterinarian, who can help him. Tyrese goes back to tell everyone what happened, which freaks Lori out instantly. Meanwhile, the man who shot Carl brings Rick to a farm somewhere outside the forest, and a strange man comes to greet them. He quickly takes the boy inside and begins to operate on him. Lori and the group arrive, and she immediately hugs her husband, demanding to know what exactly happened. The vet comes out and reassures the mother, saying that he was able to pull the bullet out, and Carl is going to be just fine. The man introduces himself, saying his name is Herschel Green, and he would like to introduce the rest of his family. Lacey is his oldest daughter, Arnold is his son, Maggie is the one holding the chair down, and his youngest son is Billy. Rachel and Susie are his youngest daughters. It turns out that Herschel was keeping himself busy. The man who shot Carl is named Otis, and his girlfriend is Patricia. They live up the road, but since the outbreak began, they moved in with Herschel. Lacey shows everyone around the farm, and the twins are eager to see the cows. While inside the home, Rick and Lori watch over their son, saying they don't know what they would do without him. Otis feels really bad about shooting the boy. He thought it was one of the zombies. He's actually a nice man, and wouldn't hurt a fly. It was all a big accident. Tyrese reassures him and tells him he can't change the past. He just has to live with it. After Donna died, Alan was devastated and didn't feel like living alone, even though he still had his 2 kids. Andrea talks to him, telling him to think about the kids and move on with his life. He needs to be strong for them. This pisses Alan off, and he gets very aggressive, cursing Andrea and calling her names, even though she only wanted to encourage him. Several hours pass, and Carl eventually wakes up. His parents are thrilled and hug the hell out of him, asking if his shoulder still hurts. Tyrese brings the boy his hat, and he instantly puts it on, but he is shocked to find out he was actually shot. He didn't even know what happened to him. Lori goes outside to take some fresh air, and Dale approaches her. He says he just wants to talk, and that she needs to listen. He knows that her unborn baby might belong to Shane, but if that's true, she should keep that to herself and never tell Rick the truth. They need him to be a leader now more than ever, and if it turns out that Shane is the father, it would devastate him. Herschel invites everyone to have dinner together, saying they have enough food to go around. This was the best meal the group had in months. Glenn couldn't help but feel jealous watching Carol and Tyrese bond together even more, but what he didn't notice was that Herschel's older daughter was watching him too. He spills his guts to her outside, and she understands how he feels. They haven't seen other people in months, and she kind of likes him. Tyrese catches his daughter fooling around with Chris again behind the house and tells them to stop it. After what happened in the zombie-infested neighborhood weeks ago, the last thing they need is for Julie to get pregnant. The constant interfering from Tyrese pisses off Chris, and he starts planning something. Rick talks to Herschel and asks him if they can move inside the barn next to the house. They've been cramped inside the RV for months now and need a better place to sleep, but the barn is off limits to everyone. It turns out that Herschel has been keeping other members of his family and friends inside the barn. They've all turned into zombies, but he thinks there might be a cure and wants to save them in the future. Rick calls him reckless, saying the people are already dead and can't be cured anymore. Before turning into zombies, the people die first. They get into a heated argument, but Herschel doesn't want to hear any of it. Tyrese agrees and tells Rick to back off. They are guests here, after all, and don't have a say in how Herschel decides to run his farm. At nighttime, Glenn and Lacey sneak out behind the home into a small barn to fool around, while the rest of the people were sleeping tightly inside the house in the RV. The next day, Rick apologizes to Herschel and offers to help him feed the animals around the farm. He had no business being so aggressive and telling him what to do. The old man accepts his apology, and the two men shake hands. Rick offers some of their guns as a sign of gratitude for his hospitality, and later they all do some target practice. Glenn was showing Lacey how to hold a gun, while Tyrese gives weapons to his daughter and Chris, saying they need to learn to defend themselves. But out of nowhere, a walking zombie appears and gets close to them. Rick wants to shoot it immediately, but Herschel stops him because he wants to save it and take it inside the barn. Luckily, the zombies are very slow, and he is able to grab it from behind while telling his kids to go inside the barn and distract the others. He slowly opens the door, but one of the bigger zombies was leaning on the door, and it falls outside. With the doors wide open, the other zombies start marching out and attacking Herschel and his family. Arnold wants to help his father and jumps on one of them, but he is quickly outnumbered and bitten on the back of the neck. Things escalate pretty fast, and they are quickly overrun by the undead. Lacey also falls victim to the undead, who bite her on the head and jump on top of her. Herschel finally decides to use a gun and shoots the zombies, killing 3 of his children as well, who were now infected. He then points the gun at his head and wants to end his life, but Rick stops him at the last second. All the undead are taken care of, but Herschel lost 3 of his children in the process. The people attend the funeral, and the old man finally admits that Rick was right. He shouldn't have kept them inside the barn all this time. The next day, Herschel walks inside Maggie's room, wanting to talk to her, but finds Glenn in her bed. He loses his mind, attacks him, and calls his daughter names, saying it hasn't even been 24 hours since her siblings died, and she is already fooling around. Maggie says she was lonely and couldn't stand to spend the night alone. That's why she asked Glenn to stay with her. Alan finally decides to do something and helps Rick clean the barn, where the zombies were locked up. They plan to move the entire group and sleep inside the barn, where they would have more space. But Rick believes the house is big enough for the entire group and Herschel's family, and they should be invited to sleep there. He asks Herschel if they can move inside the home with him, but he declines and asks to be left alone. Lori comes as well and confronts the old man, calling him names, blaming him for keeping zombies inside the barn and not allowing them to move inside the house. Herschel never invited them to move with him and his family. He allowed them to stay on his farm temporarily until Carl gets better. He gets so mad that he almost hits Lori with the back of his hand, but stops at the last second. He lost 3 of his kids yesterday, and this morning he found Glenn sleeping with another. He has every right to be upset. Sadly, even though the farm is big, there simply isn't enough food to go around for everyone, and Herschel points his gun at Rick, asking him to pack up their stuff and leave the farm for good. Rick respects his decision and asks everyone to pack up everything. They are leaving the farm. But Glenn has other plans. It turns out he was sneaking into the city for supplies because he didn't really care if he lived or died. But now, after meeting Maggie, everything changed. He really likes her, and she convinced him to stay at the farm with her family. Everyone gets inside the RV and leaves the farm, leaving Glenn behind and heading back on the road. After several days, food was running low. It was barely enough to feed everyone, and things weren't looking too good. They stop at every store on the way, checking for supplies and even stopping to hunt, but without any luck. Eventually, they run out of gas as well, and split into groups once again, trying to search for anything they can find to survive. Glenn and Andrea wander on top of a giant hill and see something unexpected. They immediately alert the group, and everyone comes to check it out. They find a big prison that looks abandoned, with many undead walking inside. Even though it looks dangerous, the fences are perfect to protect them against the undead. There are plenty of beds to sleep in, and maybe they can even find some food to eat. Rick says it's perfect and calls the prison home. The Walking Dead Volume 3, Safety Behind Bars. After the group was expelled from the farm, they found an abandoned prison in the middle of nowhere and decided to go inside. The courtyard was infested with zombies, but luckily, the entire place was surrounded by 2 layers of fences. After securing the gates, Rick, Tyrese, and Andrea decided to form a group and take out all the infected, while the rest would make sure the area in between the fences was clear. They didn't want anything sneaking up on them. Andrea was the best shooter of the group after the men, and they needed her, but they decided to use blunt weapons to save on ammo. After clearing the yard, the place looked safe enough, but things couldn't be further from the truth. They heard noises coming from inside when a large group of walkers came storming out. It was time to ditch the blunt weapons, and the group started shooting left and right, going for headshots to save as much ammo as possible. Andrea started running back to get more ammo because they were running low, while Alan was crying on the top of the RV. After they were restocked with ammo, they managed to clear out all the walkers, forming a pile of corpses on top of each other. Just to make sure, Rick shot his gun and waited to see if more of them would show up, but it was the last of them, at least from the main building. God only knows what's waiting for them inside. The next day was pretty much the same. Rick and Tyrese planned to go inside and clean out the entire prison, while the rest stayed outside and burned the bodies, preferably as far away as possible from the main entrance. Luckily, the main prison building that had most of the cells had big windows, and there was enough sunlight coming through, but the corridors were tight and pitch black, not to mention the zombies at every corner. The 2 men reached the cafeteria, but the place was closed from the outside. They slowly opened the door while expecting the worst from inside, but they were shocked to see what was hiding inside. 4 men were sitting at the table having dinner and asked them if they wanted some meatloaf. Rick and Tyrese hadn't had a proper meal in days, and they would sure love some meatloaf. One of the guys said they had plenty of food to go around, enough to feed the entire cafeteria if it was filled with people. The rest of the group was brought inside to eat some delicious food, because most of them were starving. The 4 men thought they were coming to rescue them, but Rick said they were just surviving the outbreak and that the outside world was not looking too good. The group quickly realized that these 4 people were not guards, but instead prisoners. They were locked inside for armed robbery, tax fraud, drug possession, and of course, murder. Lori was distrustful of the murderer, but he said they had nothing to worry about. As long as they were not his ex-wife or her boyfriend, they were safe around him. When the outbreak began, the guards started abandoning the prison and going home to their families. But before leaving, they opened the cell doors to let the prisoners out. However, not everyone agreed on that decision, and some of the guards locked them up inside the cafeteria. Dexter, the big guy who committed murder, gave the group a tour of the prison, starting with the storeroom, which was filled with canned food, enough to last for decades. The old man with a beard was named Alex, the man with glasses was Thomas Richards, and the young guy with dreadlocks was Andrew. Dexter led the group toward the gym area, but the place was locked with handcuffs. Luckily, the keys were still inside, but the place was filled with zombies. They quickly shut the door, saying they didn't have time for this now and would deal with them later. They cleared a few more walkers in the laundry room and then arrived at the garage, which was packed with cars and 2 large prison buses that they could potentially use to replace the RV if they ever needed to. Everything seems great about this place, but Rick can't stop thinking about Herschel and his family. He decides to go back to the farm and ask them to come live with them in the prison, where it would be much safer. He finds Herschel and his family burning some walkers. After the group left the farm, attacks have become more frequent, and life here was unsafe. The old man likes Rick's idea and agrees to move his entire family to the prison. After returning, Lori confronts her husband, saying she doesn't like being so close to the prisoners, but there is nothing they can do about it. They were here first. They can't just kick them out. They have to learn to live together. In the middle of the night, while everyone is sleeping, Tyrese's daughter and her boyfriend Chris sneak somewhere in the prison to be alone. After making love for the first time, they pull out their guns, asking each other if they are ready to do this. Suddenly, a loud gunshot can be heard in the middle of the night, and Rick wakes up, rushing to see what was happening. He follows the noise and finds Tyrese hugging his baby girl, who was shot dead by Chris. Chris says they both planned to kill each other at the same time, but he fired too soon and killed her before she could fire her gun. Now he was too cowardly to shoot himself and just started crying. Out of nowhere, Julie wakes up, but she wasn't human anymore. She was a zombie, even though she was never bitten. Tyrese tries to reason with her, hoping that maybe she will respond, but it's no use. As if it wasn't enough killing her once, Chris pulls the gun on her and shoots Julie in the head, killing her a second time. Tyrese loses his temper and jumps him, claiming he was going to kill him. After he was done, he asks Rick to leave them alone. He wanted to wait until Chris also turned into a zombie, so he could kill him again, slower this time. Rick returns to the group and tells everyone that Julie and her boyfriend committed group suicide, leaving out the other parts of the story. In the morning, he finds Tyrese in the courtyard burning his daughter's body. He thanks Rick for respecting his decision and even smiles back, saying he is fine. After Julie came back to life, even though she was never bitten, Rick gets an idea and wants to check something. He gets on a bike and leaves the prison, telling his wife he needs to go somewhere but will return in one day. Meanwhile, everyone was outside in the courtyard enjoying some sun when Thomas approaches Patricia, Herschel's neighbor. They introduce themselves while Patricia says she is single now. She just broke up with her husband Otis. Glenn and Maggie sneak away from the rest of the group and find the barber shop, but they decide to have a little fun together. After they were done, they cut their own hair as well, using the place for its intended purpose. Maggie's two younger sisters like the new look and want to do the same. They head back inside the prison, with Susie claiming she knows where the barber shop is. Rick was out on his bike heading somewhere, trying to avoid the constant waves of zombies that were crawling everywhere. Tyrese asks the group if they can help clear out the gym area because he wants to work out, but the place was infested with zombies. At first, things were going great, but out of nowhere, Tyrese starts rushing the pack of zombies alone, killing as many of them as he could. He was quickly overrun, and the rest of the group had no way of helping him. Glenn tells everyone to fall back, and they close the gym doors once again, sealing Tyrese inside with the zombies. Rick finally arrives at his destination. He went back for Shane. He wanted to see with his own 2 eyes if he had turned into a zombie. He digs up his grave and waits a few minutes, and eventually, Shane wakes up as a zombie, even though he was never bitten. He pulls out his gun and shoots him in the head, saying he needed to go back and wouldn't bother to burn his body. Back at the prison, Herschel was looking for his 2 younger daughters, who wanted to cut their own hair, but they weren't answering his calls. He eventually reaches the barber shop, but finds his 2 daughters dead on the floor. Someone had decapitated them. Maggie hears her father's screams and is shocked to find her 2 sisters with their heads cut off. The group instantly blames Dexter for the killings, saying he is the only murderer inside this prison capable of doing this. They lock him inside the cell, even though he claimed he had no idea what was going on. Rick eventually comes back to the prison and dodges the walkers that were stacked against the fences. Glenn tells him what happened to Tyrese, saying they had to leave him inside the gym and he was probably dead. But Rick wanted to see his body with his own 2 eyes. He quickly goes inside and opens the door, but is surprised to find Tyrese still alive and all the zombies brutally butchered on the floor. Tyrese was able to kill all of the zombies without a single scratch, and after a quick shower, he was as good as new. Rick confronts Dexter, asking him why he killed the 2 girls, but just like before, he claims he is innocent, but he still wasn't allowed to leave his cell. Tyrese says he barely remembers what happened yesterday after his daughter was killed, but to him, they are all dead. The only difference between him and his daughter is that she is finally at peace. While Andrea was doing the laundry, Thomas approaches her, but he didn't want to help. Instead, he had other plans. He grabs her hand, saying he wants to cut off her head, but she slaps him back, asking him to leave her alone. Thomas quickly pulls out his knife and kicks the gun from her hand, pushing her to the floor. Meanwhile, outside, Rick is overwhelmed with guilt. He was the one who asked Herschel to come here, saying it's going to be safe for him and his family. If only they'd stayed at the farm, his daughters would still be alive. Suddenly the door opens, and Andrea comes running out screaming for help, while Thomas was running after her with a knife in his hand. She falls on the ground, but before he could jump on her and kill her, Rick intervenes. He knocks him to the ground and then starts punching him mercilessly in the face, while his wife tries to stop him. Rick refuses to stop and keeps punching Thomas, calling him names and blaming him for killing Herschel's daughters. When he eventually stops, his hand is completely broken and split open, but so is the monster's face. Sadly, he wasn't dead just yet, and the group gets into a heated argument on what to do with him. Should they just kill him or feed him to the zombies? Patricia starts crying, saying he seemed so nice and she felt sorry for him. Rick makes up a new rule. If someone kills another person inside the prison, they are sentenced to death, with no exceptions. They are going to hang Thomas. After realizing that Dexter was innocent all along, Rick decides to let him free, asking if he is going to cause any trouble. Thomas was locked inside a cell, awaiting execution, but someone comes to visit him. It was Patricia, who had a crush on him. She opens the door and wants to help him, carrying him outside, but he attacks her as well, grabs her neck, pins her to the ground, and punches her in the face. Tyrese and Carol arrive and force him to let her go, threatening to kill him if he takes one more step. Out of nowhere, someone shoots Thomas from behind, and he drops to the ground unconscious. Maggie shot him from behind, avenging her sister's deaths, and then unloaded a few more bullets into the monster, just to be sure. The group quickly takes his body outside and feeds him to the zombies beyond the gates. Thomas's body was ripped to pieces as the zombies fed on his corpse, but even though the entire scene was gruesome, Herschel and his youngest son stood and watched, enjoying every bit of it. The group was unsure what to do with Patricia now. She just tried to help that monster, but it's not like they can just beat some common sense into her. But out of nowhere, Dexter and his gang surprised them from behind, saying Patricia is with them now, and nobody is going to boss them around anymore. They managed to arm themselves with weapons from the prison armory and asked Rick to drop his weapons, or they were going to blow his brains out. Dexter claims they were here first, and the entire group needs to get out of his house immediately. The Walking Dead Volume 4, The Heart's Desire. The story begins somewhere in a field with a strange woman walking among the undead, but they weren't bothering her and were leaving her alone. She hears someone on the road next to the field. It was Otis, Herschel's neighbor, returning from the farm with his horse carriage. The woman decides to follow him, thinking there might be other people who could help her, but she wasn't defenseless at all. She had a sword that could easily cut through the zombies like they were made of paper. Back at the prison, Dexter points his gun at the group and threatens to kill them if they don't leave the prison immediately. Rick tries to reason with him and asks Lori to take the kids inside, but Dexter says he is going to kill her if she takes one step. Rick asks him where he found all those weapons, and he says he got them from the armory in A Block. Unfortunately, A Block was infested with zombies, and they forgot to close the gates when going back outside. A swarm of zombies started pouring out and marched toward the group. Everyone took a weapon in their hands and started shooting, going for headshots, trying to save as much ammo as possible. They were going to need a lot of it. Otis arrives at the fences, but there was nobody there to open the gates for him. The place was crawling with walkers, and he was quickly surrounded on all sides. He tries to defend himself, but he only had one gun, and he was getting overwhelmed. Luckily for him, the strange woman from before arrives to help. She uses her sword to chop the zombies into tiny pieces, giving Otis a chance to free himself. Things were not looking too great inside either. They killed a lot of zombies, but they were still coming in waves. Even during this hopeless situation, Dexter claims this doesn't change anything, and the moment they stop the attack, the group has to leave the prison for good. Rick thinks about what's best for the group and decides to kill Dexter, shooting him in the head while the rest were busy dealing with the zombies. Once the yard was secured, he blamed his death on an accident, saying he probably caught a stray bullet from someone during the attack. Eventually, they open the gates to let Otis in, and he says the strange woman saved his life. Her name is Michonne. Rick offers her a place inside the prison, but first, she needs to give up the sword and kill the zombies that were following her in chains. Andrew, Dexter's friend, flees outside and makes a run for it, trying to get as far away as possible from the group. Tyrese talks to Rick and says he saw what he did. He knows he killed Dexter in cold blood but thinks he did the right thing. Things would have only escalated once the attack was over, and Dexter would have kicked them out. However, things weren't looking too great outside. More and more walkers were coming toward the prison, but at least the fences were doing their job in keeping them at a distance. Andrea asks everyone to meet in the cafeteria because she has an announcement. She found tons of prisoner clothes and wants everyone to wear them, saying the clothes they've been wearing so far are starting to stink. She volunteers as a seamstress, since she can sew pretty well and actually enjoys it, but she would appreciate anyone willing to help her. Otis talks to his ex-wife in the courtyard, saying he is disgusted with her after hearing she helped that convict who killed those 2 little girls, and even sided with Dexter when he wanted to throw the group out. Meanwhile, inside the prison gym, Carol was all over Tyrese and wanted to get freaky, but they are interrupted by Michonne, who wants to work out. She survived many months outside all by herself and is a very strong woman. On top of that, she's into football and recognizes Tyrese, who used to be a football player. Maggie tells Glenn she wants to be with him because she likes him a lot, and with recent events after losing so many people, she needs a guy who cares about her. Besides, she really needs to get laid. Thanks to the horses brought by Otis, Herschel was sparing no time in plowing the ground to prepare the crops and start growing vegetables. Axel wants to talk, saying the convict who butchered his daughters wasn't his friend. They just happened to be locked inside the same prison together. But Herschel isn't in the mood to make friends. The others come and ask him and Alan if they want to help clear out A Block from the leftover zombies. They've never been inside this part of the prison, and they don't know what to expect. They find a few zombies lying around, but Tyrese smacks them over the head, while Rick tells everyone to keep the guns as a backup. They stumble upon the prison library, thinking that this will cheer up the girls, having tons of new books to read. One zombie was lurking behind the shelves and scares Alan, and almost bites him, but he shoots it straight in the head. They wait to see if other zombies react to the sound of the gunshot, but so far so good. They split into two groups and go in different directions, but Alan was slacking behind and wasn't being careful, and one zombie jumps from the darkness and bites his leg. The other group continues exploring the dark corridors until they reach a room with a danger sign. This must be their lucky day because they find a giant generator, but their joy is short-lived when they hear Alan screaming from across the prison. Alan knew he was going to turn into a zombie and claimed he was a dead man, while the rest of the guys carry him outside. They take him outside as fast as possible, and Rick has an idea. He pulls out an axe and says he wants to do something drastic. He wants to chop off Alan's leg, hoping that by cutting off the portion of the leg where he was bitten, it will prevent him from turning into a zombie. Tyrese calls him crazy and tries to stop him, but Rick thinks it's the only way to save his life. After cutting his leg off, they tie it up to prevent further bleeding, but Alan goes into shock. Luckily, Herschel arrives and does his best to stop the bleeding, but his life is still in danger and could die either way. The men take Alan inside the prison, and Andrea tries to comfort him, telling him to be strong for his kids. He says he's not going to make it, and begs her and Dale to take care of his boys like they were their own children. Carol couldn't believe that Rick just cut off his leg, but Dale defended his actions, saying it makes sense and was the only way to prevent him from turning into a zombie. Tyrese wanted to take his mind off everything that happened today and decides to play some basketball, but Michonne appears again as if she was following him. She gets close to him and says she knows what he needs. She then unzips his pants and drops to her knees, pleasuring him with her mouth. But they weren't as alone as they thought. Carol sees them through the gym window, and it breaks her heart. Meanwhile, in another part of the prison, someone else was being freaky. Glenn and Maggie were butt naked, being thankful that they found this place and they could finally be alone. Maggie wants to go another round, but it's already been several times, and Glenn is tired. He says he just wants to cuddle, and the couple spends the afternoon hugging each other. After finishing off Tyrese, Michonne goes back to her cell and starts talking to someone. She really likes this place and thinks she can survive here with the group, but Andrea overhears her and asks who she is talking to. Turns out, there is nobody in the cell with her, and Michonne was talking to herself. At nighttime, Carol couldn't sleep and decides to pleasure Tyrese. She goes down on him, thinking it's what he likes to do, especially after seeing him and Michonne earlier today, but he tells her to stop. Tyrese knows she doesn't like to do this and doesn't want her to force herself. She starts crying and asks him to hug her tight, but starting tomorrow he needs to pack his things and move into another cell. After spending the entire day naked with Glenn, the couple returns to the group, and Herschel tells them about Alan. The old man talks to his daughter, saying he was worried all day. He knew exactly what they were doing all day and doesn't mind, and just asks her nicely not to worry him again like today. In the morning, Carol tells Rick that she and Tyrese had broken up, and he moved into another cell. She feels sad and hugs him, wanting to be comforted. Axel offers to help Herschel work the fields and starts plowing the fields. The two men bond together and talk about the walkers, while Axel questions what kind of people they used to be before the outbreak began. Most were probably good, hard-working people, just living their lives and taking care of their families. After finishing breakfast, Rick and his wife take a walk, talking about how worried he is about Carol after the breakup, and he was right to do so. They pass her cell and find Carol on the bed, with her wrists cut. She tried to take her own life while her little girl was sitting terrified in the corner. Michonne visits Tyrese in his new cell and hits on him again. He tries to refuse her advances, saying he had a good thing going with Carol and was angry he blew it up, but she didn't care and got closer, forcibly kissing him. Rick was just coming to tell him what happened to Carol and finds them kissing. He loses his cool and screams at Tyrese, calling him names and accusing him of intentionally wanting to hurt her. Tyrese grabs him and slams him against the wall, claiming he didn't mean for any of this to happen. Rick breaks free but continues his verbal attacks, saying that if Carol dies, it will be because he killed her. Tyrese loses his cool as well and punches Rick in the face, but he wasn't done just yet. He continues the beating, throwing another punch in the stomach and a knee to his chin. Tyrese keeps going, punching him mercilessly until Rick was left with a broken nose and drenched in his own blood. Rick calls him a murderer, remembering what he did to his daughter's boyfriend, but Tyrese said it was justified because he killed his baby girl. He enjoyed every moment of killing Chris and doesn't regret doing it, but what about Rick? He's not so innocent himself, after killing Dexter in the courtyard in cold blood with a bullet to the head. Even though he did it for the good of the group, how is it different than what Tyrese had to do, who was grieving the death of his daughter? The altercation continues and even escalates, and eventually Rick falls over the edge directly on his back, cracking his pelvis and injuring his leg. Tyrese goes down to see if he is okay, but gets punched in the face, and the fight goes on. Eventually, the two men are left breathless and unable to move from their injuries. Lori comes to break things off and help her husband, but he was too hurt to walk. Andrea also shows up to inform everyone that Alan has just died. Rick finally summons the strength to get up and goes to shoot Alan in the head, in order to prevent him from returning to life as a zombie. After the deed was done, he drops the gun out of his hand and collapses on the ground unconscious. He wakes up with Carol watching over him, throwing the biggest smile in the world. He slept for 26 hours straight, and Carol wanted to thank him for sticking up for her and fighting Tyrese on her behalf. She leans over and kisses Rick right on the lips, but he immediately backs off. He loves his wife very much and doesn't want her to get the wrong impression, calling the whole experience a lack of judgment on her part, most probably from all the blood she lost after slicing her own wrists. Rick gets up and wants to go outside, but Dale comes and says they need to talk. While he was unconscious, the group had a meeting and decided that Rick wasn't fit to be their leader anymore. Everything that happened recently, all the people that lost their lives, has taken a toll on his judgment. As of today, the group will be led by a committee formed between Rick, Herschel, Tyrese, and him. Rick found it funny that there are no women on this committee, but the women were okay with this. They just want to feel safe. Rick is okay with the new decisions, but says he wants to say something to the entire group. Luckily, they were all outside helping Herschel to plant seeds for the crops. Rick tells everyone that nobody is coming to save them. It's already been 1 year with no signs of salvation. What everyone used to call a normal life doesn't exist anymore. This is their new life, and they need to make some difficult decisions. He killed Dexter because he wanted to protect the entire group and thought it was the right thing to do. Everyone needs to go a little crazy because the world is crazy now. Eventually, they will be faced with making difficult decisions, and they need to be ready. Things will never go back to normal. This is their new life, and all of them are The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead Chapter 5, The Best Defense. The story begins with Rick and Dale walking the small and dark corridors of the prison, clearing the place of any zombies that were still left inside and could potentially cause harm to the group. Rick starts talking about Morgan, the guy he met in his hometown right after he woke up from a coma, and wonders if he and his son are still alive. Out of nowhere, Tyrese scares the hell out of them. He was doing the same thing they were doing, but he ran out of batteries for his flashlight and was walking in the dark. On their way back, the three men run into Glenn and Maggie, who show them something interesting. They found prison guard uniforms fitted with bulletproof vests and reinforced armor, something that could be useful against zombie bites. They finally find the armory from where Dexter got his guns, and couldn't be happier that the place was still packed, probably because the guards had to leave the prison in a hurry. On their way out, the men think it might be a good idea to siphon some gas from the nearby cars to use for the generator, but in order to do that, they need to go outside the gates. They form two groups. While one was walking around the fence, distracting the walkers and moving towards the back of the prison, another team would head towards the parking lot and siphon as much gas as they could. Glenn doesn't want to take any chances and suits up in one of the prison guard armors and asks Rick to do the same, saying there is no better way to test if these things even work as intended. After gearing up, the two men storm outside the gates, clearing the leftover zombies that were still roaming around. The parking lot was still packed with abandoned cars, but there were walkers everywhere. Glenn starts siphoning the gas while Rick stays on the lookout for any potential danger. But out of nowhere, a helicopter appears in the sky, high into the air, heading somewhere. Sadly, it was too far high up for anyone to see them, and they didn't know if it was military or private. This whole situation distracted them, and they almost get run over by a zombie who jumps on Rick, trying to bite him, but something was wrong. The helicopter had some kind of malfunction and began crashing down, catching fire. The two men decide to follow the trail of smoke, but while Glenn stays behind to start one of the cars, Rick heads back to tell the others. Nobody besides Michonne saw anything because they were busy with the walkers, and she decides to go with them. She already had her sword ready, saying she's been on the outside the longest, and they need her. Glenn finally shows up with a car, and the three of them leave the prison, following the trail of smoke. While on the road, Glenn confesses he used to steal cars before the outbreak began. He didn't do it much. It was mostly to help pay the bills, but he knows how to jumpstart a car if needed. The road was deserted, but there were walkers crawling everywhere. Luckily, they moved slowly, and it was easy to go around them. The helicopter crashed somewhere inside the forest, but the road came to a stop, and it wasn't going to be easy getting there. The road was bumpy, and the car was small and crowded. Michonne had a hard time in the back seat. Eventually, they get stuck and have to make the rest of the trip on foot. The group wanders into the forest, but because of the dense vegetation, it was harder to move and spot any potential dangers. Luckily, Michonne was sharp and had experience being on the outside all by herself. Even though she used to be a lawyer before the world ended, her neighbor's son was a sword junkie who had all kinds of swords, and he kept them sharp as hell. When the outbreak began, she snuck inside his home and stole one of the swords, which kept her alive for all these months. Back at the prison, Dale and Andrea talk to Alan and Donna's children, saying they are going to be their new parents from now on, and if they want, they can call them Mommy and Daddy. Lori can't help herself from worrying about her husband, who abandoned her once again to go on a mission, but Carol tries to calm her down and reassures her that things are going to be okay. She's gotten very close to Lori and lets her know a lot, claiming she loves her and Rick as well. Ever since she broke up with Tyrese, she's been feeling extremely lonely and needs someone in her life. She wants to marry Lori and her husband and be a couple together, the three of them. They could help raise her own daughter and Lori's children as well, but Lori says they don't know anything about each other, besides the fact that they are all in the same situation since the outbreak began. Lori only wants to be friends and thinks this entire idea is crazy. The group sees smoke again and follows it, leading them directly to where the helicopter had crashed. But after a quick inspection, they find nobody inside. Instead, they find many footprints on the ground. Someone came here before them and took everyone who survived the crash. Even though it was getting dark soon, the group decides to follow the trails left by whoever was here and follow them. After walking for several hours, they find a road sign pointing to 3 different locations. Rick thinks they headed towards Woodbury, which was a small town about 1 mile from here. While they were out in the wild, Tyrese and Alex keep guard around the gates, hoping that if the group returns during the night, they might need to open the gates immediately. Sadly, they weren't going to come back anytime soon. Even though the walk on the empty road looks pretty calm and safe, Michonne says there are many walkers following them and many more roaming in the forest. Her senses are more developed compared to theirs, and she can hear them everywhere. If they stop for whatever reason, the zombies will catch up with them. Finally, they reach Woodbury, but the place looks abandoned. However, Michonne says there's no turning back. The walkers are right behind them. Out of nowhere, a bright light shines in their faces, and someone starts shooting. They weren't aiming at them. Instead, the shooters were taking out the army of zombies that was behind them. A group of soldiers pulls them aside and asks them to surrender their weapons, saying it's for their own protection, and then welcomes them to Woodbury. The soldier's name is Martinez, and he takes the group to meet his boss, someone called the governor. The governor kindly introduces himself and seems very nice at first, offering to give the group a small tour of their camp. When the outbreak began, the National Guard was sent to Woodbury to keep the nearby people safe, but pretty soon, the soldiers started abandoning their posts and left, leaving all their supplies behind. The governor took over this small town, fortifying and sealing it against the zombie invasion, where people could feel safe and secure. But things aren't as perfect as they seem. To keep themselves entertained, the governor organizes fights amongst the people and uses zombies to make things more interesting. The zombies inside the arena are pretty docile, mostly because they are not hungry. The governor feeds them live humans. After this, things escalate pretty fast, and the soldiers draw their guns against the group. Apparently, only one person survived the crash, but the helicopter was empty and didn't have anything valuable inside. It came all the way from the Atlanta news station, where many people were holed up until the food ran out and people started turning on each other. The governor knows Rick and his group came from somewhere close, a hideout or a warehouse nearby that probably has lots of supplies. Rick denies everything, saying the governor should just kill them because there is no camp. no people, and no other supplies. While the people of Woodbury were enjoying a brutal fight inside the arena, the governor asks one of his guys to grab Rick and pin him against the table, saying he wants to prove just how serious the entire situation is. While Rick is immobilized against the table, the governor grabs one of his knives and chops Rick's hand right off. Michonne starts panicking and kicks the guy holding her, jumping on the governor. She then bites his ear, tearing her teeth right through his flesh and ripping it off. The governor asks his men to leave her unharmed, saying he wants to be the only one who hurts her and will make her suffer for what she did. Rick was almost unconscious and losing a lot of blood, but the governor doesn't want him to die and brings him to the doctor, a man named Stevens. He wants the doctor to stop Rick's bleeding and bandage his arm. He will be back to fix his ear later. Glenn was taken to a warehouse and locked inside, where he stayed in shock, crying after what just happened to Rick. Michonne was taken to the warehouse next door and tied to the wall, but the governor says it's not enough. He wants one of his men to tie her feet as well, saying he doesn't want her to struggle for what's coming next. He then takes off his pants and asks to be left alone while he starts to violate her. After sleeping for several hours, Rick wakes up and notices his hand was cut off, but at least it was bandaged by someone. He starts walking, but is unable to and falls on the ground. The doctor and his assistant, Alice, help him get up, but Rick attacks them, saying he is going to kill them. Alice injects him with a sedative, powerful enough to put him to sleep instantly. After the governor was done with Michonne, he zips his pants back up, saying he got a little carried away, but doesn't regret anything. She was crying but claims it was for him, thinking about all the things she was going to do to him once she was free, scaring her. He leaves, but not before asking her to get some rest, because he will come back later for round 2. The governor walks back to his building, passing other people in the community and acting like nothing happened, and life here was beautiful. He goes to his room and opens the door, but a girl zombie jumps out of nowhere, trying to bite him. He slaps her over the head, asking her to behave. This little girl is his daughter that he kept with him all this time, even after she turned into a zombie. He regularly feeds her body parts, which keeps her satisfied and docile for the most part. But this wasn't even the most disturbing thing about his room. In the living room, the governor kept glass containers filled with zombie heads, like his own twisted form of amusement. Many hours later, the governor returns to the warehouse and opens the door, asking Michonne if she is ready for round 2. Glenn could hear everything happening next door and couldn't help himself from crying, but there was nothing he could have done. Rick wakes up a second time, but this time he promises the doctor he isn't going to attack him. Apparently, the governor wasn't always this crazy. When the outbreak began, he quickly became the leader of this community, taking care of zombies and keeping the people safe. He returns to get his ear fixed and tells Rick he isn't going to torture him because he knows he's protecting someone and would never tell him what he wants to know. Instead, he lets Glenn free, saying Glenn told them everything they need to know about the prison, and if he's stupid enough to go there, he'll lead them right to it. Glenn makes a run for it and gets back to his car, dodging zombies left and right, trying to stay alive. He gets inside the car just in time and starts driving, heading straight for the prison. When the gas ran out, he started running on foot, but the path to the prison was crawling with undead. Glenn and Andrea spot him from one of the towers, and they run down to open the main gates, but it wasn't that easy to do. Once the gate was opened, Glenn drove outside in the RV, rushing to get to Glenn before he was overwhelmed with zombies. Luckily, he made it just in time, and he jumped inside at the last second. After going inside the prison, Glenn takes his mask off, but it turns out it was Tyrese inside the suit the entire time. After 2 days, Tyrese went out to look for Rick and the others, but he couldn't find any sign of them or the crashed helicopter. He did find a swarm of zombies walking around, and he barely made it back in one piece. Turns out the governor was only bluffing. He didn't let Glenn go. He only wanted to see the look on Rick's face when he mentioned the prison. But now he knows for sure there is a prison out there, with lots of supplies and people. They just need to find it. The Walking Dead Volume 6, This Sorrowful Life. Martinez, the soldier who found Rick and arrested him, was keeping watch and keeping Woodbury safe from zombies, but another soldier tells him the governor wants to see him. In the infirmary, Rick was talking to the doctor when one of the soldiers who regularly fights in the arena interrupts them, asking the doctor to remove his bandages before the next fight begins. Out of nowhere, another soldier walks in, furious at the first guy for taking the fights too seriously and breaking most of his teeth. The guy was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson, so he uses his knife to stab him in the neck, saying he got exactly what he deserved. The governor visits Michonne, but he didn't want to violate her again. Instead, he offered her a deal. There is a big fight going on tonight. A lot of people are going to show up and want to be entertained. He wants her to fight one of his men, offering her the chance to use her sword, and vowing to give her a full week of rest, food, and maybe even a chair or a bed if she decides to fight. Martinez comes to the infirmary and finds Rick, but he was shocked to see his arm had been cut off. Rick blames him for arresting him outside the town walls and bringing him to the governor, and the doctor had to step in. Without television or internet, there was no other form of entertainment left in the world, so all the people of Woodbury showed up to watch the fight. Michonne and her opponent walk inside the arena, while the people cheer from the sides and the zombies growl at them. But much to everyone's surprise, the fight only lasts a few seconds because Michonne is an expert swordsman and cuts off her opponent's head with ease. She then cuts off the zombies' heads as well, one by one, until one of the governor's men is forced to intervene. The people were left in shock. They didn't expect the fight to be this brutal. Most of them believed the fights were rigged and just wanted a good show. Michonne was taken back to her holding cell, and the governor was furious out of his mind. He wanted to kill her but decided to sleep on it and rethink this decision in a few hours. Back in the infirmary, Martinez breaks open the door and shouts in desperation, asking Rick to get up and follow him. He was there to break him out, but Rick had no idea what was going on. However, he quickly changes his mind when he sees that Martinez was not alone. Glenn was there as well, and says he was being kept inside a warehouse, but they never interrogated him, and he never told them about the prison. Martinez says he wants to leave this place because he didn't like the horrible things going on here, but that's when they realize that the governor probably knew about the prison from the clothes they were wearing. Prison jumpsuits and riot gear aren't your regular, everyday, normal clothes. On their way out, Alice followed them because she wants to leave as well, saying that anywhere is better than here, and Lori's definitely going to need medical assistance when she gives birth. But before leaving for good, they needed to get Michonne out first. Martinez is able to get close to the warehouse guard and knock him unconscious with ease. They quickly open the warehouse, and luckily, Michonne was still alive and in one piece. She was happy to see them but furious at the same time, saying she couldn't wait to get the hell out of there. They hear footsteps around the corner coming towards them. It was Dr. Stevens. Just like his assistant Alice, the doctor never liked the governor and how brutal he was, so he decides to leave with the group. But first he wants to take some supplies from the infirmary. After taking as much as they possibly could, they walk towards the back of the town, but Michonne stops and says she can't leave just yet. She needs to visit the governor because they have unfinished business to take care of. She promises to catch up with them from behind and goes back, while the rest jump across the wall that was designed to keep the zombies out. They make it safely across without being spotted, but something didn't feel right. A zombie was hiding in the darkness, and it jumps on the doctor, biting him right on the neck. While he lay on the ground, he begs his assistant to shoot him, saying he's not really dying, but rather evolving into something else. After the deed was done, the group starts walking towards the prison. The governor was trying to feed human body parts to his undead daughter, but she wasn't in the mood and was giving him trouble. When out of nowhere, Michonne breaks open the door and rushes inside towards him. He is surprised and has no idea how she was able to escape and find him, but it doesn't matter. He tries to pick up her sword, but she kicks him in the face, knocking him to the ground. She then continues to kick him in the abdomen, knocking his wind out. She takes her sword and wants to decapitate him, but reconsiders at the last moment, saying she doesn't want it to end this quickly. He takes advantage of her distraction and jumps on top of her, but she is tough and bites him on the neck, causing him to lose a lot of blood. She then uses the sword handle to knock him cold. When the governor woke up, he was completely naked, and she asks him to stand still because his male parts were nailed to the floor. She begins torturing him by drilling straight into his shoulder, causing immense pain, but the duct tape around his mouth was preventing him from screaming. Next, she takes a pair of clippers and breaks away his fingernails one by one, causing immense pain. But just as before, the governor couldn't even scream. Once she was done, she used her sword to cut off his right arm, making him think this was the end, and he was going to die because of blood loss. But she isn't done just yet, and uses a blowtorch to burn his wound and cauterize it, which causes him to black out. If you thought this was the end, you would be wrong. To avoid being too descriptive, I'm going to show a series of panels of what exactly happened next, just to understand what Michonne is capable of. Once she was satisfied that he had suffered enough, she wanted to end his life, but before she could do it, his men stormed inside the home and chased her down, nearly getting bitten by the governor's daughter. She was fast and snuck out the window, and they had to stop, especially when they saw what she did to the governor. She ran all night and made it all the way to the crashed helicopter, where Rick and the others were hiding, catching their breath until morning. She doesn't want to explain what happened back in Woodbury and asks to just go home. On their way back, Martinez talks about his past before the outbreak began. He used to be a school teacher, and when the government told everyone to gather in safe havens, everyone rushed to hospitals, churches, and even schools. He had to watch his students and their families turn into walking zombies, and he couldn't do anything to help them, so he chose to run away. The way back to the prison was crawling with walkers, and the group got ambushed in a tight spot inside the forest. Luckily, Michonne was a badass with the sword. Eventually, they made it back to the car and managed to get unstuck from the mud by pushing it together. Glenn drove as fast as possible towards the prison, but the road was infested with walkers, and he even hit a few of them. When they finally made it back, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The gates were wide open, the RV was stuck in the middle of the road, and the entire place was infested with zombies. These monsters were everywhere, between the main gates, in the main courtyard, and even on the basketball field. Everyone assumed the worst, but Glenn panicked and started driving the car at full speed, driving towards the prison and running over anything standing in his way. This was very reckless, and he crashed into the wall, knocking himself unconscious. Luckily, Martinez went to rescue him and jumped on top of the car, emptying an entire round of bullets and killing as many zombies as possible. The group was quickly running out of options when, out of nowhere, Glenn and Andrea jumped out from inside the RV. They were extremely happy to see Rick was still alive and quickly explained what happened. When he and the others went missing, Tyrese went searching for them, but he got overwhelmed pretty fast and barely made it back inside. Things got heated really fast, and there wasn't enough time to close the main gates, which left them vulnerable and gave the zombies a chance to swarm inside. Together, the group made a run for it, trying to get inside the prison where it was safe. Herschel opened the doors and couldn't believe Rick was still alive. The old man's arm was all bandaged up, but it wasn't because of a bite. He just caught some friendly fire during one of the fights. The other members of the group heard the noise and came to see what was happening. Lori started crying when she saw Rick's hand, but at least he was still alive. Of course, Rick wanted to go out immediately and clear the yard, but Tyrese asked him to sit this one out and spend time with his family, saying he was disabled now and would only get in the way. For the first time since the outbreak started, Rick decided to listen to someone else and sat this one out, spending time with his family, who missed him greatly. In just a few hours, the entire prison was cleared, and it was back to burning zombies. Just another Thursday in prison. You can all guess what was the first thing Glenn and Maggie did when they saw each other again. It was business as usual for the young lovers. Out of nowhere, Glenn thought of something, and he immediately ran outside. He rushed towards Tyrese and Alex and asked them to not burn any female bodies until he got a chance to look at them. He started searching, looking for something, and he got lucky. He found what he was looking for, an engagement ring. Alice was immediately appointed as the doctor in charge, even though she was only a nurse. She started checking Lori's pregnancy, but from first impressions, everything was going great. Tyrese tells Rick it's good to have him back, and that Martinez is a real beast. He was dragging bodies and helping him burn them all morning, but they hadn't seen him in the past couple of hours. Rick was also curious about what happened to him, but that's when he realized it. He thinks Martinez is just pretending to be on their side and snuck outside to go back to Woodbury and tell the governor the location of the prison. Rick runs inside the RV and starts driving immediately, hoping to find him before he makes it back to Woodbury. Rick was right. He sees Martinez running on the side of the road, trying to get as far away as possible, heading back home, but he wasn't paying attention behind him and was run over by the RV, falling on the ground with broken bones. Rick was pissed, calling him a traitor, but Martinez calls him a selfish piece of shit, saying they have enough supplies in the prison for the entire town. But Rick doesn't trust the people in Woodbury, especially after what happened. Cutting his arm off and arranging gladiator fights among them, they are animals to him. He wraps his arms around his throat and starts choking him, slowly draining the air inside his body. Eventually, Martinez was killed, and Rick stood on top of his body like a cold-blooded killer. Back at the prison, Glenn visits Herschel and asks if he can marry his daughter, but didn't know what to expect. Luckily, Herschel couldn't be happier and hugs the young man, and he only asks to not get her pregnant, at least not yet. Glenn then went and asked Maggie, offering her the ring he found on one of the female zombies. At first, she made a joke, saying she needs time to think, but she was only messing around. She loves Glenn and says yes, without a doubt in her heart. When Rick got back, he talked to Lori, telling her that she killed Martinez. At this point, he would do anything to keep the group safe, and eventually, he would do anything to keep her and Carl safe. He would kill anyone inside the group to make that happen. He questions whether that makes him evil or not, but sadly, Lori doesn't know the answer either. Rick asks everyone to meet in the cafeteria and says they need to be vigilant because the people in Woodbury know about the prison, but they don't know the location just yet, and until they get here, they need to make sure they are ready for them. The Walking Dead Volume 7, The Calm Before. The story begins with a flashback of Lori and Shane making love on the outskirts of Atlanta after the outbreak began. She thanks Shane for being there for her and helping her take her mind off things. She completely forgot about everything for a while. Her parents are probably dead, and they came all the way to Atlanta for nothing. The city was crawling with the undead. We then go back to the present, with Rick and his wife talking on the bed. They talk about the baby and the future, and wonder if it's going to be a girl or a boy. Rick hasn't even thought about getting a crib. He's been so preoccupied with everything else. There's so much stuff to get ready before the baby comes. Carol visits the new member of the group in the infirmary, looking to introduce herself. Alice says she didn't expect the prison to be so well equipped. The prison was designed for mostly everything except childbirth, but they will find a way to make it work. Since there isn't any priest among them, everyone gathers in the cafeteria, where Herschel performs the ceremony, marrying his daughter to Glenn. After a short ceremony where everyone participates, the couple goes back to their holding cell to celebrate the wedding night. In another part of the prison, Michonne visits Tyrese, slides into his bed, and starts to cry. But she doesn't want to talk or fool around. She just wants to be held. For the next few days, life goes back to normal. The people play basketball to take their minds off the horrible things that happened lately. Carl asks his dad why he isn't joining the game with the other guys, but Rick is missing a hand, and wouldn't be much help anyway. The men make an inventory of every weapon inside the armory and come to the conclusion that it's not enough if the people in Woodbury decide to attack them. Glenn suggests raiding the National Guard base that was stationed around the town when the outbreak began. Even if the governor and his men raided the place, it should still have enough supplies for them to steal. The group forms a small team consisting of Glenn, Maggie, Alex, Tyrese, Andrea, and of course, Michonne. Rick had to sit this one out and stay behind to keep his family and the rest safe. After driving for several hours, the group was unable to find the military base and decided to spend the night inside the RV. Unfortunately, the place was smaller than they remembered, and it stank from when everyone used to live inside. They drove around for hours but couldn't find the base. Every place they visited was abandoned and showed no signs of life. Eventually, Alex stops to take a piss and finds a road sign pointing them exactly where they needed to go. They finally managed to find the place, and it was more than what they expected. The place was huge, so they split into smaller groups, trying to cover as much ground as possible. Glenn immediately finds an army truck, saying they can use it to carry anything they find inside the base. Stockpiles of weapons, grenades, and even a tank that, sadly, nobody knows how to drive. The men begin stockpiling supplies to take back to the prison with them, but before leaving, they are unsure what to do with the tanks of gasoline they found inside. They ultimately decide the best idea is to blow them up and prevent the governor and his men from refueling. The road back was much smoother now, especially with a big army truck to clear the road of walkers. Maggie suggests they stop at a nearby supermarket and search for supplies. Maybe the governor didn't loot everything, and there was something still left inside. Luckily, she was right. They quickly fill up a few shopping carts, enough to last them a few weeks back in the prison, but things take a bad turn pretty quickly. The governor's men heard the explosion at the military base and came to check it out. The soldiers saw the cars parked outside and knew that someone was inside the supermarket. The group hid behind the shelves and didn't know what to do, but Glenn had an idea. He got up and started talking to the soldiers, but they instantly pointed their guns at him and threatened him. They accused him of blowing up the fuel depot and also recognized him from earlier. One of the guys shoots Glenn multiple times, hitting him in the chest. That's when the others decided to step in. Andrea shot the guy right in the neck, killing him on the spot, while Maggie ran to see if her husband was still breathing. The other soldiers were hiding behind the RV outside, but Michonne snuck behind them and cut off their arms and heads using her sword. Only one guy was left, and he started panicking, but before he could do anything, Andrea shot him as well. Glenn was on the floor, but he was still breathing and slowly started to wake up. Luckily, the thick riot armor he was wearing protected his body from bullets. He only had a few scars to show for it. The group didn't waste any time, packed up everything they found, and rushed back to the prison. Lori comes outside searching for her husband, accusing sharp pains in her abdomen and saying it's time to give birth. They take her to the infirmary, and Alice prepares to deliver the baby. It was getting dark soon, and they needed to make sure the generator was running and had enough fuel until the baby was out. Herschel's youngest son volunteers, saying he can do it, and runs out immediately. He runs into Dale and asks for his help, telling him what happened. and that they need enough fuel to keep the generator running, just in case something unexpected happens. Sadly, the canisters were mostly empty, and they didn't have enough fuel, but Dale has an idea. He opens the main gate, and they both go outside to siphon some more gas from the cars in the parking lot. The place was crawling with walkers, and the two men are attacked from every direction. Dale falls on the ground, but Billy helps him, and they eventually clear the area. Billy starts siphoning some gas while Dale stays watch, but he doesn't notice one of the zombies crawling from under a car and gets bitten on the leg. Billy panics and doesn't know what to do, so he starts running back toward the prison, saying he was sorry, when out of nowhere, he is blinded by the taillights of a car. It was Andrea and the others who finally made it back. They ask Billy what happened, and he instantly starts crying, but before he could tell them what happened, Dale grabs his leg. He wasn't dead just yet and managed to crawl all the way from the parking lot. Inside the prison, Lori was giving birth while Rick and Herschel were right by her side. She eventually gives birth to a healthy baby girl, and the couple couldn't be happier. But the joy didn't last long, as the group breaks open the door, carrying Dale inside with a bite on his leg. Rick suggests cutting his leg off, just like they did with Alan, but Herschel reminds him that Alan eventually died. But he didn't die because of the bite, he died because of the infection to his leg. This time around, they have Alice, a trained nurse who can help clean the wound better and keep him alive. Herschel holds down Dale while Rick takes a saw and cuts off his leg. He was getting really good at cutting people's limbs off. The next morning, the people unload the supplies from the truck, grateful for all the things they were able to bring back. Among all the things, there was even a baby crib, and Rick and his son started working on that as soon as possible. Dale eventually wakes up after the operation, but Andrea was pissed at him. She was mad he went outside and put his own life in danger, saying he's an old man, slow and weak, and he shouldn't put himself in danger like that. Carl was pretty happy to meet his sister and thinks she's very cute. The next couple of weeks go by fast, and things return to normal for the most part. Life goes on, and the crops were finally starting to grow. The people were happy to finally have fresh vegetables after eating nothing but canned food. Dale's leg was slowly healing, and he could get up and move around using a wheelchair, but Andrea surprises him with a pair of crutches, hoping that he will be able to walk on his own and get some exercise in the courtyard. Carol visits Lori and talks about their children, saying that Sophia loves Carl very much and thinks of him as a bigger brother. Carol apologizes for acting strange toward her and her husband and asks if she wants to have breakfast together. It was a hot summer day, and everyone was outside doing some target practice. Everyone was getting better at shooting, but Tyrese still has a hard time hitting targets. Andrea gets close to him and gives him some pointers, but Dale doesn't approve of their relationship and thinks that something else is going on between them. Alice talks to Andrea and asks for a favor. She wants to bring one zombie inside the prison to study it, hoping to learn something about infection and maybe find a cure, or at least a way of killing them more efficiently. They were able to bring back one of the walkers and tie it to a pole in the courtyard, but Rick opposes this decision, saying it's reckless and dangerous to keep it inside the prison. He wants to shoot it, but Alice defends her decision, telling him to calm down and allow her to do the tests. She will be careful and promises that nothing bad will happen. Carol tells Lori that the reason she seems needy is that she always needs a man in her life. First, it was her husband, who used to hit her from time to time, but he was a good man. Carol wants Lori to look after her daughter Sophia if anything bad ever happens to her. She then goes inside the prison and finds Billy. Carol was much older than him, but she needs someone right now and hits on him, and the two make love together. Andrea and Tyrese play basketball together, having a good time, while Dale watches from the sidelines, feeling jealous that he isn't able to play with his girlfriend. While everyone was busy watching the game, Carol goes near the zombie that was tied to the pole and starts talking to it. Out of nowhere, she gets even closer, allowing the zombie to bite her on the neck. When the others realized what was going on, it was too late, and she was already infected. Carol falls on the ground and dies on the spot, but it doesn't take long for her to come back to life as a zombie. Andrea picks up her rifle and shoots her in the head. Herschel saw everything from a distance and saw that she did it on purpose. She wanted to kill herself before, but didn't succeed. This time, she got what she wanted. Even though the entire group was saddened by the whole thing, life goes on, and people try to move on. Andrea and Tyrese build a wooden leg for Dale and attach it to his leg while he was sleeping. Now he will be able to move around without the need for crutches. Dale comes clean and confesses his feelings to Andrea, saying that if she wants, she can have sex with Tyrese and he won't mind it. He knows he's old and can't satisfy her like younger men and completely understands. But she starts laughing and calls him a wonderful, insecure old man. She loves him and wants to be with him and reassures him that Tyrese and she are just friends. Glenn and Maggie think they are ready to have a baby together, even though the world is upside down right now. Tyrese and Michonne spend more and more time together, but she doesn't want to spend the time talking and just uses him to get what she wants. These last couple of months have been the best months they had since the outbreak began, but everything comes crumbling down one day when they see a bunch of people outside the prison walls, driving cars, military trucks, and even tanks. It was the governor from Woodbury who miraculously recovered and came to exact revenge for what they did to him. The Walking Dead Volume 8, Made to Suffer. The story begins with a flashback to a few weeks ago, right after Michonne had finished torturing the governor. Two of his men find him inside the apartment barely alive, with his left eye sticking out. They don't know what to do or who to call, especially since Dr. Stevens ran out with his assistant Alice. One of them suggests bringing Bob, the town drunk who sits outside the governor's home. Bob used to work in the military medical field, but that was over 40 years ago, and only for 2 weeks. The men force him to take care of their boss and try to save his life. The governor wakes up in the infirmary 1 week later. His wounds started to heal up, and he was all bandaged. He couldn't believe that Bob was the one who saved his life. The governor was feeling confident, believing that Martinez would return soon with the location of the prison, but one of the men informs him that Martinez is dead. They found his body on the side of the road. The governor organizes a meeting with everyone in Woodbury, telling them about Rick and his group, calling them monsters, and blaming what happened to him on them. He shows them Martinez's head, saying they killed him in cold blood, and that he needs their help in taking them down. If they don't go after them, they will eventually return to kill them, take their supplies, and take over Woodbury. The people believe his lies and cheer, agreeing to stand behind him all the way. But finding the prison wasn't easy. The men spent countless days scouting the roads, but they couldn't find anyone or any sign of the prison. The governor returns to his room disappointed, but he has other ways to cheer himself up. He takes a pair of clippers and pulls out his daughter's teeth so she couldn't bite him. He then kisses his own daughter in a twisted and disturbed way of pleasuring himself, but it was too much even for him, and he began puking, although he says that in time, he'll find a way to get used to the taste. Several days later, they hear a big explosion at the National Guard base, which leads them to the supermarket, where he finds 4 of his guys killed. The governor was furious and orders his men to follow the tracks and find the prison. The group was here just a few hours ago, and he was right. Eventually, his men find the prison, and they spy inside from a distance. His men want to attack the prison as soon as possible, but the governor disagrees and thinks it's better to wait a few weeks. Eventually, the group will get sloppy and drop their guard, thinking an attack is never going to happen, and that is the perfect time to attack. After a few weeks of training, he and his men were finally ready to attack the prison. The governor gives the order to move, and everyone gets inside their cars, military trucks, and even a tank. They leave Woodbury, heading for the prison, and arrive at the gates in just a few hours. The governor goes on top of the tank and gives the order to kill everyone. His men start shooting, and everyone drops to the ground, trying to avoid getting shot. Rick runs inside the prison, trying to reach Lori. He tells her to take Carl and the other kids and hide in the bathrooms from the lower levels. He can't go with her, because they will be looking for him, and will eventually find them. The governor asks everyone inside the prison to surrender, saying that if they agree to open the main gates and drop all of their weapons, he will spare their lives. He doesn't want them to kill each other, but nobody answers back, so he orders his men to resume firing. But out of nowhere, he gets shot in the shoulder and falls to the ground. It was Andrea, who was keeping watch on one of the prison towers. She kills a few more of his people, dropping them like flies from a distance, but they fire back, and one of the bullets hits her in the face. Michonne wants to go outside the walls and surprise them from behind, but Rick thinks that would be suicide. They need her alive inside more than ever. The attackers use the tank to wipe out a lot of the walkers that were pinned against the fence to clear the way so they can shoot better. Now with their cover blown, the group gets up and tries to make a run for it, but the wave of bullets hits Alex in the arm while nearly avoiding killing him. Glenn gets up in the tower opposite Andrea and begins shooting, but he is a lousy shot and only manages to hit the tank. Michonne takes Tyrese's gun, saying he is useless with it anyway, and fires back, trying to provide some cover fire so the other people can crawl to safety. Luckily, Andrea was not killed, and she recovers, taking the gun back and sniping out attackers from the tower. One by one, the governor's men are taken out, and he is forced to order a retreat, saying they need to regroup before attacking a second time. Slowly but surely, the cars and the tank retreat back towards the forest, giving the people inside the prison much-needed relief. Sadly, things weren't looking too great for them, and there were several injured people, including Andrea, who got shot in the face, Axel, who got hit in the arm, and even Rick, who was shot in the stomach. He falls on the ground unconscious, and the people rush to check if he is still alive. Everyone is taken inside the infirmary to be bandaged, while Alice performs a blood transfusion for Rick because he lost a lot of it. Dale talks to Andrea and says he wants to abandon the prison using the RV. They have a responsibility towards Alan's children of keeping them alive, and if they stay here, they will all die. He wants all of them to leave, not just the two of them. While the governor was regrouping, Michonne convinces Tyrese to go on the offensive and sneak outside and attack them when they least expect it. Tyrese didn't think it was a good idea, but he eventually listens to her, and they both leave the prison, heading towards the forest. Dale offers to take everyone inside the RV, but most of them wanted to stay and take their chances inside the prison. Everyone except Glenn and Maggie. Maggie says she wants to have a baby and doesn't want to die here, and says goodbye to her father. The RV leaves the prison, while the rest of the people prepare for the next attack. Inside the forest, Michonne finds one of the men pissing next to a tree and cuts his face in half, but they are quickly spotted by another. Tyrese jumps him, but he manages to fire off his gun and alert everyone in the camp. A swarm of soldiers comes running out and surrounds the two of them, with no way of escaping. They are able to take Tyrese prisoner and take him back to the governor, while one of them says the girl tried to escape, so he blew her brains out. His boss asks if he saw the body, but he shot her from a distance and only saw her go down. He did, however, manage to get her sword, which he considers a trophy. Rick eventually recovers, but he is devastated to hear that Dale and Glenn left using the RV and thinks it's a bad idea that Tyrese left on his own to fight the governor. He asks Herschel to stack one of the trucks with weapons and supplies, just in case things go south in the next attack, so they can use the truck to escape and survive. He talks to his son in private and gives him a bag filled with supplies, saying he needs to keep it ready at all times in case they need to make a quick escape. He also gives his son his gun back, asking him to be responsible with it, but he wants him to be protected at all times. Alice walks in on Alex and Patricia, making love on one of the infirmary beds, and apologizes for interrupting them. Alex later explains that they started talking, and one thing led to another. He wasn't going to pass on his last chance at being with a woman, and Alice totally understands. While Lori takes a nap, Rick talks to his baby girl, saying how much he loves her, but this precious moment is soon interrupted when Billy screams from the watchtower that they are under attack. A truck approaches the prison, driving backward towards the outer fences. The governor steps out of the car and removes the blanket, revealing that they managed to capture Tyrese, and he is now their prisoner. He gives them one final chance to surrender, saying that if they don't lay down their weapons and open the main gates, he is going to kill Tyrese. Rick says there is nothing they can do to help him. He made his own choice when he went outside of the fences, and besides, if they open the gates and let them inside, they are all going to be killed. The governor takes Michonne's sword and hits Tyrese behind his neck, causing a deep wound. He then continues to hit him with the sword, and his head is completely severed, and then he kicks the head with his boots. The entire scene is horrifying, but there is nothing they could have done to help him. The governor returns to his men and says they didn't surrender and actually shot Tyrese, one of their own people, but this is just another lie. He wants to make his move and attack the prison, no more waiting, but out of nowhere, Michonne sneaks behind him and points a gun at his head. One of the men is not intimidated by her threats and tries to shoot her, but she is able to shoot back and escape during the altercation, taking her sword with her. The governor is furious and wants revenge, so he orders his men to attack the prison. The soldiers shoot randomly towards the prison, trying to hit anything they can, and one of the bullets hits Alex right in the head. He drops to the ground right on top of Rick, while Patricia cries in desperation. The group is able to fire back by hiding behind one of the cars and even hits some of the attackers, while Billy throws something towards them from the watchtower. It is a grenade that strikes one of the cars and kills several soldiers at once. One of the soldiers tells the governor they need to regroup because the men are scared and dying left and right, but before he can finish his sentence, somebody shoots him in the head. It is Andrea, who is back in the RV. She starts picking off soldiers one by one, but doesn't have any cover, and one of the soldiers drives his car into the RV. The governor is tired of losing so many men and not being able to do anything about it, so he gets inside the tank and drives over the zombies and straight through the outer fences. This clears the way, allowing the other soldiers to storm the prison. Rick goes back inside the prison and takes his wife and kid, telling them to stay close to him. The rest of the group is pinned down behind one of the walls when Patricia decides to make a run for it. Sadly, she gets shot straight in the head and collapses. Herschel takes his boy's hand and makes a run for it. but Billy gets caught in the crossfire and gets his brains blown out, just like Patricia. Rick and his family get outside and make a run for it, while Alice stays behind to provide some cover fire, but she gets shot in the knee. She falls on the ground, unable to get up anymore, while the governor kicks her shotgun away. He then points his gun and shoots her in cold blood. He also orders one of his female soldiers to fire towards Rick and his family, and she does. Sadly, she hits Lori and her baby, instantly killing both of them. Rick turns around and sees his dead wife on the ground, but he can't stop. He has to take Carl to safety. The living are more important than the dead. They both reach the opening in the fence, but it is crawling with walkers. Rick is able to keep his son safe, and they pass the gate without getting bitten. Meanwhile, Herschel is taken prisoner and begs God to just kill him and end his suffering. The governor is more than happy to respect his wish. Lily, the woman who killed Lori and her baby, is horrified when she realizes what she just did. She calls the governor a monster and blames him for everything. She puts the barrel of the gun in his mouth and is prepared to end his life, but the walkers break through the gates and storm the prison. She eventually shoots him in the head, and he falls to the ground, becoming food for the pack of zombies that feast on his body. The remaining soldiers slowly retreat inside the prison, but are unable to lock the doors behind them, and the swarm of zombies follows them inside. Rick and Carl are able to escape the prison and make it up the hill, but they stop to catch their breath for a second. Rick asks his son not to look back, but he can't help it anyway. He thinks his mother and baby sister are right behind them. He has no idea they've been killed already. Rick comforts his son and drops down on his knees to give him a hug. The Walking Dead Volume 9, Here We Remain. Once the attack on the prison had stopped, Michonne returns and kills off the remaining walkers, including Tyrese, her former lover. She looks around to see if there are any survivors and finds the RV completely destroyed. One of the attackers was still alive and crawling in the tall grass, but she cuts his head off using her sword. The RV was wrecked, and there was no sign of anyone inside. The entire prison was deserted, and the only ones still walking around were the undead. Rick and Carl stop in the forest to take a break and open a can of green beans, but after losing his mother and baby sister, Carl wasn't hungry at all. They've been walking for many hours, and Rick's wounds were causing him great pain, especially the gunshot in his abdomen. They exit the forest and arrive in an abandoned town with no signs of life. The store was already raided by people, and the only thing left was a box of Cappy cereal. But the place was not as empty as they thought. One zombie attacks them from inside one of the rooms, and Rick tries to kill it with his axe, but he didn't hit hard enough, and the axe gets stuck. Carl takes his gun out and shoots it right in the head, but they wanted to avoid using guns because it might alert other zombies walking around. Luckily, the place seemed deserted, and there was only one zombie left who attacks them, but was easily taken out by Rick. The father and son find an abandoned house and decide to spend the night. Luckily, there was some medicine inside the bathroom, including some disinfectant and antibiotics. Rick regrets not stocking on medicine before leaving the prison. He could have asked Alice to gather more supplies before the attack. There are so many things he could have done differently, but that's all in the past now. They wonder what happened to the others that left the prison before the second attack. Maybe they will run into them again soon, but for now, they need to get some sleep. Rick passes out immediately and has a fever, which scares Carl, who tries to wake him up. But Rick was out cold and moaning in pain, leading Carl to believe he is turning into a zombie. He points the gun towards his dad and waits for him to turn, but nothing happens. He starts crying and realizes that he's just sick, but he can't help him and doesn't want him to die. In the morning, Carl begs his father to wake up, but no use. The fever was taking its toll on his body, and he might as well be dead. As if things weren't bad enough, 2 zombies wanted to enter the house and were tapping on the windows. The boy goes outside and tries to distract them away from the house, hoping they will follow him and leave his dad alone. The zombies follow him through the town, but when Carl took a wrong turn, he got surprised by another zombie from behind. The boy falls on the ground, and he is quickly overrun, so he takes his gun out and shoots the zombies, aiming for their heads. Luckily, he was pretty good at shooting. The training back at the prison came in handy, and he is able to kill all 3 zombies by himself. He goes back inside and talks to his unconscious father, bragging about killing 3 zombies all by himself. He tries to be a tough boy, but Carl eventually starts crying, saying he doesn't need anyone protecting him. He can do it all by himself now. After spending another day unconscious on the ground, the fever helped him fight off the infections, and Rick finally wakes up. He doesn't remember anything from the past 2 days, but was hungry as hell. The next day, they take everything they can from the house, including all the medicine from the bathroom, and leave. But while the father and son were walking away from the house, Rick hears the telephone ringing. He runs inside again and picks up the phone, asking who is on the other line. The person calling was a woman who says they are looking for survivors and calling random phone numbers, trying to see if anyone picks up. The woman and 13 other people are hiding somewhere, but don't want to say where, because she doesn't trust Rick just yet. She promises to call the next day and asks Rick to wait for her call. To pass the time, the father and son go hunting, but they couldn't find anything worth hunting. It was as if the entire place was deserted. They find, however, a man being attacked by a pack of zombies. The man is killed pretty fast while Rick and Carl watched from a distance. Luckily, the man had a car nearby with plenty of supplies and weapons inside. Since he wasn't going to need it anymore, Rick takes it and drives it back to the house. Just as promised, the phone rings again the next day, but Rick wanted to know the woman's name. She says her name is Lori, and she is his wife. Rick is shocked and falls on the chair. He doesn't understand how any of this is possible, but when he checks the telephone wire, it isn't even plugged in. There was nobody on the other side of the line talking to him. It was all in his head. He starts crying and takes responsibility for everything that happened, Lori's and everyone else's deaths. Eventually, he and his son decide to leave again, saying the woman on the phone was crazy and the people with her are crazy. But before leaving, Rick takes the phone and puts it in his backpack. Rick tries to teach his son how to drive and lets him drive for a while, but he is too small and can't reach the pedals. He doesn't even know which pedal is the brake. After hitting a few zombies on the road, Rick talks to Carl and explains he wants him to learn new things because, in this crazy world, he needs to know how to drive. One day, he might be on his own without his dad watching over him. Rick stops next to another car and gets out to siphon some more gas, but out of nowhere, a zombie appears and attacks Carl. He jumps back inside the car and uses his legs to push him away. Out of nowhere, Michonne appears and drives her sword right through the zombie's mouth. Carl is thrilled to see Michonne is still alive and jumps on her, giving her the biggest hug ever. Everyone is happy to see each other, and she asks if she can tag along with them. They spend the night in the middle of the road, with the possibility of being attacked from any direction, but they have no other options. Michonne wants to know what happened back at the prison. She wants to find some closure, and Rick tells her everything, saying he feels responsible for everyone's deaths. They hear some noise behind the car and turn around to check what is happening. It is Glenn and Maggie riding horses, searching for supplies. Everyone is happy to see each other, and Maggie is devastated to find out what happened to her dad and younger brother. After they left the prison, Dale and Andrea returned to Herschel's farm and tried to hide. At least this place was safe, and the governor had no idea it existed. Carl runs to Sophia, saying he missed her a lot, and now they are both without a mother, but the girl says her mother is still alive in the other room. She thinks Maggie is her real mother, and Carl finds the entire interaction disturbing, but he still gives her the biggest hug. Rick tells Dale he feels responsible for everything that happened. If only he'd listened to him when he wanted to leave in the RV, maybe the group would still be alive. Dale comforts him, saying the only reason he's still alive is because he cut off his leg. He wants Rick to focus on the living instead of the dead and stop blaming himself. It wasn't his fault. Moments later, Rick hears Michonne talking to herself, just like she did back in prison. She says it sounds crazy, but she is talking to her dead boyfriend, as if he is standing right next to her. Rick believes her and says they are both crazy because just a few days ago, he was hearing his wife's voice from the telephone in his backpack. The next day, everyone is woken up by loud shouting outside. A group of 3 people arrives at the farm, driving a military truck, saying they don't want any trouble, they just came for supplies. The people introduce themselves. The guy with a ponytail is Dr. Eugene Porter. The guy with a mustache and military clothes is Sergeant Abraham Ford, and the woman is named Rosita Espinosa. The doctor claims he knows exactly what caused the outbreak because he used to work for the government. This plague was developed by the military and was meant to be weaponized before things started going bad. They are on a mission to go to Washington, D.C., where he believes the government has the infrastructure in place to stop this whole mess once and for all. They want some supplies and ammunition, as much as they can spare, or they can join them in their mission and travel together to Washington. They warn them that if they choose to stay in one place, they will eventually get overrun by herds of zombies. The walkers react to sound. The moment they hear a gunshot, all the walkers in that area start going toward the sound. Eventually, they begin forming groups, and when enough of them group together, they form herds. It's just a matter of time until a herd comes marching through the farm, and there is no way of surviving an attack like that. In the morning, a group of walkers finds the farm and jumps over the fences. Sergeant Abraham picks up a fork and starts killing the walkers alone. This guy is a beast and in peak shape. He easily takes out walkers all by himself, just using a fork and a knife. He says this is just the beginning. The next attack might be hundreds or even thousands of these monsters. They need to abandon this farm and come with them. Rick doesn't want to be responsible for making decisions anymore and says he will follow Dale no matter what he decides. The group decides to leave the farm and start packing, gathering all the supplies they have and loading them inside the military truck. Michonne prefers to drive in the smaller car with Rick and Carl, while Glenn and Maggie ride their horses. Once everyone is settled in, they drive off, leaving Herschel's farm behind forever. The Walking Dead Volume 10, What We Become. The story begins with a memory of Carl playing outside and running towards the road. His father shouts at him to stop and grabs him from behind, moments before rushing into the street into an incoming car. Luckily, Rick saved his son at the last moment and asked him to be more careful. He goes back inside, but he is still in shock and shaking in fear, blaming himself that he couldn't protect his son from danger. Lori comforts him and gives him a kiss, but she feels something is wrong. She isn't human anymore. She turns into a zombie and blames him for failing to keep her safe as well. She then attacks him, biting him on the neck and feeding on his flesh, eating his insides. But he doesn't fight back and just says he deserves this. But none of this is real. It is just a sadistic nightmare, and Rick wakes up in shock. He goes outside and nearly gets his head blown off by Abraham, who is keeping watch on the truck. Rick offers to take his shift because he can't sleep anyway and gets on top of the truck. He takes out the phone he took from the house and starts talking to his wife again. Even though she isn't real, it comforts him to hear her voice and talk to someone. In the morning, the group packs their stuff and loads everything inside the truck, ready to leave this place and head towards Washington, D.C. The towns are mostly in ruins and completely deserted. The only ones walking the streets are the undead. The group kills as many walkers as they can and then raids the nearby stores looking for supplies. Sadly, there isn't much they can find. One of the zombies is still alive and surprises Rosita from behind, grabbing her leg. She panics and screams, but Dr. Porter tells her she has nothing to worry about. This zombie is different. He looks sick and can barely open his mouth to bite anyone. They've never seen a sick zombie before and find the entire encounter interesting. The roads are full of abandoned cars, and the group is tired from clearing the road all day. They spend the night on the side of the road talking, while Glenn gets up to check on Maggie, who went to pee. He goes into the forest and finds her hanging from a tree. He panics and screams for help, trying to hold her body up until the rest arrive. Maggie tried to kill herself, but they are able to cut the rope and get her down. Sadly, she isn't breathing anymore, and Glenn performs CPR on her. Abraham thinks she's already dead and pulls him away, saying he wants to shoot her before she turns, but Glenn punches him in the face. Abraham is twice his size and a trained soldier. He quickly knocks Glenn on the ground and pulls a gun to Maggie's head. That's when Rick decides to interfere and pulls his gun on him, asking the soldier to leave the girl alone. It's dangerous to let a dead person turn into a zombie, but Rick wants Glenn to try and save her life before putting a bullet in her head. Luckily, Maggie eventually recovers and wakes up. She isn't dead and only passed out. Glenn couldn't be happier and hugs her tightly, screaming that she's alive and not a zombie. Before going to sleep, Abraham confronts Rick, saying that next time he points a gun at his face, he's going to kill him. Rick calls him an asshole and says likewise. In the morning, Rosita finds Abraham behind the truck, holding his weapon and shaking uncontrollably. He says he's full of rage and almost lost his temper last night, wanting to kill Rick. He begs her not to let him kill again. He killed a lot of people after the outbreak began, but doesn't want to do it again. Ever since he lost his wife and kids, he can't control himself anymore. But Rosita says he's not alone and gives him a big kiss. The journey towards Washington continues, driving the crowded streets, clearing all the abandoned cars, and avoiding the undead that are everywhere. Carl loves to watch Michonne clearing the undead with her sword and thinks she's cool. The group arrives at a crossroad and can't decide whether to take the interstate or just follow the normal roads. But Rick has an idea. He wants to go back to his hometown and raid the police station where he used to work. He still has the keys and says there are lots of weapons and ammo still inside and thinks they might need them going forward. Abraham agrees, and the two of them, together with Carl, take a smaller car and head towards Cynthiana. The entire journey will take at least one day, so they stop to spend the night on the highway. At night, however, they are jumped by a group of bandits who want to take their stuff. The group is ambushed, but Rick panics and hits one of the attackers. This pisses their leader, who says he only wanted to rob them, but now he wants to violate the little boy and make his father watch. Upon hearing this, Rick goes berserk and brutally attacks him, biting a chunk of flesh straight out of his neck. While the others were distracted by this, Abraham pulls his gun and shoots the second guy in the head. The third one pulls a knife on Carl and threatens to kill him if they don't stay back, but the boy hits him over the hand, causing him to drop his knife. Rick takes the knife and goes to town on the guy, while Abraham keeps the boy safe. In the morning, Abraham is shocked by what Rick did to that man who wanted to hurt his boy, cutting him into pieces and holding his insides in his hands. This changes a man forever. He knows because he went through the same thing. He starts crying and confesses what happened to him. When the outbreak began, his wife and daughter stayed with a group of friends and neighbors, thinking it would be safer that way. Soon after, the group turned into animals and violated both of them, almost like a switch went off in them. When he finally found the men responsible for this, he pulled them apart with his bare hands. He went crazy, practically turning one boy inside out, someone who used to mow his lawn when he was younger. His family witnessed the entire thing, and they were frightened of him and ran away. When he eventually found them a few days later, they were bitten and turned into zombies. The world has changed now, and if you want to survive and protect the people you love, you have to change as well. Nothing will ever be the same. Carl was just pretending to be asleep and heard everything. He says he also killed a man, shot in the neck because he wanted to hurt his dad. Meanwhile, Dale talks to Andrea, saying he wants to stay behind and start a life at the farms nearby. He doesn't want to follow Rick all the way to Washington. He doesn't want to abandon the group and will gladly let the others stay as well, but he thinks this is the best decision going forward. Before going back to the police station for supplies, Rick stops at his former home because he wants to check something. Morgan, the man who saved his life right after he woke up from a coma, was still living next door and almost kills him, thinking he was a zombie. Morgan never left this place, but sadly, his son was bitten and turned into a zombie. He didn't have the heart to kill him, so he kept him tied up inside the house with him. The others were shocked, but they understand how he feels. However, Rick explains he is not his son anymore and gives him a gun, asking him to end the boy's suffering. Morgan shoots the gun and exits the home, saying he killed his boy. He then decides to leave the home and join Rick and the others. But just as they left, his boy comes running out of the house. He didn't have the guts to kill his own son and left him alive. Luckily, Rick still kept his keys because he always felt naked without them, saying he even used to take them on vacation, and Lori used to make fun of him because of this. After almost 1 year since the outbreak began, nobody tried to loot this place, and it was still packed with weapons and other supplies. The road back went smoothly, but Carl is scared by Morgan, who stares at him all the time. He didn't want to scare the young boy. He just reminded him of his own son. However, just a few miles away from the camp, they run into a herd of walkers who block the road and come at them from every direction. Abraham tells Rick to drive straight through them at full speed, but they eventually hit another car, and he gets thrown over on the side of the road. The men are able to break the windshield and blast their way out of the car, jumping on top of the car, and then running between waves of undead. Abraham provides cover from the side and even picks up Carl to carry him. They are able to escape the initial attack and put some distance between them and the walkers, but the herd was right behind them. The men find an abandoned home, but the door was locked, so Abraham kicks it with his foot. They block the door with furniture and then inspect the home to see if any zombies were inside. Morgan clears the room and finds the entire family dead with bullets in their heads. The father had killed his children and then blew his brains out using a shotgun. Carl finds a toy and starts it to make noise in order to attract the walkers and keep them focused on the house while they sneak out the back door. Meanwhile, Dale and Andrea move to a nearby farm with the twins while they wait for Rick and the others to return with supplies. The old man tries to convince her to stay here because it's safer for them and the kids in the long run. Staying with Rick will just put them in danger, but Andrea is unsure what to do. Glenn asks Maggie to talk about what just happened. Ever since she tried to take her own life, she was silent and refused to talk. She says she is okay because when she was hanging from a tree, she didn't experience the afterlife and says there is nothing waiting for them after death. She thought she could finally be with her family again after death, but now she wants to make the most out of living and promises she won't try to kill herself again. Rick and Abraham finally come back, but they are running and screaming desperately. The herd of zombies was right behind them, and the group heads to the farm where Dale was staying. Dale doesn't want to leave this place and thinks they can just hide inside until the herd passes, but Dr. Porter advises against this decision. If one of the walkers decides to go inside the house, all of them will follow like sheep. It only takes one small sound, and all of them will follow it. The best thing they can do is stay together and keep moving, avoiding staying in one place for too long. Dale blames everything bad that happened to them recently on Rick. Even now, he brought the herd of walkers toward them. He decides to listen to Andrea and abandon this farm, but wonders what kinds of dangers await them next because of Rick. The Walking Dead Volume 11, Fear the Hunters. The group continues their journey towards Washington when, out of nowhere, they find a van on the side of the road. Luckily, it still has the keys in the ignition and is in good condition. Andrea opens the door and finds mattresses in the back, saying that Christmas came early this year and calling dibs on sleeping inside tonight. Just as before, Rick spends the nights talking on the phone with his dead wife. He loves hearing her voice, even though it's only happening in his mind. In the morning, the group gets ready to leave again, but Andrea can't find the twins, so she goes looking for them. Nothing could prepare her for what she was about to find. Ben, one of the twins, used a knife to kill his brother Billy, saying they don't have to worry because he is going to come back as a zombie. He made sure not to hurt his brain. Andrea falls to her knees in complete and utter shock. She can't believe what just happened. Dale arrives and reacts the same way, not wanting to believe that someone so young could be capable of murdering his brother. Pretty soon, everyone in the group is aware of what happened, but nobody knows what to do next. Abraham doesn't trust the young boy, saying that if something like this had happened before the outbreak, he would be sent to a mental institute for the next 20 years, but now there isn't much they can do about it except Andrea is appalled at even the idea of killing a child. He didn't even know what he did. He doesn't understand murder, but this makes him even more dangerous. What's stopping him from killing any one of them in their sleep? Their little meeting is interrupted by someone walking on the side of the road. It's a priest who walks around in priest clothes, holding a Bible in his hands and saying he comes in peace. He says his name is Father Gabriel Stokes. He doesn't have any weapons and claims he is harmless. He just wants some food if they can spare any. At night time, while everyone is sleeping, Carl sneaks out of his bed and goes outside to the van where Ben is sleeping. Ben is startled as he wakes up and asks Carl if he's afraid of him, but Carl looks at him very seriously and says he isn't. Suddenly, a loud gunshot wakes everyone up immediately. The van doors are opened, and everyone checks to see what happened. Sadly, someone has murdered Ben, shooting him in his bed. Dale is overwhelmed with grief and falls to his knees, demanding to know which one of them killed his boy, but nobody knows what just happened. After burying the twins together and performing a small ceremony, the group packs up and leaves again, heading to Washington, but someone is behind them, watching from a distance. While everyone gathers around the campfire to eat, Dale keeps his distance and wants to be left alone to mourn. Carl calls him a crybaby and pathetic, saying that Ben and Billy weren't even his real kids. He shouldn't cry about it so much. Carl wants to leave the campfire, but runs into a pack of zombies and panics. The group grabs their weapons and begins defending the camp, taking them out one by one. Dale calls for help while holding his shoulder, and Andrea rushes to save him. She thinks he was bitten, but he says he is unharmed. They only ripped his shirt. Rick talks to his son about his behavior earlier, but Carl doesn't back down and calls Dale weak and a burden. People like him need his dad to protect them and make the hard decisions when necessary. After things settle down, Andrea wants to go pee and heads into the forest alone, but she hears something in the darkness and pulls her rifle out, realizing she's not alone. The group quickly arrives, but it's too dark and too dangerous to check who it was, maybe in the morning. Meanwhile, Abraham and Rosita are going at it in the back seat of the truck, but their friend, Dr. Porter, is just outside watching the whole thing. While everyone is sound asleep, Dale gets up and looks one last time at Andrea while she is sleeping soundly, and then wanders off into the forest alone. After walking for several minutes, someone strikes him with a gun over the head, and he falls to the ground unconscious. In the morning, Michonne talks to Rick, asking questions about Morgan. She says she kinda likes him, but doesn't know too much about him. All she knows is that after Tyrese was killed, she's been feeling very lonely and doesn't want to end up alone. Andrea wakes up and realizes that Dale is missing. Something must have happened to him. The group agrees to go searching for him, but they can't go around screaming, or they will attract walkers to their position. They also can't afford to spend many hours searching for him. He probably left on his own and wanted to disappear. It is getting dark soon and there is still no sign of Dale, so the group decides to spend the night inside the church that belongs to Father Gabriel. The place is big and well protected. It's the perfect spot. Dale eventually wakes up, but has no clue what happened to him or where he is. A strange man by the name of Chris appears and starts talking to him, saying he isn't dead yet but feels sorry for this situation. None of this is personal. They are just doing what they can to survive. We then see that Dale was missing his other leg as well. These people had cut off his leg and ate it. They never expected him to taste this good. You would think that the meat from younger people tastes better, but that's not always the case. Usually the women taste better, probably because of the extra layer of fat on their bodies. Dale starts crying, but crying soon turns to laughter, and the people thought he was going crazy. He calls them names and idiots, saying he was abandoning the camp and his people for a reason. Sadly, in the earlier encounter with a zombie, Dale was bitten, and he was slowly turning into a zombie. His meat is tainted, and these pathetic cannibals had just eaten tainted meat. Everyone started puking while Dale was amused by the entire situation. Chris kicks him in the head and calls him names, telling him to stop laughing. Back at the church, Rick comforts Andrea, trying to make her feel better. She confides in him and talks about the first time they met Dale. She and her sister acted cute just so they would have a place to sleep. They never found Dale attractive or hit on him, but he was always nice to them. After Amy died, she got really close to Dale and began to love him, even though he was insecure about his age. But she truly loves him. He is the perfect man for her. The next day, the cannibals bring Dale and drop him in front of the church, waiting to see what happens. The group rushes to help him and is surprised that he is still alive, but Rick realizes they are not alone. He asks everyone to run inside and starts shooting towards the trees. The cannibals shoot back and hit Glenn in the leg, but they are able to pull him inside the church and lock the doors. Rick is furious and wants revenge, saying these strangers are messing with the wrong people. After a few minutes and a little help from Dr. Porter, Dale wakes up and tells everyone what happened. He says he was bitten and wanted to leave the camp and was kidnapped by these cannibals. He describes the neighborhood where they were keeping him, but he didn't see much because he was laying down and is not familiar with this place at all. Rick forms a small group and goes searching for them, believing that it's better to attack when they don't expect it. The first neighborhood they search is empty, and there is no sign of people anywhere. They needed to keep looking. The cannibals were talking amongst themselves, feeling confident that letting Dale go would scare the others, causing them to make mistakes and potentially allowing them to kidnap another person, maybe someone younger to satisfy their hunger. But out of nowhere, Rick starts walking out of the woods. They didn't expect to see him here and immediately threaten him. Rick wants to know if there is any way to resolve this amiably. Would they agree to let him and his people leave peacefully and stop coming after them? Chris confidently replies that they will never stop hunting them. The first time they ate another person was because they ran out of food, and things got desperate really fast. They usually avoid bigger groups of people because it's too much trouble for a small group like themselves, but every so often, they catch someone and eat parts of their body. When they started doing this, they had children in the group, so they started by eating the children first. Kids are mostly a burden, and once that burden was gone, things were a lot easier. After hearing everything he needed to hear, Rick is convinced of what kind of people he is dealing with, and decides to end it. He asks Andrea to shoot one of them in the ear. They thought he was alone all this time, but Rick had backup hiding in the trees. Andrea shoots Chris's finger right off, and the cannibals eventually surrender. Abraham takes all their weapons while Chris drops to his knees and asks what's going to happen to them. Rick jokingly replies that maybe they will carve off a piece and have a taste. Chris begs for his life, saying he will leave them alone and doesn't want any more trouble. He just wants to leave. But he clearly said just a minute ago that he will never stop hunting them. The group ties the cannibals down and tortures them the entire night. They use Michonne's sword and the axe to chop off body parts and throw them in the fire, doing to them what they did to others. Father Gabriel watches in horror as the group tortures, mutilates, and kills the cannibals right in front of him. He can't justify any of this, but Rick reminds him that these people killed their own children, ate them, and now they wanted to go after Carl. These sick bastards deserved what happened to them. Before turning into a zombie, Dale apologizes to Rick one final time, saying he is sorry for doubting him. He blamed him for every bad decision he made, but Rick never wanted to be the leader. He just did what he thought was the right thing, and most of them are still alive because of him. Several hours later, he dies in bed and turns into a zombie, but Andrea is right behind with a gun and blows his brains out. Instead of burying him in the ground, the group burns his body because he didn't want to be a burden anymore. Carl looks at his father and starts crying, confessing that he was the one who killed Ben in the van. The Walking Dead, Volume 12, Life Among Them. The group continues their journey towards Washington, D.C., but every town they find on the way is overrun with walkers. Rick and Carl are exploring the woods and towns nearby, talking about food and how much they miss burgers and pizza. Rick asks his son why he killed Ben. He did it because it needed to be done, and just like him, Carl is tough and wants to do the necessary things to keep the group safe. Rick and Abraham knew they had to kill the boy, but they couldn't do it, so Carl took the responsibility off their shoulders. He didn't enjoy doing it, however, and starts crying. Rick is sorry his son has to go through this. This new world is cruel and doesn't care about children's innocence. Sadly, after raiding a few towns and shops, they barely found enough food to last them a couple of days. Rick wants to use the walkie-talkie and talk to the government in Washington. but Eugene thinks it's better to wait another day to save the battery. The two men get into a heated argument, and Rick tries to take the walkie-talkie from him, but during the altercation, they drop it on the floor, exposing the truth. The radio didn't even have batteries inside, and Eugene tries to lie about it, but they didn't believe him. The truth is, there were never any batteries inside, and Eugene was never talking to the government back in Washington. There was nobody there waiting for them. It was all a lie. Abraham loses his temper and attacks him, calling him a liar and asking if he's really a scientist. It turns out Eugene is actually a high school science teacher, and he doesn't know what started the outbreak, nor does he have a cure for it. Everything was just a big lie. Abraham risked the lives of many men to get here, believing that they were on a mission, and feels betrayed. A lot of good men lost their lives for this mission, and now they don't know what to do anymore. Should they go on towards the capital or turn back? Their conversation is interrupted by a man named Aaron, who wants to talk to the group leader. The two men are surprised to see another living person appearing out of nowhere and are suspicious at first. Just to be sure, Rick knocks him out cold, hoping to get some more answers after they tie him up. The man wakes and starts talking, saying he is part of a larger group, around 34 people to be more exact, and they live inside a safe community on the other side of D.C., about 20 miles away. Aaron is a recruiter, going around searching for survivors and asking them to join their community if they are nice people. But before they could get more answers, a swarm of zombies appears out of nowhere and attacks them. The group quickly takes action and takes them out one by one. They've been doing this for so long they were now experts in taking down walkers. In just a matter of minutes, they take out about a dozen zombies without even breaking a sweat. Michonne says she wants to go with Aaron. A bigger, safer community of people with plenty of supplies sounds like a dream come true. She is tired of living on the streets, watching her back every damn minute. Everyone agrees and decides to follow Aaron back in the morning, but Rick is skeptical as usual. On their way there, Aaron meets another friend of his named Eric. Both of them used a radio to spy on the group and listen in on their conversations. That's how they are able to determine if the people they meet on the road are good or bad. Rick asks Abraham what he thinks of Aaron, if they should trust him or not, but after what happened with Dr. Porter, he's not so sure anymore. He thought he knew how to read people and spot a liar. The road to the community was pretty uneventful for the most part, a few walkers here and there, but the group dealt with them easily. The group stops at a crossroads and prefers to go around the capital, because, like in Atlanta, the city was infested with walkers. Out of nowhere, they see a flare going up from inside the city, and Aaron thinks it's one of their men. They have a team of people going into the city for supplies every day. They probably got into trouble and need to be rescued. Rick and Abraham follow Aaron inside the zombie-infested city, but things were looking really bad. Luckily, the people that fired the flare were still alive, but one of them has a broken leg. They get him inside the van while the rest defend the area, blasting zombies left and right. They try to drive away, but the zombies were too many and coming from every direction, when out of nowhere someone started shooting them down. It was a group of men loaded with machine guns on top of a truck. Other men from the same community saw the flare and came to help. With the help of reinforcements, the group was able to clear a path and escape the city unharmed. After a few more hours, the entire group of people arrives at the community, a neighborhood of beautiful houses, surrounded by a giant fence protecting its people. Carl and his dad couldn't believe this place was actually real and couldn't be happier. There was even a group of kids playing on the streets. When was the last time people felt so safe and carefree? Before anything, Rick is taken inside a house to talk to the leader of this community, a man named Douglas Monroe. Douglas is happy to meet Rick and asks him to have a seat. He tells him a story that happened before the outbreak began. A man in Florida was high on drugs and attacked his 4-year-old son and ate his eyeballs. He wants to make a point that there is evil in the world, even before this whole thing even started. There are some crazy people out there, dangerous people, but somehow Rick and his group survived for 14 months. Douglas is impressed and says he needs more people like Rick, survivors that can keep their people safe no matter what. They are constantly expanding the community, moving the fence further and further to include more houses, and everyone inside the community must do their part. He offers Rick the job of town sheriff, especially since he used to be a cop before, and Rick gladly accepts. The two men shake on it and welcome each other to the community. Rick decides to finally take a shower and shave. God knows it's been many months since the last time he did it. A woman named Olivia offers to cut his hair as well, and in just a few hours he was looking like a new man. He even started wearing a sheriff's jacket, and Abraham couldn't even recognize him anymore. But not everyone was thrilled about the new people moving in. Regina, Douglas's wife, is pissed about inviting some strangers to just move in like this. Her husband says they need a lot of people to keep this community safe and running, especially if they want to keep expanding. But Heath, one of the men that Rick saved inside the city, says the group could turn out to be another Davidson. This pisses Douglas off, and he grabs Heath by the throat, saying he never wants to hear that name ever again, pointing to something terrible that happened before. Carl gets into a heated argument with another boy who wanted to touch his gun. Douglas likes the way Rick de-escalated the entire situation, but wants him and his group to hand over all of their guns, saying they don't allow guns inside the community. They ask everyone to deposit the guns inside the first house, calling it the armory, but Michonne is allowed to keep her sword for sentimental value, only if she keeps it inside the house at all times. The group is given 3 houses to sleep in, and for the moment, they need to share them accordingly. Abraham thinks it's a good idea to spend the first few nights in the same house because they don't know these people yet, and it's better to be careful, and Rick agrees. The following day, all of the children attend a Halloween event, going from house to house collecting candy, but Carl hates the entire thing in this place. He says this place doesn't feel real, and it feels like everyone is playing pretend, oblivious to the dangerous world outside of these walls. Rick comforts his son and reminds him it's okay to be a kid and play with the other children, something he forgot to do since the outbreak began. But he doesn't want to get used to a normal life because it will make him weak, especially when they will eventually have to leave this place. Andrea's job is on the lookout. Since she is such a great shooter, she will keep watch and keep everyone safe inside the community. Because Abraham is young and strong, he is put in construction, helping the other men expand the community and build more walls, while his girlfriend Rosita will be working as a nurse alongside 3 other doctors inside the community. Douglas visits Andrea and hits on her, saying that even though he is married, it's only a political marriage. His wife doesn't care what he does, and he feels the same way about her. He is very lonely and makes advances on the young girl, but she says she's not interested and just leaves. While Rick was appointed as the new town sheriff, Glenn is going to be doing runs into the city to search for supplies, something which Maggie disapproves of. At nighttime, everyone is invited to attend a party in one of the houses while everyone gets to know each other a bit better. A handsome young guy named Spencer talks to Andrea outside and hits on her, but their conversation is interrupted by Douglas, who is obviously jealous of this and cuts in. Michonne dressed up nicely and talks to the other women inside the community, but she can't get used to socializing and leaves kinda pissed off. On her way back, she meets Morgan, who also left the party early. After losing his son, he's been feeling depressed, and it wasn't easy seeing all those people happy and acting as if life was back to normal. Rick ends the night early and brings Carl back home. He then finds Glenn sitting in his room and asks how it went. Rick sent Glenn to inspect the armory house to see if there's a way to break inside. They don't trust this community and find the entire situation strange. He wants his guns back, just to be sure, and Glenn is going to get them for him. The Walking Dead Volume 13, Too Far Gone. Life continues as usual in the small community. Abraham wakes up but feels extremely nervous because he has to go outside the walls for construction work. Carl starts crying while having breakfast with his dad, remembering how his mother used to make him cereal every morning. Michonne and Morgan spent the night together, but he second-guesses this decision in the morning. He still misses his wife and son and thinks he made a mistake. Abraham and his team of workers stock up on weapons before leaving the safety of the community. Life on the other side of the wall is dangerous. There is a construction site right next to where they leave and use this place to build the materials they need for the walls. Everyone begins work while Abraham, being the new guy, is stuck on a material run. One of the workers tells him that Douglas places people where they'll do the best work, but that's all bullshit. Usually, the people assigned to construction are the dumbest and the most expendable. Things progress as usual, and the men work on building the wall and securing a new addition to the community. But out of nowhere, a pack of walkers sneaks up on them. Holly, one of the girls, gets separated from the rest and surrounded by zombies, while Tobin gives the order to the group to get in formation. They leave Holly behind, deciding the best thing to do is keep the group safe at all costs. But Abraham takes things into his own hands and jumps to save the girl. He picks up his weapon and starts blasting zombies left and right, easily dealing with the attack. The other men are left in shock and highly impressed with his capabilities as a soldier. Overwhelmed by the entire attack, the group wants to fall back to the safety of the shelter, but Abraham encourages them to continue the work, saying they still have enough time to finish the job. He's earned the admiration of these men and takes a leadership position, while Holly thanks him for saving her life. But to him, this is normal. His people always protect each other and never leave someone behind. Back in the community, Glenn was able to sneak inside the armory and steal a few guns, enough to share between every member of the group. Rick offers one gun to Andrea, but she refuses, saying she wants to be a member of this community and wants to respect its laws. Rick likes it here as well, but he doesn't fully trust this place and its people and needs to think about his son. He has a duty to keep him safe at all costs. 1 week later, Tobin visits Douglas and tells him about Abraham. He is now the new leader of the construction crew, and the people respect and trust him. He values life more than anything and is willing to do what's necessary to keep the people safe and finish the job. Tobin is fine with this and thinks it's for the best. For the first time in a long time, the people gather inside the church while Father Gabriel holds his first ceremony since he left his church. But Gabriel is haunted by the memories of what they did to that crew of cannibals several weeks ago and asks for a sign from God on what to do next. Glenn and Heath get on their bikes and go on their first run for supplies, heading straight toward Washington City. The best way inside is by jumping from one rooftop to another, but it's been a long time since Glenn did this, and he almost falls down. Luckily, he lands on the fire escape, and Heath helps him get up in one piece. Unfortunately, they can't go down the fire escape because the entire building is surrounded by walkers. They'll have to wait until they leave. The two men decide to spend the night on the rooftop, hoping that in the morning the place will be clear of walkers. Father Gabriel visits Douglas, saying he has something to confess. He accuses Rick and his group of doing unspeakable things, saying they are not to be trusted and don't belong here. But Douglas doesn't want to hear about it. He was also forced to kill people to keep this community safe and doesn't judge Rick for what he had to do to survive. Rick patrols the streets and finds Peter sleeping on the porch. Peter is the father of the little boy with a black eye, and he had a fight with his wife. That's why he was sleeping on the porch. Rick always suspected the guy might be violent, possibly beating his kids and even his wife, and he mentions it to his partner the next day. Glenn and Heath wake up, but the zombies are still lurking around the building, but they quickly realize why. There was a group of men stuck inside one of the stores across the street, trying to escape, but couldn't because they were surrounded. One of them makes a decision to throw one of their own toward the zombies, distracting them long enough so they could escape. The zombies tore through that poor man, devouring him in mere seconds. At least the walkers were now distracted, and Glenn and Heath are able to go down and find a pharmacy. The place was mostly looted, but they still found a few things they needed and then got the hell out of the city. On their way back, however, a group of strangers heard motorcycle noise and realized they were not the only ones inside the city. Rick visits Peter's wife and asks her if her husband is violent. She admits he hits her and her son sometimes, but what can she do about it? There is nowhere to go, and Rick can't do anything about it because this place doesn't even have a jail. Douglas says Peter is one of the town's doctors, and they need him, but Rick doesn't care. In his eyes, nobody is above the law, and he wants to do something about him. He goes directly to his home and punches him in the face, taking his anger out on him and asking him to confess that he beats his wife and kid. Peter defends himself and calls Rick crazy, punching him back. The fight quickly escalates, and the two men jump through the window, injuring both of them. Rick claims he is saving Peter's wife and son, and his actions are justified, but Douglas asks him to calm down. Rick gets defensive and pulls a gun on Douglas, threatening him, saying he is doing this to protect the community. He believes he is the one doing what needs to be done, and that everyone needs him. Out of nowhere, Michonne hits him on the back of the head with a rock and asks Douglas to get his gun. Rick made a fool of himself completely and didn't even realize it until he saw the looks on everyone's faces. He felt ashamed and couldn't believe he had just lost his temper like that. He was taken to the infirmary and treated for his cuts and wounds while Douglas told him a story. When he first came here, there used to be a man in charge named Alexander Davidson. He could think on his feet, make quick decisions, and keep everyone alive in the early days, but then things changed. He started abusing his power and abused a lot of women, offering them shelter and safety in exchange for sexual favors. One of the girls even killed herself because of this. He abused his power, forced people into jobs they didn't want to do, and put others in danger instead of himself. It was clear to Douglas that he had to go. In order to keep this community safe and organized, they had to kill Davidson because he became a problem. He tells Rick he doesn't want to do the same thing to him. He doesn't want to murder him. Rick understands, knows what he did was wrong, and tells the story of Shane, his former partner. Shane was the leader of the group at first, but when Rick showed up, they started disagreeing on many things. In the end, Shane had to go, but it wasn't Rick who killed him. It was his son. Douglas doesn't agree with Rick's actions and thinks he went too far, but he does agree to give him his gun back. saying the community needs someone like him, someone who is willing to do what's necessary to keep its people safe. After this, everyone started looking at him weirdly, questioning him as the town's sheriff, but Michonne was pissed and told him to get his shit together. Rick goes back home and gets his telephone to talk to Lori again. He missed hearing her voice. It's been so long, but Carl overhears everything and questions his actions. Rick comes clean and says he knows Lori's voice isn't real, but he likes to think he's actually talking to her. He misses her greatly. Carl wants to see if he can hear her voice as well, but finds the entire thing stupid and throws the phone away, saying his mother is dead and he can't talk to her anymore. Heath's friend, the one who broke his leg in the city when they were on a run for supplies, had a terrible infection, and his leg wasn't healing at all. He'd had a high fever for several weeks and eventually died. Peter comes out of nowhere looking for Rick, saying that his wife left him because of him and moved with his son into another house. He pulls a knife and wants to kill Rick, but Regina gets in the way, and he slices her throat by mistake. Spencer pushes him to the ground, while Rick pulls a gun on him, saying he doesn't belong here and is a danger to the community. Rick knew this the first time he saw Peter's son with a black eye. Douglas looks at his dead wife and gives Rick the order to kill him. With a cold look in his eye, Rick pulls the trigger and ends his life. But the shot could be heard miles away in the emptiness of the night, and the strangers from before overhear it, saying they are not far from where it came from. These strangers are part of a larger group, and they are desperately looking for supplies and food. They plan to ambush the people from wherever the gunshot came and organize a plan of attack. The next day, Father Gabriel holds a funeral for Heath's friend, who died of a leg infection, and for Peter. But while everyone is gathered inside the church, a loud noise can be heard outside. Everyone wants to rush outside, but Rick asks Michonne to keep everyone safe inside, while he and the men go to the gates to check it out. A bald man is waiting for him there, calling him a little pig, and asking him to let him inside. Rick says they are always looking to grow the group and let more people join, but this is not the right way to ask to get inside. Out of nowhere, a sniper puts a red dot on Rick's chest, threatening to kill him if he doesn't open the door right away. But Rick is not impressed and doesn't back down. Suddenly a loud shot can be heard, and the dot on his chest disappears. Andrea spotted the sniper from the watchtower and shot him dead. She then pointed her rifle at the strange man and shot him right in the head, killing him on the spot. One of the other strangers claims they are desperate and are not going back on the road. They will either take the community by fighting or die trying. Sadly for them, it was the second option. Rick's men were able to arm themselves and, together with Abraham, they shot and killed every single one of the attackers. But the gunfight could be heard from miles away, even to the deepest corners of the city, and a lot of walkers were alerted to the sound. The group burned the attackers' bodies, then buried their own dead, Regina, Scott, and of course, Peter. Douglas admits that he was wrong about Peter, and Rick saw something that none of them did. He also stepped up and defended the community against the attack, and in his eyes, Rick needs to be the new leader. Douglas hands over the leadership to him and walks away. The Walking Dead, Volume 14. No Way Out. After the group dealt with the strangers who wanted to get inside the community, Rick talks to Andrea and thanks her for saving his life by shooting the sniper that was about to blow his brains out. Out of nowhere, Aaron comes running on his horse screaming for help, but he wasn't alone. He was carrying his boyfriend Eric and says he's been stabbed. They rush Eric to the infirmary to get him bandaged. But when they open the door, they find Heath and Dr. Denise in their underwear. They've been fooling around inside. While the doctor was performing the operation, Aaron says they approached a woman outside in the wild who seemed pretty normal at first. It turns out she was kind of crazy and stabbed Eric in the abdomen and then stole one of their horses. Luckily, the wound wasn't fatal and Denise was able to patch him up quickly. Rick wants Andrea to take the day off and just relax. She's been through a lot lately, but she wants to go out with the construction team and keep watch while they work. A few walkers gathered around the walls, and Abraham goes outside to take them out. He warns Tobin to get inside, because there are more of them gathering. Aaron says hello to Maggie and apologizes for losing the other horse. Even though it wasn't his fault, he feels guilty for trusting that woman who stabbed Eric and managed to run away with their horse. After talking to her, Aaron goes searching for Douglas because he has something important to tell him. Meanwhile, Abraham gathers all the men and organizes a small group to go outside and kill most of the walkers who were grouping near the walls. The recent attack from the strangers made a lot of noise that attracted many walkers to their location. They agree to split into 2 teams going in different directions, and after clearing the walls, they will meet again at the main gates. While this was going on, Aaron tells Douglas he is not going out to recruit people anymore. After his recent incident when Eric was nearly killed, He feels it's becoming too dangerous and doesn't want to do it anymore. He was also surprised to learn that Douglas gave up the leadership position and appointed Rick instead. Things were going well outside, and the group was slowly dealing with the waves of zombies. But out of nowhere, Andrea shoots a warning shot, and everyone is alarmed. The men circle back to the main gates, but they weren't expecting what was about to happen next. A horde of walkers was slowly coming from the city and heading toward the main gates. Everyone started panicking and ran toward the gate, trying to get inside and close it before the walkers broke inside. During the attack, Bruce, one of the construction workers, is bitten on the neck and falls to the ground. He says he doesn't want to die, but Abraham doesn't care and does what needed to be done. He strikes him in the head with a baseball bat, killing him on the spot. Holly slaps him at first, calling him heartless, but he was bitten and would eventually turn. She then comforted him and hugged him, calling him honey, but Abraham tells her to be careful because someone might see them. The two of them were secretly having an affair, even though he was involved with Rosita. For the moment, the group successfully managed to close the door and fight off the initial wave of walkers, but in just a few minutes, the entire community was surrounded. Rick organizes a defense and wants everyone to keep guard and inspect the wall for potential weaknesses. As long as the wall is intact, they are safe inside, and they have nothing to worry about. Just to be sure, he wants everyone in town to carry a gun, including his son, who handed over his gun when they moved here. Jessie, the wife of the man that Rick killed, asks if she can move into the same house as him and Carl, at least for the time being, while they figure out a way to deal with the walkers. But during the night, her son visits Carl in his room and says that Rick killed his dad. Rick killed a lot of people, and so did Carl, but the boy doesn't understand why his dad got to be the bad guy, while Rick was the good guy. Sadly, that's just how some things are in life. Jessie appreciates everything that Rick did for her. Stepping in to protect her from her abusive husband was not an easy thing to do. People usually ignore other people's problems and stay out of it, but not Rick. He always helps people that are in need. He doesn't even think about it anymore. It's common sense for him. The people spend the night in their homes while the men keep watch, inspecting the wall to make sure there aren't any cracks where the walkers can sneak inside. While everyone was sleeping, Jessie visits Rick in his room and asks if she can sleep in the same bed. She hits on him and starts kissing him, saying she feels much safer having him around. At first, he refused her advances, but eventually, he gives in and makes love to her. Morgan and Michonne spend the night together as well, but he starts talking about his feelings, which pisses her off. She likes things simple, finds it hard to manifest her feelings, and hates it when men become too clingy. In the morning, Rick gets dressed to start his shift after spending a beautiful night together with Jessie. On the way out, he looks at Lori's telephone, but chooses to ignore it, saying she's not even real. One of the men found a weakness inside the wall where zombies were trying to push through. They decide to put a truck in front to keep the wall from collapsing, thinking it will hold for the time being until they find a more permanent solution. In the meantime, he wants 2 men to guard this portion at all times and report if anything bad happens. When this whole thing started yesterday, Andrea was stuck outside in the church tower where she was keeping watch. She is unable to return to the community, and Glenn wants to go to her and bring her some supplies. Heath and Spencer offer to help as well, and the 3 men come up with a plan. They throw a rope over the wall onto the next house and want to cross it to the other side. The rope, however, begins to sag when they were about halfway through, putting them in danger of being grabbed by the zombies below. Spencer was the last one to cross, and the rope breaks just towards the end. He falls down but holds onto the rope, and Glenn and Heath pull him to safety in the last second. Luckily, they had some extra help. Andrea showed up and helped them pull him to safety. Eventually, the horde of zombies grew too big, and they forced their way inside the hole in the wall. The alarm was rung, and everyone runs outside to see what just happened. Sadly, it was too late for the people guarding the wall, and zombies were already inside. During the attack, Morgan is bitten on the hand and drops his baseball bat, leaving him defenseless. Rick asks Michonne to hurry and cut his arm off, hoping to stop the virus from spreading to the rest of his body. Abraham and the others show up, armed with pitchforks and baseball bats, ready to deal some damage. They stay there to deal with the horde, while Rick takes Morgan to the infirmary. The people fight bravely, but the undead were just too many and slowly overpower them. Pretty soon, the streets were crawling with zombies, and everyone hides inside their homes to keep safe. Denise did her best to slow the bleeding and bandage Morgan. Only time will tell if they move fast enough to save his life, or if he is going to die and turn into a zombie. Carl stays in the room with him with the gun locked and loaded, just in case he turns. Morgan eventually wakes up and says he saw when Carl killed one of the twins. but didn't say anything to the others. He knows that Carl is a good boy and only did what needed to be done. That takes a lot of courage, but he feels sorry because Carl is never going to experience a proper childhood. The neighborhood was now completely overtaken by walkers. The remaining men retreated inside the house, and Douglas watched from his window as the entire community had collapsed. Rick and Jesse spend the night cuddling on the couch, saying how much they enjoy each other's company and are glad to have found each other. Definitely a lot better than going through this alone. One of the walkers tapped on the window, scaring the people inside the house. Rick says it's not safe to stay here anymore. He wants to leave the house and make a run for it to the gates, but Maggie and Jesse are scared and don't know what to do. Michonne spends some time with Morgan, saying she doesn't open up to people easily. That's why sometimes she acts like such a bitch, even though she doesn't want to be this way. She loved Tyrese, and it was hard after he died, but now she loves him as well and doesn't want him to die. But sadly, Morgan dies from his wound and turns, coming back to life as a zombie. Michonne grabs her sword and ends his life for good. Maggie says she is not leaving the house. She's not fast enough, and neither is Sophia. She doesn't want to risk her life and prefers to wait it out, but Rick has an idea. He grabs one of the walkers sitting on the porch and cuts it into pieces. He asks everyone to remain calm, saying he's done this before. He then rubs parts of the zombie on their clothes to cover themselves in its smell, hoping to trick the walkers into thinking they are one of theirs. The group goes outside, covered in zombie organs and blood, while Maggie locks the door behind them. The gate was quite close, but walkers were everywhere, and it wasn't going to be easy. Michonne leads the way, clearing zombies with her sword, and the disguise seemed to be working. Jesse's son panics and starts talking, which blows his cover and exposes him to the undead. They attack him and eat him alive, while his mom tries to help. Sadly, she gets attacked as well, and eaten alive by the same zombies. However, she refuses to let go of Carl's hand, so the boy could run away. Rick takes his axe and cuts away her hand while she is still alive, freeing her son from her grip. The entire thing is horrific, but there is nothing they can do to save them anymore, and they just run away. After his wife was killed, Douglas suffered a shock, and he wanted to take his own life, but instead of shooting his brains out, he decided to go outside and fight the zombies. He starts shooting left and right, trying to kill as many as he can, before they eventually take him down, but unfortunately, one of the bullets hits Carl in the face and takes out a portion of his face, including his right eye. Rick doesn't know what to do. He picks up his son and takes him back to the house where Dr. Denise operated on Morgan. He puts him on the operating table and begs her to save his life. Then he goes back outside to help Michonne. With just his axe, he takes down zombie after zombie, making his way towards Michonne, who was still a badass. While this was going on, everyone else watched from the safety of their homes until Abraham decides to help. He and Rosita grab some weapons and go outside, which motivates other people in the community to do the same. Pretty soon, everyone who could fight is outside on the streets, kicking, slashing, and shooting anything that wasn't living. Andrea and the others noticed that something was going on and climbed down from the building, heading inside. After what felt like an eternity, the entire horde of walkers was massacred by the people, leaving behind a trail of rotten bodies. Even though this wasn't over just yet, the hardest part had passed. What remained now was clearing any leftovers and rebuilding from scratch. Rick claims this is their home now, and they are not going anywhere. The Walking Dead, Volume 15. We find ourselves. Once the attack had stopped and all the zombies were killed, it was time to clean up the place and remove any rotten corpses. The only thing is, there are a lot of corpses to burn, and it's going to take a lot of time. Jesse's body was half-eaten, but it was still moving and tried to get up. Abraham puts her out of her misery by blasting her brains out. After he was accidentally shot in the face by Douglas, Carl went into a coma, and Rick stayed by his side. He feels guilty about what happened to Jesse, and tells everything that happened to Dr. Denise. When they were surrounded by walkers, and she wouldn't let go of her son, he used his axe to cut her arm off. He feels terrible, especially since he liked her a lot. Spencer tries to talk to Andrea, but she isn't in the mood to talk to him, not after he suggested abandoning the sanctuary and its people during the attack. After a long day of work, Rosita and Abraham take a hot shower, but she comes clean and says she knows he's been cheating on her with Holly. She can't forgive him and decides to move out, while Abraham says he was with her because he thought she might be the last woman on Earth, but that's not the case anymore. Rosita moves in with Dr. Porter, seeing how he's the only friend she's got, and there is nowhere else to go. The group holds a small funeral for the people who lost their lives during the attack, but life goes on. They organize a meeting to talk about finding better ways to keep the community safe. They suggest using cars to block roads, digging a trench around the fence to trip the walkers if they ever try to come close again, and even building a walkway to pick off walkers more easily. All good ideas that Rick wants to implement as soon as possible. Walking back to his home, Rick sees Michonne at the cemetery, paying her respects to Morgan. In the short time they were together, she really liked him and pictured a life together with him. But it seems that death follows them around. She finds it amusing that the same thing keeps happening to her and Rick. The next day, Andrea teaches everyone in the group how to properly shoot a gun. This was Abraham's suggestion, who thinks it's a good idea for everyone to know how to defend themselves. Out of nowhere, a group of walkers appears and comes towards them, and the men do their best to take them down. Andrea finishes the training with a small demonstration, quickly taking out the walkers with perfect headshots. She mentions that Shane would probably be proud of her, prompting Rick to remember his partner. He doesn't think about Shane at all. It's all in the past now. But for a long period of time, he was his best friend. Rick justifies everything he's done, saying he was always trying to protect his family and keep them safe, but maybe he was going about it the wrong way. He understands now the importance of having people around, having a strong community, because if they are safe, Carl will be safe as well. He wants to make this neighborhood safe and feels confident about the future. Now that Abraham and Rosita were broken up, he and Holly can finally be together without needing to hide, so he moves into the same house with her. Rick and Andrea continue getting close and even have dinner together, although their options were limited. But he can't let go of the past and picks up the phone again, trying to talk to Lori. She doesn't want to talk to him and blames him for what happened to Carl, saying it should have been him who got shot that day. Michonne clears the gates of any walkers wandering around, ensuring that the place is safe for the construction workers. Everyone has a long day ahead of them. They want to dig a trench around the wall deep enough to make the walkers trip over when they come closer. But Nicholas, one of the men from construction, wasn't too happy about having to dig outside in the cold and blames the recent deaths in the community on Rick and his crew. He thinks things were a lot better before they came, but he thinks they would have never survived the attack from those thieves several weeks ago. Olivia informs Rick that they are quickly running out of food and need to find more as soon as possible. Maggie begs him not to send Glenn out for a supply run, not after what happened earlier when she was left all alone and had to protect Sophia all by herself. Carl eventually wakes up, but has no idea what happened to him, and his memory isn't too good. He doesn't remember his mother's death and asks about her. There doesn't seem to be any brain damage, even though he was shot in the face, and his memory will probably return in the future. Spencer visits Andrea and wants to spend some time together, but she wants nothing to do with him and asks him to get the hell off her porch. Rick doesn't have any choice and tells Carl that his mother is dead, and so is his baby sister Judy, but this doesn't seem to bother him at all. Rick is worried that his son doesn't show any emotion and doesn't know how to react. The people organize a search party to go out and look for supplies, but Rick also wants to look at nearby buildings to see what they can use to improve the security of the community. While they go on a supply run, the others stay behind and continue digging the trench around the main wall. The group finds a few walkers inside the city and easily deals with them, but the stores are mostly empty. They looted these places in the early days of the community. Rick goes inside one of the rooms and starts crying, but Andrea catches him. Back home, the other men were moving dirt closer to the wall, trying to make it stronger, but work wasn't easy. Nicholas talks to a few people and expresses concern about Rick and his crew, saying they just took over the entire community and started giving orders. He thinks they are going to get them killed and wants things to go back to the way they were. Nicholas suggests killing Rick before he kills them, but Glenn was nearby and overhears the entire conversation. Meanwhile, Rick says he's always been a crier, ever since he was a kid, but as he grew older, he stopped doing it and learned to control his emotions better. He constantly worries about his son, and is worried because he didn't show any emotion when he heard that his mother was dead. He feels that his son is slowly losing his humanity in this dark and cursed world, so what's the point in keeping him alive? Glenn asks the people to calm down and talk things over, but he feels threatened and pulls his gun out. Nicholas loses his temper and jumps him, punching him in the face. He pins him to the ground, takes his gun away, and threatens him, but Glenn punches him in the stomach and then manages to get away. He runs straight home and screams at Maggie to bring him his gun. Nicholas follows him to his house and tries to gather people on his side, saying they used to be a safe community before Rick and his crew showed up. He doesn't like how they just took over the place and wants the people to support him in taking it back. Heath calls him crazy and asks him to put his gun down, but Nicholas refuses to back down. Glenn eventually comes out, and both men threaten to kill each other. Luckily, things don't escalate further because Rick comes back home and demands to know what happened. Nicholas is outgunned 5-1, being surrounded by most of Rick's crew. He eventually surrenders and puts the gun down, while Rick doesn't know what to do next. If this had happened 1 week ago, Rick would have killed him on the spot. But after the recent attack from the horde of zombies, he knows they need to stay united because the group is stronger the more of them there are. He lets him go and just tells him to go back home and forget this ever happened. The same thing goes for the other people who gathered to watch what was happening. Several hours later, Carl was feeling a lot better, and he is allowed to leave the infirmary and go home. His father tells him it's okay to allow himself to feel sorrow. He knows how strong he is, but wants him to miss his mom. Rick wants to be strong for the both of them and allow his son to experience being a kid. Nicholas says he's sorry for the way he behaved. He has a wife and a son himself and doesn't know what came over him. After Rick let him leave, he understands that he only wants what's best for the group and promises he won't cause any more trouble. Holly talks to Abraham and says that after what happened today, things are only going to get worse. At a certain point, there will come a time to decide who gets to stay and who needs to go, and even though she likes Rick, she would much rather Abraham be in charge of deciding that. Rick and Andrea spend the night talking, and he says he really wanted to kill Nicholas today. Even after he put his gun down, he still wanted to kill him. He's done it countless times before and doesn't even feel anything anymore. He feels as if there's nothing left inside of him anymore, but Andrea comforts him, saying death doesn't affect people the same anymore, and then leans over to kiss him. The Walking Dead, Volume 16, A Larger World. The group goes into the city searching for food and supplies, but Eric is almost bitten by a zombie. Luckily, Aaron was keeping watch and hits it with a machete, while Glenn shoots it in the head. Sadly, the stores are mostly empty, and the group is barely able to find any food to bring back. Things were not looking too good for them. Rick warns everyone that eventually, the food is going to run out. It's been almost 2 years, and canned foods will eventually go bad. They need a solution, and they need it fast. He wants to start growing their own food and needs people who know how to do it. While the grown-ups are talking, Sophia admits for the first time since her biological parents died that Glenn and Maggie are not her real parents, showing that her emotional state was improving. Andrea also started to put the past behind her and stopped wearing Dale's hat. She wants to get close to Rick, but he rejects her advances, saying he cares about her, but everyone around him dies, and he doesn't want the same thing to happen to her as well. The outside group finally returns home with supplies, enough to last a couple of weeks, but not enough to last them the entire winter. Sophia hugs her adoptive parents, and even though they are not her biological parents, she still wants to call them Mom and Dad, and Glenn and Maggie love her just as much. Aaron and Eric found a bottle of whiskey while searching one of the houses, but they didn't want to share it with the rest, saying they would have drunk it on the spot. Nighttime comes early in winter, and everyone goes to sleep, but someone was watching them from afar. A strange man was on top of a building nearby using his binoculars to study the group and learn more about them. Carl wakes up during the night because he had a nightmare and calls out his father's name. He dreamed he killed a little boy using his gun. He did it because the boy was bad, but it didn't feel like a dream. It seemed real. Abraham and Michonne go outside of the wall to hunt walkers, but it's just the two of them this morning. Sometimes it's easier like this, so they don't trip over each other. She says she's been lonely since Morgan died, and Abraham asks if she wants to move in with him and Holly. Michonne says she hasn't done something like that since college, a threesome, but she was just joking around, making Abraham uncomfortable. The streets were mostly empty this morning, but they find a few walkers surrounding a car. After they deal with them, a man comes out of the car saying he was trapped inside and wants to thank them. Michonne doesn't trust the person and attacks him, but he kicks her in the abdomen and then takes her prisoner using her own sword. The stranger says he just wants to talk and isn't any threat to them, but they don't believe him. Michonne breaks free, prompting Abraham to unload a full magazine trying to kill him. But this guy is not your ordinary man. He knows how to fight and is very quick. He kicks Abraham in the head and then takes him prisoner using the sword. He then asks Michonne to call whoever is in charge of the community because he wants to talk. Rick takes his weapon and follows Michonne into the city to where the two men were sitting. After a quick struggle again, the man introduces himself, saying his name is Paul Monroe, but his friends call him Jesus. He is part of a larger group of around 200 people that live on the other side of Washington, D.C., in a small community called Hilltop. Rick's community is not the only one around these parts. In fact, there are 2 more which do trades with Hilltop. Jesus is some kind of recruiter, searching for groups of people who are willing to trade with Hilltop, anything they can, weapons, ammo, food, clothes, etc. Rick listens to the entire story but doesn't trust him. so he knocks him unconscious. They bring him back to the neighborhood and tie him up inside one of the homes, and then organize a quick meeting to talk about him. Rick thinks he is lying and believes there are more people hiding and waiting to attack them. He wants Andrea to keep watch, while Abraham is on perimeter watch. Jesus understands why Rick is doing this. There are some pretty bad people out there, but his people are not like that. They don't attack anyone. Even though Rick doesn't believe him, so far there haven't been any signs of anyone walking around the community preparing an attack. Nevertheless, he wants to make sure and goes outside the walls to see for himself. They go inside the city, check most of the streets and corners, and find nothing but walkers. Eventually, Rick starts to think that Jesus might be telling the truth and decides to accept his proposal of doing trades with Hilltop. If they turn out to be good people, this deal might save them from starvation, but if they are not, they are just going to take everything they have and leave them for dead. Rick wants to form a small team to follow Jesus back to Hilltop and asks Glenn to come with him. When going inside the house, he finds Carl talking to Jesus and starts to panic, saying he shouldn't be here and talking to strangers. Rick, Michonne, Glenn, and Andrea get ready to leave, while Abraham will stay behind and keep the place safe. The entire journey shouldn't take more than a day. The worst part is clearing the road and avoiding the walkers that are everywhere. They stop at a nearby gas station and find Carl hiding in the van next to Jesus. Obviously, his dad is mad about it, but what's done is done. There's no turning back. Carl hates being left behind and wants to stay close to his dad all the time. After helping to clear a few cars from the road, Jesus proves he could untie himself at any time and chose not to do it out of respect for them. He could have killed them inside the van if he wanted to, but that's not why he is here. They finally arrive at Hilltop, a gated community on top of a giant hill outside of the city. The road was slippery, and the car wasn't going to make it up the hill, so the group walks the rest of the way. The place looks absolutely amazing from the inside, with many people walking around, including children. People were growing their own vegetables, while others were taking care of animals like chickens, dogs, pigs, sheep, and more. This place seems like it has everything, and the people seem nice and hard-working. Everyone is impressed and couldn't believe a place like this actually existed. Jesus shows them around and says that while some people choose to sleep outside in trailer homes, others sleep inside the big hotel in the middle, which has converted its rooms into sleeping quarters. Jesus introduces a man named Gregory, the person who runs this place. Building what they have now wasn't easy, and it took a lot of hard work and dedication. But before they can continue with the tour, they are interrupted by a man who just returned to Hilltop. He was crying and said they kidnapped his wife because it wasn't enough, and they weren't meeting their end of the bargain. He then pulls out a knife and stabs Gregory, trying to kill him. Rick intervenes and slams the man on the ground, getting on top of him and asking him to drop the knife. The man fights back and overthrows Rick in the mud, getting on top of him, saying he doesn't want to hurt him, but he needs to do this. During the altercation, Rick grabs the knife and cuts his throat. He gets up covered in blood, but the people accuse him of murder, even though he was only defending himself. 2 guards show up and try to arrest him, but Rick pulls the gun on them. Jesus de-escalates the situation and asks the guards to leave him alone, saying they need to take care of Gregory's wounds. Jesus takes the group inside and explains the whole thing. It turns out that Hilltop has enemies. One of them is named Negan. As soon as the walls were built, Negan showed up and demanded the community pay him half of everything they make, or else he was going to kill everyone. He is the leader of a nasty group of people called the Saviors. In exchange for half of everything that Hilltop makes, Negan will clear the area of walkers and make it safe to walk outside and farm, but sometimes he gets greedy. When he thinks he isn't getting enough, he threatens the people, just like he did today with that poor man and his wife. Even though there are over 200 people inside Hilltop, most of them are scared and don't know how to fight. Plus, they don't even have ammo anymore to use for guns. Glenn is impressed with this place and says he really likes it here. The community seems much closer, even though it's larger. Rick visits Gregory in his room and offers him a deal. In exchange for food, he wants to provide safety against Negan and his men, saying they dealt with his kind many times before. They have no idea where his base is, but it can't be that far, and he probably has a dozen men that Rick and the others can quickly deal with. Gregory agrees and gives Rick enough food to last them the entire winter. They pack up everything, and Rick shakes Jesus' hand, thanking him for bringing them here. This food will literally save their lives. On the way back, Rick tells the group he likes Hilltop just as much as they do and wants things to work out. For the first time since they left the prison, he feels optimistic about the future. This changes everything, and finally, they can stop surviving and start living again. The Walking Dead Volume 17. something to fear. After stocking up on supplies from Hilltop, the group returns feeling optimistic about the future. Out of nowhere, they hear motorcycle noises. A group of bandits is chasing them, asking them to stop the van or else. These bandits demand that Rick put their weapons on the ground and lie down on the road, claiming that everything they own now belongs to Negan. Rick thinks that Negan owns only half of what they have, but since the group is not from Hilltop, they must pay a different tribute. He refuses to back down and asks Andrea to do her thing. She starts shooting the bandits, easily killing 2 of them, while Michonne deals with another one just as quickly. Rick leaves one of them alive and tells him to go back to Negan and deliver a message. Effective immediately, Rick is taking over the protection of Hilltop, and Negan gets nothing. He even demands half of what the Saviors have in exchange for protection. The man claims that his boss is not going to like this, but leaves to deliver the message. Carl remembers an incident when they were on the road with Abraham, and 3 bandits attacked them during the night. One of them tried to violate him. Those bandits were part of Negan's crew, and they are as evil as they get. The group eventually returns home with food, and everyone couldn't be happier that everything worked out and Hilltop wasn't a trap. Rick immediately holds a meeting and informs everyone about what happened, saying he offered protection for Hilltop against Negan. However, he warns that this guy is as evil as they come, and it's not going to be easy, but he is confident they are not that many and can handle them easily. He and Andrea talk about their feelings for each other, saying they care about each other and that both of them are survivors. They are tired of being alone and want to give their relationship a shot. Eugene says he has found a way to make ammo for the group, but needs some equipment from the city. He asks Abraham to escort him early in the morning to check some buildings for potential gear they can use. They have enough guns lying around. The main problem is ammo. If they figure out how to make their own bullets, it's going to be a game changer. Abraham thinks it's a good idea and escorts Eugene through the city, but they aren't alone. Some of Negan's men are crawling the streets and ambush them. They shoot Abraham with an arrow, hitting him in the back of the head, going straight through his eye, and killing him on the spot. Eugene panics and picks up his weapon, asking the bandits to stay back or else he's going to shoot. One of them has a big scar on the left side of his head and appears to be the leader, claiming he wants revenge for what Rick did to his men on the bikes. They bring Eugene to the main gates and fire warning shots, waking up the entire place. He demands they open the gate and let him and his entire crew inside the community. If they refuse, they are going to kill Eugene and then blast their way inside anyway. But out of nowhere, Eugene jumps him and bites him in the crotch, causing him to scream in pain. This gives the group the distraction they need, and Andrea starts shooting, taking them out one by one. The bandits are out in the open with no cover and are easily taken out by the group. Their only escape is running, but Rick isn't going to let them get away. He follows the ones that flee straight into the city, but a group of walkers gets in the way, and they have to abort. They spot Abraham on the ground with an arrow stuck in his head and pick him up, carrying him back to the compound. Abraham was a big guy and quite heavy. It takes 3 people to carry him, but they eventually bring him inside. However, there is nothing they can do to help him. He is already dead. The arrow went straight through his brain, so he wasn't going to turn into a zombie. Several hours later, Glenn talks to his wife and says he wants to leave this place. He was really impressed with Hilltop and wants to take Maggie and Sophia there, saying it's going to be a lot safer for the baby as well. Maggie doesn't want to leave, but trusts her husband and says she will follow him. Father Gabriel holds a short ceremony in honor of Abraham. Eugene and Rosita couldn't stop themselves from crying. He was a good man who protected them when they needed it the most. After the recent attack, the people are worried, and Rick tries to reassure them by saying they already killed a lot of Negan's men, and they won't mount an attack anytime soon. However, he wants to go back to Hilltop to get some reinforcements, maybe some more gear and information on Negan. Anything that could help take him down is useful. Glenn tells everyone that he and Maggie decided to leave, saying his wife is pregnant and needs to think about their children. Rick doesn't like losing one of his best men, but he has no word in their decision. Andrea and Rick spend the night together and decide to move in together. She doesn't like being alone in her house and prefers company. Rick plans to return to Hilltop and ask her to sit this one out. He'd much rather have her stay back here and protect the group while he is on the road. The crew leaves the camp early in the morning, but Rick can't help but shake a bad feeling, and he was right to do so. 3 bandits were on top of a building nearby, spying on them, and saw them leaving inside the van. One gives the order to gather the other men, saying they are going to attack the camp at dawn. The trip to Hilltop was taking longer than anticipated because Rick doesn't remember exactly where to go, and they got a little lost. They decide to stop for the night and sleep inside the car, right on the highway. Michonne takes the first watch and only killed a few walkers that wandered too close. Nothing too serious. Rick wakes up to replace her, but he didn't rest very well and was feeling tired when, out of nowhere, something grabs him by the neck and pulls him down. A group of men ambushed him and sounded the alarm, waking up everybody in the car. The bandits who ambushed them were a lot more than they anticipated and quickly surrounded them. Negan finally makes an appearance, asking which one of them is the leader. He was wearing a leather jacket and was armed with a baseball bat, taunting the group and asking if they had pissed their pants yet. He explains the rules to Rick, saying he rules the areas around Washington and everyone needs to pay a fee if they want to live here. He wants half of the group's supplies and didn't like that Rick killed his men instead of letting them enter the camp. He claims he doesn't want to kill any of them because he needs them to work so they can pay his fee, but they did kill many of his men, and there needs to be some kind of punishment. He wants to choose one of them and beat him to death with his baseball bat, but he doesn't know which one of them should have the honor. He torments the group by playing a game of pick and choose, eventually landing on Glenn. He picks Glenn and drags him out, but Rick gets up to defend him. Negan tells him to sit his ass down, otherwise he's going to let his men violate the children and force them to watch before killing every one of them. Rick is left with no option and sits down to watch the entire thing. Negan swings his bat and hits Glenn on top of the head as hard as he could. The initial hit leaves a big dent in Glenn's head, causing one of his eyes to pop out. The group couldn't bear to watch, but there was nothing they could have done to help him. Negan hits him again straight in the face, breaking his jaw and covering him in blood. He then continues with a series of blows to his head until the poor man was left breathless. Glenn's entire head was mutilated, his brain splattered everywhere, and blood gushed out. Rick threatens to kill him in revenge. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but someday he will kill him. Negan says the best time to do it is right now. He taunts him to come and kill him, but as soon as his body hits the floor, his men will mutilate his friends and children. Negan and his men finally decide to leave them alone and get inside their trucks, warning Rick that they will return in 1 week to collect the fee. Maggie was crying hysterically and blames Rick for not stepping in to help her husband. She punches him and calls him a coward, saying that Glenn was his friend and he just watched him die. Rick accepts the punishment and lets Maggie take out her anger on him. He wants to feel pain. He feels like he deserved it. Carl points his gun at Maggie, asking her to leave her dad alone, but Sophia jumps on him and bites his hand. The two kids get into a fight, but the grown-ups eventually break them apart. The group continues their trip toward Hilltop and tells Jesus everything that happened. Rick takes his anger out on Gregory and blames him for not telling him exactly what he was getting himself into, but Gregory had no idea how many men Negan has. They've never seen his base because it was being kept secret and never dealt with more than a dozen of his men. Maggie comes to terms with the whole situation, saying the people from Hilltop have been very helpful in arranging Glenn's funeral and taking care of her. She asks Rick to not let Negan get away with what he did, and he vows to avenge his death. Jesus agrees to drive back to the camp with them, but when they arrive home, they are faced with a shocking sight. The camp had been under attack by Negan's men, and there are dead bodies everywhere, and the main gates are nearly broken. Luckily, Andrea was still alive, and she comes running out, telling him everything that happened. The attack was serious, but they were able to defend the camp, kill a bunch of them, and even manage to capture the leader, the man with the scar on his face. Rick can't help but think about Glenn, blaming himself for what happened to him. Andrea comforts him, asking him to stop blaming himself every time someone dies. It's not his fault. He is, however, responsible for all of them living until now and should be proud of that. But Rick feels discouraged, seeing Negan and his men really got to him, and he doesn't think he can fight him. Everyone gathers inside the church for a meeting, and Rick tells everyone what happened. Negan is not only ruthless and brutal, but he also has a lot of men on his side, and they are just a small community. He doesn't think they stand any chance to fight him, and would rather give him half of everything they have. At least they will live in peace. He sets free the man Andrea caught earlier, out of fear of not angering Negan even further, but even though everyone thinks Rick gave up, he still has a plan up his sleeve. He asks Jesus to follow the man and find the location of Negan's base and everything else he can. The Walking Dead Volume 18, What Comes After. Rick agreed to let Dwight go free, one of Negan's top men, but he asked Jesus to follow him and find out where their base is located. One of the walkers attacks Jesus from behind, and he almost blows his cover while dealing with it, but he manages to remain undetected. Back in the camp, Andrea packs her stuff and wants to leave Rick's home, saying she doesn't respect him anymore, not after letting Dwight go free, submitting to Negan and giving up completely. He comes clean and says he has no intention of giving up, telling her about Jesus and his plan to fight back, but for now at least, they have to make Negan think they're playing along. Just a few days later, Negan comes to collect his fee and take half of the group's supplies. He asks Rick to hold his baseball bat, which he named Lucille, showing confidence and proving that he isn't afraid to walk unharmed next to him. Rick gives him a tour of the camp, and Negan is highly impressed with how many houses they have for everyone. Carl confronts him and acts like a grown-up around him, but Negan isn't impressed and tells him to stay quiet and run along. The Saviors take half of everything they have, including mattresses, food, and even medicine. Denise pulls a gun on one of them and threatens to kill him if he takes their stuff, but Rick manages to calm her down. Before leaving, Negan whispers in his ear, telling Rick that he is his bitch now and that he has to act nice around him. After taking everything they needed, the Saviors leave, but the group turns on Rick, blaming him for letting them walk all over them. He gets frustrated and says they are all alive because of him. There's nothing he can do about it. They are just too many, and they need to play along. But Carl disobeyed his father and snuck aboard Negan's truck, hiding under all the mattresses and carrying Abraham's weapon. Dwight makes it all the way to one of their lookout stations and groups with another of Negan's men, who says he was followed. 3 men corner Jesus, who followed Dwight all the way there. They had no idea just how fast or skilled Jesus is, and he easily beats all 3 of them. However, a woman sneaks up behind him and smacks him over the head with the back of a knife, which sends him to the ground. They tie him up, put him in the back of their Jeep, and then drive back to their base, an old abandoned mill. The place is surrounded by walkers tied down with chains and used for protection and intimidation purposes. But when they check the back of the car, there is no sign of Jesus. He was able to sneak out. Negan and his men finally return with a truck filled with supplies, but when the soldiers go through his stuff, they find Carl hiding underneath the mattresses. He panics and starts firing his weapon, taking out 2 of the guards. He threatens the others and asks them to hand over their boss, or else he's going to shoot them. Negan tries to convince the boy to drop his weapon, but Carl starts shooting again and nearly kills him. Dwight sneaks up behind him and kicks him in the stomach, forcing him to drop the weapon. The men want to kill the boy, but Negan defends him, saying that's no way to treat a guest. He takes Carl inside the mill, while one of his men greets him and says they have a problem. The factory is filled with people, including women and children, who welcome the return of their leader. He is greeted by 5 women dressed provocatively, claiming they are all his wives. Negan takes care of these women and gives them a better life in exchange for sexual favors, but one of them cheated on him with another man. He will have to deal with that problem later. At the moment, he wants to show Carl his room. Contrary to his people, Negan lives a life of luxury, with fancy furniture and a king-size bed to satisfy his 5 wives. He is curious and says he wants to see Carl's injury, asking him to take off his bandage. He finds the hole in his head disgusting and calls it gross, which prompts Carl to start crying, but he eventually apologizes. The conversation is interrupted by one of his men, who brings Lucille his baseball bat, saying he forgot it inside the truck. He torments the man, asking if he was nice to her, and if he treated her like a lady, saying he really loves that baseball bat, but he is only joking. Carl killed his men out in the parking lot and wants to punish him, but until he thinks of something, he asks Carl to sing him a song. Carl starts singing something his mother used to sing to him when he was a baby, and Negan likes it. He then takes the boy and goes back into the factory, where a large group of people has gathered. The man who had an affair with one of his wives was tied to a chair and awaiting punishment. Negan doesn't want to kill him, but people need to respect his rules. He overheats a metal iron and then burns his face with it, causing the entire side of his face to burn and his skin to melt. The same thing had happened to Dwight a long time ago when his wife left him to be with Negan, so he hates seeing this happen to another person. They go back to his room, and Carl wants to bandage his face, but Negan doesn't allow it because he wasn't done with his punishment just yet. One song wasn't going to cut it. Meanwhile, after escaping Dwight and his men, Jesus hotwires a car and drives back to the camp, eager to tell everyone where Negan was hiding all this time. Rick was now desperately looking for his son and goes outside the wall, trying to find him, but there was no sign of him, and they had no idea what happened to him. All they find outside the walls are walkers wandering around. They go back inside because it was getting dark, but plan to start again first thing in the morning. During the night, Jesus sneaks inside his home and wakes him up, saying he knows where Negan is hiding. Since Abraham's gun was missing, Rick thinks that Carl probably snuck in the truck and followed Negan to his camp, so they all go after him. Negan greets them with a smile on his face, acting all nice, and says he can't wait to show Rick what he did to his little boy. Rick assumes he hurt him and headbutts him, breaking his nose. Negan fights back and punches him in the face, saying he's not getting beat up by a man with one hand. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Rick bites him on the hand, trying to break free. Negan is surprised by how far Rick is willing to go to protect his family and asks his men to bring Carl over. The boy was unharmed. Negan was only teasing him, making him believe he had done terrible things to him. He claims he is a reasonable person and didn't hurt Carl because he offers protection and doesn't want to kill them. He won't hesitate, however, if they double-cross him, but as long as everyone inside the communities cooperates, there's no reason they can't get along. Negan doesn't take any pleasure in being violent, but Lucille, on the other hand, she loves getting dirty. Eventually, the saviors get inside their trucks and leave, saying they will come back to collect their fee in a few days. Meanwhile, Eugene found an abandoned workshop that has most of the machines and materials necessary to make their own ammo. He is confident that he will be able to mass-produce bullets for the kind of weapons they have, giving them a clear advantage over the saviors. Back at camp, Michonne hits on Heath while he was keeping watch, saying she is lonely. But he refuses her advances because he likes Dr. Denise a lot and wants to be with her. He thinks Michonne is coming off too strong and doesn't have any self-respect. She feels humiliated and asks him to forget this ever happened. Rick noticed that Negan and his men don't carry any guns. Instead, they used other kinds of weapons, which leads him to think they have an advantage over him. Jesus agrees and says it's time to go to the next step of the plan. It's time for Rick to meet Ezekiel. Meanwhile, Negan spends time playing ping-pong with his men and asks who wants to go next. He easily wins one of the matches, but nobody else wants to play him, so he decides to take one of his wives and have some fun. This woman, in particular, used to be Dwight's wife, and he feels resentment watching the entire thing. Carl and Michonne go outside to clear the area of walkers, but he was surprised from the right side and almost bitten. She is able to drag him inside and avoid getting overrun by them. She wants him to be more careful, but Carl blames his carelessness on the fact that they surprised him from the right side, where he is missing an eye. Michonne tells him to stop feeling sorry for himself and learn to live and deal with his limitations. Jesus brings Rick inside the city, and they are greeted by two men riding horses. They are happy to see Jesus and bring him back to their camp, an old abandoned school where people had built a fence around it to keep the walkers out. A man with gray hair comes to greet them, but he isn't alone. He has a tiger on a leash. The man pretends to be the king of his camp, and his men treat him accordingly. Ezekiel never liked Gregory and calls him a coward for never doing anything to defend themselves against Negan. He hates that man just as much as Rick and wants him to go down. He agrees to work together and find a way to take him down and thinks they have the right person for the job. Dwight comes out and offers to help, saying he hates Negan as well because he took his wife and gave him the scar on his face. Rick is unsure if he should trust him, but Dwight offers to tell them all of Negan's secrets, and most importantly, his weaknesses. The four men eventually agree and form a coalition to take down Negan once and for all. The Walking Dead Volume 19, March to War. The story begins in Hilltop, with Maggie visiting her husband's grave, remembering all the beautiful memories they had together. A woman approaches her, saying they don't bury the dead anymore because it reminds people of the past. Instead, they burn them. She also lost a lot, including her own parents, sister, and even a daughter. But life goes on even if it feels hopeless sometimes. She warns Maggie about Gregory, saying he is a creep and she needs to be careful around him. Later, Maggie visits the doctor to check how her pregnancy is going, but luckily everything is going great. Out of nowhere, Gregory shows up. She is scared because she is half naked, but he says he didn't know she was there and wanted to check his stabbing wound. Jesus returns to Hilltop as well and warns Maggie that Rick decided to fight Negan and a war is coming. He also talks to Gregory and asks for his help, saying they need more men for the upcoming fight, but Gregory doesn't think this is a good idea. Gregory likes the deal he made with Negan and is content with living like this, giving him half of everything they have. Jesus decides to take things into his own hands and talks to Cal, one of the guards in Hilltop. He wants him to make a list of guys willing to fight in the war and be ready when the time comes. Jesus spends time with Maggie and shows her around, introducing her to the town's blacksmith, Earl Sutton. Earl is one of his closest friends and the only person in Hilltop who calls Jesus by his name and not by his nickname. During the conversation, he finds out that Cal left 1 hour ago to go hunting, and Jesus realizes he made a mistake. Cal left the town to warn Negan that Hilltop is gathering men and mounting a war against him, so Jesus gets on his horse and goes after him. Meanwhile, Spencer visits Rick and complains about his decision to bend over to Negan and do everything he asks. His dad used to be the leader of the community, and doesn't like that Rick just took over when he moved there. He secretly thinks he should be the one in charge. Rick visits Eugene and is highly impressed with the progress he has made on producing ammo for the weapons. Soon he will be able to make enough bullets for the upcoming war and wants Negan to pay for what he did to Glenn. Jesus catches up with Cal and confronts him, telling him to back down and return to Hilltop with him. Cal agrees with Gregory, saying the deal they made with Negan keeps people alive, and an upcoming war is going to get them killed. But Jesus disapproves. Negan is too unstable. He even tried to kill Gregory the last time, and they can't keep giving him half of their stuff forever. The Savior's bandits saw the warning flare and came to see what Cal wanted, why he called this meeting, but Jesus convinced him to change his mind, and they both pretended like they wanted to talk about something else. Rick brings his group to the kingdom because they plan to train his men for the upcoming war. Ezekiel makes an impression, and people are scared of Shiva, his tiger, but they have nothing to worry about as long as they are friendly. Ezekiel likes Michonne and finds her extremely beautiful, but she is creeped out by his act, pretending to be a king. They all have dinner together and enjoy themselves because tomorrow they get ready for war. He and Michonne talk in private after dinner, and he tells the story of how he ended up with Shiva. He used to be a zookeeper and took care of Shiva ever since she was a cub. He takes care of her even though she eats as much as 10 men, but in return, she protects him and keeps him safe. Ezekiel calls her cute, and Michonne starts to like him, accepting his king act and personality. In the morning, Cal rounds up the best men in Hilltop and gets them inside the bus, preparing to leave towards the kingdom to prepare for war. Gregory disagrees with this completely and has one final fight with Jesus before departing. Andrea is highly impressed with the shooting skills of some of Ezekiel's men. With just a bit of training, these guys will be very valuable during the war. Jesus arrives, and the men decide to talk about a plan of attack. Negan has many outposts scattered around Washington, and they need to find them and see how many each has and how well equipped they are. Meanwhile, back at the community, Negan arrives a few days early to pick up his share of supplies. Olivia is scared, but opens the door either way. She didn't expect him this soon and says that Rick is out gathering supplies. He makes himself at home and agrees to wait until they come back. Spencer asks to speak with him, saying he doesn't like Rick very much, and ever since he took over the leadership, things have been going south for them. He claims his father used to be the leader, and it's his birthright to continue the legacy. Negan calls him gutless for trying to sabotage Rick while he's out putting his life on the line searching for supplies. He takes out his knife and cuts Spencer's abdomen, causing his guts to spill out. Turns out he was wrong. He wasn't actually gutless. They were inside him the whole time. When Rick returns, he is furious that Negan came a few days early and killed one of his men, but he actually did him a favor by killing Spencer, the man who wanted to overthrow him. Negan wanted to take all their supplies for his service in taking out Spencer, but Rick stood his ground, saying a deal's a deal. In the end, the Saviors left with only half, respecting the initial deal. While they were on the way out, Rick wants to take advantage of this opportunity and asks Andrea to take her rifle and climb the church tower. When the moment is right, he wants her to take out Negan, saying, "This is the right moment." Andrea takes out the driver, and a small all-out war begins. Rick overpowers his men and pins Negan to the ground, wanting to put a bullet in his head, but just when he was about to end him, someone shoots him in the arm, and he drops his gun. Even though Negan didn't have a lot of men with him, he came prepared. He had snipers of his own sitting in the buildings nearby, and more men came out of nowhere to support him. The two men begin to fight, but Negan was stronger and had his baseball bat with him. When out of nowhere, Carl shoots at him with his gun, but only hits the bat, making a bullet hole. Andrea was keeping watch from the nearby tower when one of the bandits surprised her from behind and punched her right in the face, causing her to drop the rifle. Things were looking bad for them, and Negan was furious that someone hurt Lucille. He wanted the group to push Carl off the walls so he could kill him, but the group refused his commands. He then threatened to kill one of them right in front of everyone if they didn't open the gate and hand over Carl. In the tower, Andrea was fighting desperately to stay alive, but things weren't looking too good for her. The man pushed her against the window and wanted to throw her over, but she was able to push him instead, and he fell to his death. Rick and the others believed that Andrea was the one who fell down and started panicking. Luckily, she survived, but she wasn't looking too good either. Jesus returns and sneaks behind the bandits, using one of the trenches as a cover. Just as Negan was preparing to kill one of them, he attacks them and easily deals with the men closest to him. Just as always, he is fast, strong, and knows how to fight, even landing a few blows on Negan before taking him hostage. Jesus ends the fight with a standoff with Negan and his men, but there was no clear way of escaping this situation. Out of nowhere, Ezekiel's tiger appears and jumps on one of the men, biting him on the hand. Ezekiel didn't come alone. He brought most of his men, and they rush the Savior bandits. Negan orders the retreat and jumps inside the truck, driving off before they could all be killed. Rick wanted to follow him and take him out, but they weren't ready for a chase and had to let Negan go. He goes to check the tower and finds the dead body splattered on the ground. Luckily, it wasn't Andrea, and she was still alive in the tower but badly injured. They bring her to safety, while the group questions Rick's decision to attack in the first place. Even though it turned out to be a bad call, he thought it might work, and they would have been able to stop the war before it even began. Even though Jesus thinks it was a bad idea, he still supports Rick and knows that this rebellion is only happening because of him. Gregory hides behind the walls in Hilltop, but Rick is a leader they can all follow. Negan goes back to his camp and talks to his men, saying Rick and his men dared to stand against them, so they will retaliate 10 times harder. This means war. The Walking Dead Volume 20, All Out War Part 1. Rick spends the night with Andrea and wakes up feeling worried. She says today is the day they go to war and asks if he is ready to do this. This is bigger than anything they have ever done before, and questions whether they are ready or not for this. He has many doubts, but Andrea comforts him, saying they need to do this if they want to have a safe life going forward, and whatever the sacrifices, they are going to be worth it. Ezekiel spends the night with Michonne and says he had a great time last night. She likes him as well, but wants to take things slow and doesn't want to rush it. He introduces her to Richard, his head of security, and one of his best friends in the kingdom. Eugene was working all night and was able to produce enough ammo for the entire group, confidently claiming it will be enough for the upcoming war, and if not, they can always produce more. One final encouragement from Rick before they go to war, saying their way of life is threatened and they need to stand up for what is right and fight back. He wants Carl to stay behind and keep the camp safe. Andrea will do the same, because she is still recovering from her injuries. One final stop before reaching Negan's hideout, and Rick asks Ezekiel's men to watch the windows. If they see any snipers, they need to take them out immediately. The moment finally arrives, and the men arrive at Negan's mill in the middle of nowhere. Rick fires his gun, asking Negan to show himself. He comes outside on the balcony and couldn't believe that Rick managed to gather so many people and mount an attack against him. Rick knows that there are innocent women and children inside the mill and doesn't want to kill them. He gives him the option for him and his men to surrender, saying they are going to kill them anyway, but at least they will spare the innocent. Negan calls him crazy for offering such a stupid deal to begin with and drags out Gregory, the leader from Hilltop. He wants Gregory to talk to his men and convince them to go back home and abandon this pointless war. Sadly for him, only 8 men put down their weapons and are willing to stand down. Negan thought there would be more. Unfortunately, not many people support Gregory. The men respect Jesus a lot more and are willing to fight with him. Since both sides couldn't come to an understanding, they begin shooting each other. Negan's snipers start blasting, taking out several of Rick's men, and they are forced to take cover behind the school buses. Ezekiel orders his men to shoot back and take out the sniper on top of the mill, but the sound of guns agitates the zombies that were next to the main gates. Rick has an idea and orders his men to start shooting towards the factory and aim for the windows. He wants to shoot all of the windows down and create as much noise as possible. The noise is so loud it attracts most of the walkers in the nearby areas, forming a herd and heading towards them. This is exactly what Rick wants, to gather as many walkers and have them surround the entire factory. Ezekiel orders the men to get inside the school buses and get the hell out of there, leaving the walkers to do the job for them. Holly thinks they should take down the wall so the walkers can get inside and decides to do it herself, even though Rick didn't want to let her do it. She takes one of the cars and drives straight into the fence surrounding the mill, breaking the barricades and hitting the wall. The impact was strong, but she was unharmed and gets out of the car, but the walkers jump on her. Negan kills the zombies and says she's not getting off that easy. He has other plans for her. The men retreat to a nearby safe area and celebrate the first attack on Negan, but Rick says it's too soon to celebrate because the war had just begun. Negan takes Holly inside his hideout and claims he is going to use her to get to Rick. He thinks that she is his woman and wants to use her to his advantage, but Holly says he's got the wrong woman. Andrea is Rick's woman, not her. She loved Abraham, who was killed by his men, but he doesn't believe her and takes her to another room. The men spend the night talking around the campfire, discussing what's going to happen in the next few days. Ezekiel and Michonne keep watch, dealing with a few walkers that were getting too close. Shiva is a very good companion to have against walkers, because whatever is infecting humans doesn't seem to be infecting animals as well. Since Negan has a number of outposts scattered around the city, Rick wants to attack all of them at once and take them out. Dwight gave him the locations of all of them, and he wants to split up to take them down at once. Meanwhile, Negan takes his men and goes outside to clear the entrance, but the zombies were just too many and coming towards them in giant numbers. He nearly escapes and goes back inside furious, not knowing what to do next. One of his men visits Holly, who is tied up inside a room and wants to take advantage of her. He takes off her clothes, but before he could do anything, Negan shows up and screams at him. They have very strict rules in the mill, and they don't violate women. He takes out a knife and stabs the man in the neck, telling Holly they are not monsters. After Negan nearly killed him, Gregory returns to Hilltop with the men loyal to him. They had to walk most of the way after the car broke down, and he tells Maggie everything that happened. He blames Rick for tricking his men into going on a suicide mission, claiming he saved the lives of everyone who followed him back home. Maggie calls him a coward for abandoning the war and punches him in the face. She gives a big speech and accuses Negan of taking advantage of them and Gregory of not doing anything about it. If they band together and fight the oppressor, they are bound to win the war. She asks the men to support the war against Negan because she believes in Rick Grimes. The army splits into 4 groups, each attacking different outposts at the same time. Rick and his group attack one of the outposts, but Eric takes a bullet to the head and dies instantly. Aaron is devastated, but there is little he can do except continue to fight. The group takes out most of the soldiers and storms inside the outpost, taking out the rest and winning the fight. But things weren't looking too great on the other fronts. Ezekiel and his men were getting destroyed at another outpost, and even his chief of security was killed. He was attacked by Negan's men from one side and walkers from another, and pretty soon he was surrounded. His men had no choice but to flee and scatter in all directions, and he was now all alone. Luckily, his tiger came to the rescue and jumped a pack of zombies, giving him enough time to escape. The tiger, however, was cornered from every direction and died trying to save his owner. Ezekiel survived and returned to camp, telling Michonne everything that happened. He blamed himself for convincing his men to go to war and then dying. He thinks it was his duty as king to protect them, but he wasn't able to. He can't stop thinking about his tiger. He had Shiva ever since she was a cub and loved her very much, and now she's dead because of him and his decisions. Michonne grew tired of his whining and punched him in the face, telling him to man up because the men that died still have families in his kingdom, and he needs to keep them safe. Rick's group finally returns, and Michonne informs him that Ezekiel's attack failed and his men are mostly killed. They hold a meeting and talk about their next move, saying they need to reinforce the community because once Negan clears the walkers and reunites with the rest of his people from the outposts, he will attack them here. He wants snipers outside of the wall guarding the road and keeping watch, but out of nowhere, a giant explosion breaks the church window and interrupts the meeting. Negan was able to escape the mill much faster than anticipated and brought his men to attack the community, just as Rick predicted. He wants to talk to Rick and brings out Holly, saying they are going to kill her if he doesn't respond. As a sign of good faith, they let Holly walk back inside the camp, but her face was covered and she couldn't see or talk back. Denise runs to help her and remove the mask, but sadly Molly wasn't herself anymore. She was bitten and had turned into a zombie, who jumps and bites her on the hand. Now that the cover was blown, Negan orders his men to attack, and another powerful explosion goes off right next to Heath. The blast was so powerful, it took out one of his legs, and he went into shock. Negan and his men used grenades to throw them over the wall, aiming to do as much damage as possible and take out the people inside. Several houses caught on fire, but there were people still hiding inside who needed to get out. Jesus was able to grab one of the grenades mid-air and throw it back over the wall, taking out several of Negan's men in the process. Dwight was leading the attack in the back and almost got taken out. While the remaining men were regrouping, he goes behind them and pulls out his gun. He takes out all of them by blowing their brains out, telling Jesus it's his way of helping and proving he is on their side. Rick takes Carl and Andrea and tries to get away, but one explosion catches them from behind and sends them flying several feet away. Sadly, Carl was injured and gets his face burned. Negan watched as the neighborhood burned and says this turns him on. In fact, he was hard ever since the attack began, but while he was talking to one of his men, someone shoots at them, nearly killing both of them. The bandits take cover behind the truck, unsure about who was shooting at them. He gives the order to retreat and regroup before they are all taken out. They were being attacked by Maggie, who managed to gather the few remaining men in Hilltop and have them join the war. She was shocked to see how much this place had changed since she left and tries to find the others, Rick brings Carl to the infirmary, saying he was burned by the explosion, and begs Denise to help him. She was able to save Heath's life, who just had his leg blown off, and immediately tends to Carl. Maggie finds them and says she brought help from Hilltop, but before he could thank her, he collapses on the ground unconscious. Dwight thinks it might be a good idea for them to retreat, but Negan wants to stay nearby, saying that by the look of the giant fire inside the camp, they've won the war. Walking Dead Volume 21, All-Out War Part 2. While everyone else was recovering from the attack on the camp, Eugene, Rosita, and others were busy in the workshop making ammunition to keep the war going. One of the men needs to pee and wants to go outside, but when he opens the door, a swarm of zombies jumps him and rushes inside the workshop. The people are quickly overrun and try to close the door behind them, but it's already too late. Out of nowhere, Negan and his crew arrive, demanding to know what exactly they were doing inside. Meanwhile, Rick wakes up after fainting earlier and asks what happened to him. He's been out for over an hour and wonders what happened to Denise, who was bitten by a zombie. She wasn't feeling too good. She was starting to turn into a zombie and had a very high fever. Heath was watching over her, thankful to still be alive after his leg was blown off. However, after she turns, he won't hesitate to do the right thing and end her. The attack was devastating, destroying almost half of the houses in the community, and it wasn't safe to stay there any longer. Rick decides to evacuate this place and head to Hilltop. He wants Ezekiel to do the same and bring his people along, saying it's not safe to go back to his kingdom. Before abandoning this place, the people hold a small ceremony for the dead, including Denise, who just passed away. Rick takes one final look back at the tiny neighborhood before leaving and going to Hilltop, where it would be safer for everyone. Negan brings Eugene back to his camp and asks him to work for him, making ammo and ensuring his men are well stocked. However, Eugene refuses to work for him, blaming him and his men for killing Abraham, his only friend since the outbreak began. Negan threatens to cut his genitals if he refuses, and feels confident he will eventually change his mind, but for now, he leaves him locked up, saying he needs to go make love with one of his many wives. After everyone goes to sleep, Dwight pays him a visit, saying he works with Rick and wants to help him get out of there, but Eugene doesn't trust him, blaming him for not helping Holly and letting Negan kill her. Dwight hates Negan just as much as he does, but he can't do anything, otherwise the rest of his men will kill him. Carson overhears everything and wants to help, saying he is tired of Negan as well and wants to be his own man, not worrying about having his face melted with an iron. The trip to Hilltop goes smoothly, and the group settles in immediately. Andrea keeps watch on the walls, and Rick visits her. He hasn't rested since the whole war began and falls asleep almost instantly next to her. One of the doctors checks Heath's wound, and it is already starting to heal nicely. He compliments the doctor who performed the operation and says she did a good job. Denise was amazing, and Heath misses her greatly. Everyone has a good night's rest and a much-needed break from the war, but in the morning, things go right back to where they left off. Negan calls a meeting and says he has a plan. He wants to use the walkers to his advantage and instructs his crew to rub any blunt weapon they have in zombie blood, tainting them with infection. He hopes that any injuries caused by these weapons will infect his enemies with the zombie virus. Rick wakes up after sleeping the entire night. Andrea didn't have the nerve to wake him, especially since he was sleeping so nicely. He feels rested and wants her to go inside and do the same. They need her sharp if Negan decides to attack again. Rick brings lunch to Earl Sutton, the town's blacksmith, and introduces himself a second time. They met the first time he was here, but he forgot his name and wanted to thank him for doing an amazing job. Ezekiel's people from the kingdom finally arrive, and the guards open the gates so they can come inside. It was a good idea bringing everyone here, while Rick believes they are strongest when they are together. The only way to win this war is if they all stay together, but they also need to fortify this place more, starting by bringing all of the buses inside, just in case they need a quick escape. Negan and his men arrive at Hilltop and hide in the forest, preparing an ambush and saying they're going to attack at sundown. Now that everyone has abandoned the mill to go to war, Carson breaks Eugene out of prison, but says he isn't going anywhere without Rosita and the other men. It turns out a lot of people hate Negan, and other people join them, asking if they can come as well. It has been several months since Sophia and Carl have seen each other. She brings him some food and wants to talk, but he is rude to her, and she instantly leaves, going to her friends in Hilltop, who are much friendlier. Rick can't believe just how much good food they have here. It's been a while since his belly was so full of food. They could easily get used to this, definitely much better than rationing scraps back in Alexandria. While everyone is enjoying dinner and having a good time, Negan and his men decide to attack. They unload a truck filled with zombies and prepare for an assault. One of the guards confronts them and orders them to stand down, but Negan doesn't want to deal with him and only wants to speak with Rick. He orders one of his men to shoot the guard, who falls to his death after being shot in the head. Seeing that Rick refuses to talk to him, Negan decides to drive the truck straight into the main gates. His plan succeeds, and the main gates are now down, but the people start shooting and kill the men driving it. Rick orders his people to take cover and get ready, because the enemies are coming in. All hell breaks loose as soon as Negan's men rush inside, with people firing in all directions and others running for cover. One of the cars tries to hit Rick, but he dodges the attack at the last moment. Andrea kills as many soldiers as she can, but there are too many, and eventually, the bandits invade Hilltop. One of them tries to stab Ezekiel, but one of his men takes the blow and gets stabbed in the process. Michonne is there to help and stabs the attacker from behind with her sword. Negan and Dwight are behind the main house, taking out a group of people when they spot Rick in front of them. He orders Dwight to take him out, using one of the arrows infected with the zombie virus. The arrow hits Rick in the back and stabs him in the abdomen, but it doesn't kill him. Meanwhile, in another part of Washington, D.C., Eugene is returning to the workshop to start working again and make ammo for the war, but the entire building is surrounded by walkers, and they can't even get close. He tells the driver to block the horn and attract all of the walkers to the car while they sneak out the back. Negan had left one of his men to keep an eye on the place and make sure nobody got close, but the man was focused on the car and the walkers surrounding it. Eugene's men sneak up behind him and ambush him, pushing him off the building to his death. Eugene feels terrible because this is his first official killing, but Carson says the guy was a ruthless animal, and Eugene doesn't need to feel sorry for him. After Rick is stabbed, it starts to get dark quickly, and with no running electricity, the place is pretty much in darkness. While Aaron is taking Rick inside, another bandit tries to stab him with a machete, but Jesus knocks him out cold. Negan regroups with his men behind one of the cars and coordinates another attack. They spot Rick and want to finish the job before he goes inside the house, where he would be safe. But just as they are about to land the final blow, Carl comes outside and shoots one of the attackers. Gregory also comes to help and drags Rick inside, but Negan and his men want to chase them inside. Luckily, Michonne and Ezekiel sneak into nearby cars and turn on the headlights, lighting up the entrance to the house and revealing the Savior's locations. With everyone exposed, Andrea coordinates an attack and shoots back, killing most of the bandits and forcing Negan to order the retreat. The attack finally stops, but the entire place looks like a warfield. There are broken things everywhere, and most of the people killed during the attack have now turned into zombies. Rick recovers from his injury, but the same cannot be said for others, who are looking worse and starting to transform into zombies. At first, they can't figure out what is wrong, but they soon discover one of the daggers was tainted with zombie poison. Rick remembers that Dwight stabbed him, but since he didn't turn into a zombie, Dwight must have used a clean arrow, meaning he is on their side. Eugene drives to Hilltop after working the entire night to create as much ammo as he can. Meanwhile, Negan and his men regroup somewhere in the forest and take a break next to a fire. He is happy because he knows Rick's injury is going to turn him into a zombie soon, meaning his people won't put up much of a fight and will surrender. But Rick is safe and alive and wants to use this to his advantage. He asks Michonne to form a small group and go outside the walls from the back to flank Negan, just in case he decides to attack again, and he is right. In just a few hours, Negan returns and says he wants to talk. He demands Hilltop's unconditional surrender, saying he wants things to go back to normal before the war started, and promises to leave everyone unharmed. He doesn't expect to see Rick alive and unharmed, and asks Dwight what happened. He offers Rick the same deal, saying he wants things to return to the way they were before, and doesn't enjoy killing people. He claims he killed Glenn because he had to. He didn't enjoy it, but did it to teach them a lesson. Rick agrees, saying he also wants to stop the war. He proposes that they work together to make this new world a better, safer place, calling zombies the real enemies. While his people and the ones at Hilltop could work on planting seeds, harvesting crops, and delivering food, Negan and his people could help create tools, gas, and maybe even clothes. They need to be productive and work together, not fight among each other. While the two men talk things out, Michonne and her team sneak behind them, unsuspected in the dense forest. Rick talks about establishing a system of trade, building safer places where people can live, fixing roads, and setting up farms. With this many people working together, they could accomplish so much. They could fix everything, and even though they might never get things completely back to the way they were before, they could get very close. Negan listens to Rick and has a change of heart, agreeing to most of what he says. This might actually work, and stopping the war could help them live a better life. He lets his guard down, and Rick uses this opportunity to attack him. He pulls out his knife and slices Negan's artery, causing him to lose a lot of blood quickly. He declares the war is over and that the leader of the Saviors has been defeated, but Negan refuses to give up. He jumps Rick, and the two men begin to fight. This gives Michonne and her team the signal to strike from behind, surprising the bandits and attacking them. Even though Negan is injured, he gets the better of Rick and pins him to the ground. He grabs Rick's leg and bends it backward, breaking it from the knee down. But before he can finish the job, the blood loss affects him, and he faints, falling unconscious. Dwight sees this, and while the others are fighting, he goes over and picks up Lucille, Negan's baseball bat. He declares Negan defeated and tells the Saviors to stop fighting and follow him as their new leader, or they will all die. Dwight promises things will be better under his leadership and orders his men to dismantle the camp because they are going home. The doctor checks Rick's leg, but he is more worried about keeping Negan alive. After several hours in the surgery room, the doctor saves Rick's leg, though he will walk with a limp from now on. Despite his injury, Rick gets up to give a big speech to the people in Hilltop. He says they don't have to be afraid anymore and can finally start working together to make the world a better place for themselves and their children. Negan survives and slowly wakes up in the infirmary. Rick tells him he left him alive because he wants him to see how they will build a better world together. However, Negan won't get to live freely in it because he will spend the rest of his life in jail. The Walking Dead, Volume 22, A New Beginning. The story begins with a man asking a woman named Magna how much longer until they have to leave. The day was still young, and the man wanted to leave and cover a few more miles, but the woman hears noises coming from the forest and she is worried. Suddenly, a group of walkers starts coming out, heading towards the container where they were sitting. The group of 5 people ducked down so the walkers wouldn't see them, but the zombies attacked the horses, and they quickly surrounded them. The horses panic and start running away, causing the container to tilt on its side and fall down. The people are quickly overwhelmed, but out of nowhere, a strange man appears on his horse. He tells the group to follow him, but everyone was struggling to stay alive. The zombies surround one of them and eat him alive, while the others manage to get away on horses moments before an entire horde arrives. These men are part of Rick's crew, including Heath, Aaron, Eugene, Rosita, and even Jesus. The crew was out on a mission, trying to lure a giant horde of zombies that was moving towards Alexandria, threatening the safety of everyone inside the community. The mission was successful, and the walkers deviated from their initial path and headed to another destination. Jesus offers the strange group to follow them back to camp, but they will have to hand over their weapons. Meanwhile, back in Alexandria, Rick wakes up after spending the night with Andrea. He goes to the bathroom and equips a metal arm that was specifically designed for him. He tells Andrea he has a busy day ahead of him with the agriculture report that's due today, and Carl wants to talk to him about something important later in the day. His son wakes up as well and says they are out of bread. They've only been making bread for the past couple of weeks and have easily gotten used to it. Rick gets ready to leave the house, but Carl reminds him he really wants to talk later. After Negan and his army were defeated, things finally started to get better, and the people went on with their lives. The community grew bigger, and they started growing plants for vegetables, raising animals, and using horses for labor tasks. Everyone was assigned to perform a task and help to keep the community safe and well-fed. Everybody knows and likes Rick. He is the most respected member of the community and their leader. One of the men in charge of construction says that Rosita left on herd duty and took half of the men with her, delaying the construction. There is a fair happening in the coming weeks, and Rick wants to build a few more houses for the travelers coming from Hilltop. Rosita comes back and says she is sorry for taking all of the men. She really didn't expect to be gone for 5 days, but the herd of zombies was bigger than initially anticipated, and it took a lot to change their course. She tells Andrea about the 5 people they met on the road, leading the herd towards them, which killed one of their men. Rick welcomes the group to Alexandria and introduces himself, asking Magna to do the same. The big guy is Kelly, followed by Luke, Connie, and Yumiko. Magna is the leader, even though she doesn't think of herself as one. He welcomes everyone to the community and lets them settle in and get cleaned up, saying he wants to interview them tomorrow. He wants to know where they are coming from. Rick talks to Eugene next and asks him to never go on herd duty ever again. Going outside the camp is much too dangerous, and he's much too valuable to risk his life like that. Carl wants to go to Hilltop and learn how to become a blacksmith, working with Earl Sutton. But his father doesn't like the idea because Hilltop is too far away from him. He eventually gives in to his son's pressures and says he will think about it. Before bedtime, Carl goes down to the cellar and talks to someone in the dark. telling him everything that happened today. The man he was talking to is Negan, who is being kept a prisoner inside a cell. Negan and Carl have spent countless hours here talking about everything, and Negan wants to know if this means they are friends. But Carl claims that even after all this time, he still wants to kill him, and they are not friends. Andrea questions Magna about the group's life before coming to Alexandria. She is originally from Richmond, Virginia, but she moved to a nursing home after the outbreak began. The place was nice at first. They even had a garden where they could grow food year-round. But more people kept showing up, and things started to get bad, so she and a few others left that place. They've been out on the road for the past 7 days, living inside the container and using horses to move around. But the strange part is that after all this time out in the open, they never encountered other people. Everywhere they went, places were completely abandoned. Rick visits the mill where Olivia is baking a fresh batch of bread. They didn't even know how much they missed the smell of freshly baked bread. Meanwhile, 2 men were desperately riding their horses, trying to get back to the camp as soon as possible, but they ran straight into a group of zombies. This scared the horses, and one of the men fell to the ground and broke his leg. To make things worse, the horse was stuck on top of him, and he couldn't move. His friend came to help and dealt with one of the zombies, but more were slowly coming towards them. He was able to move the horse and free his leg, and both men jumped on the remaining horse and rushed home. Rick talks to his son again and decides to let him move to Hilltop and become a blacksmith. In this new world, that's a really good trade to learn, and Carl couldn't be happier. The group of people that recently joined the community all lived in the same house, but they think something suspicious might be going on here. If something is too good to be true, it usually is. In the morning, Rick visits Negan and brings him some food. He taunts him about the amazing life they were able to build for themselves, something Negan will never get to experience because he's locked here for life. But Negan doesn't believe he will be locked here forever. On his way out, Rick meets Magna, who asks him questions about the only prison house in the entire community. She wants to go inside and talk to Negan, and Rick agrees to let her do it, but only in a few days when he returns from Hilltop. He and Carl leave Alexandria inside a carriage pulled by 2 horses. The streets outside are safe and completely empty, with no signs of zombies anywhere. The patrols make sure that any wandering walker is dealt with immediately. The father and son stop for a couple of minutes to eat something when, out of nowhere, a group of zombies attacks them. Rick takes out his axe and deals with them, telling his son not to shoot unless it's absolutely necessary. Carl, however, is forced to shoot the last one that tries to sneak up on his father from behind. Eventually, the zombies are dealt with. One of the guards in charge of patrolling the streets arrives and asks if they are okay. Rick loses his temper and goes all out on the soldier, calling him incompetent and accusing him of failing to do his job. He was supposed to keep the streets safe, but he obviously wasn't doing a very good job since Rick and his son could have died. Somewhere in the wild, the 2 soldiers who were attacked by walkers are moving on foot after their horse ran away. Marco tells his injured friend Ken that he hears noises coming from the zombies, as if they are talking, but this can't be real. Zombies don't talk. As soon as it gets dark, Magna and her friends sneak inside the prison house because they want to see who is locked inside. They take a candle and slowly go down the stairs, not knowing what to expect. They find Negan, who screams and asks for help, saying the people are animals and keep him prisoner. He begs them to set him free, saying they taunt and torture him down here, and Rick is going to kill him soon. Magna recognizes his lies, saying there are no signs of torture. In fact, he looks well taken care of. She knows he is lying and decides to leave him locked inside and then leave the prison. Ken and Marco are still moving, trying to return home when it starts to rain. They find cover inside a trench and hide there, hoping the zombies will move right past them. The plan works, and the zombies don't see them, continuing their march towards an unknown destination. Eventually, Rick and his son arrive at Hilltop, a thriving community and one of Alexandria's biggest trade partners. After punching Gregory in the face, the people respect Maggie and her ability to take charge, so she became the new leader of Hilltop. She welcomes Rick and his son and invites them into the big house for some hot food. But once the people find out he is here, everybody wants to meet the famous Rick Grimes. When the war was over and Negan was defeated, Rick gave a big speech talking about the future, and people still remember that day and his words. Herschel, Maggie's son with Glenn, is sleeping in his crib, and Brianna is looking after him. Carl can't wait to talk to the blacksmith and shows him some of his recent work, a hand-carved wooden boar. But as it turns out, he isn't going to be the only blacksmith apprentice in Hilltop. Another boy called Roland started just 1 week ago. Carl is surprised and had no idea. He thought he was going to be the only one. Marco finally arrives at the camp and is brought to the infirmary. He tells them what happened and says his friend Ken is still alive, hiding inside a barn. He gives them the location and asks them to send a rescue party to bring him back home, but warns about the zombies he met, saying they talk to each other. Maggie finds Dante, one of her best men, and asks him to gather a small team and go look for Ken. He forms a small group and leaves the camp to search for the missing soldier. The other men don't like the idea of going out in the open, not knowing where to go exactly or what to expect. This entire mission is dangerous, and the last thing they want is to spend the night out here alone. They eventually find the barn Marco mentioned and decide to go inside. They find some clothes laying on the ground, but no sign of Ken. Out of nowhere, a group of zombies appears and attacks them. Meanwhile, Carl decides to move into the big house and brings his luggage inside. He meets Sophia on the stairs. She is happy that he is moving in and welcomes him to the community. Back in Alexandria, Eugene escorts Andrea back to her house after talking about his relationship with Rosita, which isn't going too great. As soon as she steps inside her home, Andrea is attacked by the group of people they took in who want to interrogate her. She agrees to answer all of their questions but threatens them, saying that if they hurt her, none of them are making it out alive. Back at the barn, the group of men is struggling to stay alive, fighting off waves of zombies from every direction. They slowly start to make progress, decapitating them one by one, but the zombies start talking amongst each other, shocking the entire group. One of them sees that some of the zombies are even armed with knives, trying to stab them. This shouldn't be possible, but the zombies stab 2 of Dante's friends, and he is now the only one left alive. He is able to kill all of them, but is curious to know what the hell is going on. How are the zombies able to speak and even use weapons? He takes one of the bodies and checks its head, finding that one of them is wearing a mask. He rips the mask away and sees that the zombies he just killed are actually live humans, disguised as zombies. Before he can figure out just what the hell is going on, another walker surprises him from behind, pointing a gun at his head and asking him not to move. The Walking Dead Volume 23, Whispers into Screams. After Magna and her crew took Andrea hostage, they forced her to tell them everything that happened to her, how she and Rick ended up here and created this thriving community. But Andrea didn't mind and enjoyed telling them everything that happened. Jesus comes to check up on her and asks if she is in trouble, but she says that everything is fine and continues to talk to them. Rosita had an affair and cheated on Eugene with another man. She got herself pregnant and was now bearing his child, but Eugene says he loves her and is willing to move past this and raise the baby as if it were his. Rosita cries and finally realizes what a good man Eugene is. He's always been there for her and loved her unconditionally. Rick says goodbye to his son and prepares to go back home, while Carl will stay behind and start a new life in Hilltop. He can't help but feel worried. This is the first time since the outbreak began that he and his son will be separate. It's never easy for a parent to let go of their child. Meanwhile, Marco was being held at gunpoint by what appeared to be a talking zombie, but it wasn't actually a zombie, but rather a human wearing a zombie's skin. The walker accuses Marco of coming inside their territory and killing some of their people. Now, they will do the same and force them to fear them. Jesus meets with one of the guards in charge of patrolling the territory to check for potential dangers. One of the men failed to return from his patrol, and they begin to worry about him. The group goes searching for him, hoping that nothing bad has happened. The streets seem empty, and there are no signs of walkers or their own man anywhere, so they decide to go deeper, unknowingly followed by a group of walkers plotting to take them out. They arrive on the highway and pass under a bridge, but the whole area feels sketchy, and Jesus wants to turn back. They all agree and want to ride back when, out of nowhere, walkers jump them and attack them with knives. Jesus has no idea what the hell is going on. How could zombies be using knives? This doesn't make any sense. On top of that, they start talking, claiming they are going to kill them. Jesus asks them what they are, and one of them answers, "Whisperers." Sadly for them, they had no idea who they were messing with. Jesus is a skilled warrior and kicks the shit out of all of them. He dodges their attacks with ease, then kicks them with his legs and cuts their heads off using his sword. Jesus is the last person they want to be messing with. On top of using knives and their ability to speak, these walkers also have names and try to help each other, but it's no use. Jesus takes out all of them. But right before he strikes the final blow, one of them goes to his knees and begs for his life. Back in Hilltop, Gregory confronts Maggie, demanding to know why she didn't send a search party for Dante. Dante went looking for Ken, who was attacked by Whisperers but hasn't come back in the last 2 days. She is worried, but if Dante didn't return, it means that something went wrong, and she doesn't want to put other people in danger. Gregory calls her irresponsible and says he would do a much better job if he were back in charge. Carl and Sophia spend the afternoon sitting down and talking. It's been a long time since they last saw each other when, out of nowhere, two boys attack them from behind and hit Carl with a brick over the head. His head begins to bleed, and he gets up and runs away. Sophia gets up and punches one of the boys, calling them idiots for hurting Carl, but the boys don't care that she's a girl and attack her next, punching and kicking her until she falls to the ground. But Carl didn't run away. He went to get a shovel and returns to save Sophia. He hits the attackers with his shovel and pins them to the ground. He then continues a series of attacks until they are left unconscious. Jesus comes out of nowhere with the soldier who was stabbed earlier and asks for Dr. Carson, but he wasn't alone. He took the walker that begged for his life prisoner and brought him to Hilltop. As if this wasn't bad enough, Carl shows up carrying Sophia, claiming he fought two boys and thinks he might have killed them. Everyone is taken inside the infirmary while Carl worries about Sophia. It doesn't take long until the parents of the two boys rush inside as well, claiming that Carl tried to kill their sons. Carl claims they attacked him first, and he was only defending himself and Sophia, but the parents don't care and accuse him of trying to kill their sons. The whole situation escalates while Maggie tries to calm everyone down. Meanwhile, Jesus removes the mask that was covering the walker, revealing it was actually a 16-year-old girl. Her name is Lydia, and her people cover their faces using zombie skin to protect themselves and make the walkers leave them alone. Her people abandoned the old ways of trying to live civilized and adopted a more raw approach, living out in the wild among the undead, like they are part of them. Jesus is curious why her people send children on missions to kill other people, but apparently they don't believe in childhood anymore. That only brings the illusion of safety, which is a luxury they couldn't afford anymore, not out in the open like that. Until the whole attack situation can be cleared, Maggie decides to lock up Carl inside a cell, hoping to calm the parents down and de-escalate the entire situation. He doesn't like being locked up, but this isn't Alexandria, and he has to listen to Maggie. After everyone left, Carl started talking to Lydia, who was locked in the cell next door. She was curious why they locked him up and introduced herself. The parents of the two boys who were attacked by him talk amongst each other inside one of the homes. They don't agree with Maggie taking Carl's side and blame her for not taking the entire situation more seriously. Gregory overhears them and offers a solution: to kill Maggie. He says it's the only way. Things have gotten worse since she took over the Hilltop leadership and claims that things like this wouldn't happen if he was the leader. Lydia says that today was her first official mission with the group, and when they encountered Carl's people, she didn't want to attack them, but she had to help her own kind. She is worried that she will be punished for helping to kill some of them, but Carl reassures her they won't kill her. They don't kill people anymore, not since his dad is in charge. Sophia eventually recovers from her injuries and tells her mother everything that happened, confirming that Carl's version of the story was true. She blames the two teenagers and can't wait for them to wake up so she can punish them. She sets Carl free and asks him to stay out of trouble until the whole situation blows over. He wants Maggie to free Lydia as well, saying she's not dangerous and wants her to integrate and become a member of their society. Maggie ignored his pleading and decided to keep Lydia locked up for the time being, but Carl thought of a great idea to cheer her up. He brought her his hat to keep her company, and she was feeling a lot better. But it wasn't the hat. It was from talking to him. Maggie talks to the angry parents and blames their son for attacking her daughter, but this made the entire situation even worse. Maggie thinks the best thing to do is for them to move out of Hilltop completely, even though they've been living there longer than her. Gregory steps in and tries to calm everyone down, asking Maggie if she is willing to talk things over with him in his house, and she agrees. Carl visits Lydia in prison and tells her they agreed to let her out, just as long as she doesn't cause any trouble. He will, however, be responsible for her and threatens to kill her if she does any harm or kills anyone. He shows her around Hilltop, including all the buildings, gardens, and even the animal farms. Lydia says her people hunt animals in the wild, and they also gather fruits and vegetables that grow freely, but Carl can't help but wonder if they ever eat humans. A long time ago, he and his father encountered a group of cannibals that used to do that, but Lydia's people don't do that. Meanwhile, Maggie visits Gregory inside his home, and he offers her something to drink, but she immediately starts feeling sick and faints on the ground. He gave her poison and wanted to kill her, confidently claiming that this is his town, and he built it. Jesus was close by and overheard everything, and immediately jumped to Maggie's rescue. He kicks Gregory in the back and instantly picks Maggie up, calling him a dead man for trying to kill her. Gregory defends himself, saying she fainted on her own, and he had nothing to do with it, but Jesus overheard everything and arrests him. Luckily, the poison wasn't strong enough, and Maggie starts to wake up, saying he can't be the leader of this community because he can't even poison someone right. Lydia wants to see Carl without his glasses and takes them away, but he is very self-conscious about his appearance ever since he got shot. However, she isn't bothered by his scar and licks it, calling it sexy. She asks Carl if he ever had sex and then jumps on top of him, saying she wants to do it with him. This was Carl's first time, but Lydia's done this before, sometimes even if she doesn't want to. That's just the way people do things in her tribe. Carl calls it rape and finds her people disgusting, but she defends their way of living, but thanks him for showing her another way of living, very different from what she's been used to her entire life. She confidently says she doesn't want to go back, and Carl wants her to stay as well, saying he's going to talk to Maggie. They put Gregory in jail, but Maggie is unsure what to do with him when suddenly a large group of whisperers arrives at the main gates, demanding to speak to the leader. One of them removes her walker's skin, claiming she is Alpha, the leader, and doesn't want to hurt them. She only wants one thing from them, her daughter Lydia. Maggie says the girl is unharmed and was well taken care of, so Alpha proposes a trade. She brings Dante and the other man who went missing a couple of days ago and offers to trade them for their daughter. The men are unharmed and seem well taken care of, and Maggie agrees to trade. They bring Lydia out and give her back to her people, but Carl objects to this decision, saying she doesn't really want to go back. The girl doesn't have a choice and thanks her mother for coming back to get her, and then leaves with her people. Carl understands why Maggie chose to let her go. He wants Dante back just as much as the others, but he really likes this girl and doesn't think she is safe with her people. He decides to take things into his own hands and leaves Hilltop, going after Lydia and following the Whisperers into the wilderness. The Walking Dead Volume 24, Life and Death. The story begins with Ezekiel killing a bunch of zombies, telling his men to stay back because he can handle it. He was very good with the sword and actually enjoys killing a bunch of walkers, but his men are worried about his safety and want to help. It wasn't long before Rick and his crew arrived, carrying a bunch of supplies with them. It's been some time since the two men saw each other and couldn't wait to catch up. Ezekiel wants Rick to drop the price on ammunition, but Rick wasn't too fond of that idea. Meanwhile, back in Hilltop, Maggie realizes that Carl has gone missing. He's already missed 2 meals, and nobody has seen him ever since the Whisperers were here. He was far away from Hilltop by this time and well into Whisperers' territory. He was quickly found by them, but they didn't attack him. Instead, they wanted him to follow them back to their camp. Rick and the King were waiting for a boat to arrive at the docks, but Ezekiel was so nervous he was sweating like crazy. Michonne was on the ship, and things haven't been great between them. They had broken up some time ago, but he still loves her and cares about her a lot. Michonne and her crew were out fishing for the past several weeks, and Rick was happy she was back. She noticed there was a new woman with him instead of Andrea. Magna and her crew have recently joined the community and seem to be nice people. Life on the sea isn't easy. You work non-stop, and there is almost no time to stop and think about things in your life. Things are happening so fast. She went there to get away from Ezekiel after they broke up. Michonne loves Ezekiel, but after she abandoned her children for a better job as a lawyer, she feels bad about it and thinks she doesn't deserve to be happy. She thinks about her children every day, how scared they were when the outbreak began, and how she wasn't there to keep them safe. She blames herself for everything and doesn't allow herself to be happy next to Ezekiel, even though she loves him. Rick wants her to be happy and doesn't understand why she's denying herself that chance. Gregory continues to defend himself, saying he didn't do anything wrong and that Maggie framed him. He didn't try to kill her, even though Jesus was there and overheard him. While they were trying to figure out what to do with him, Dante returns after he went searching for Carl. He chased him all the way into the Whisperers' territory, but didn't go any further because he was afraid of getting caught again. Meanwhile, Carl and Lydia were following the other members of the group, heading back to the camp, but needed to keep quiet and not attract walkers to their location. The Whisperers live outside in the open, using the animals' meat to feed themselves and the skin to create clothes and other things they need. They live a simple life, just like the ancestors used to do. Maggie interrogates one of the mothers of the boys that hurt Sophia, and she confesses it was Gregory's idea to kill her. They were angry at that time and went along with it, but now she regrets it. Maggie realizes just how serious the entire situation actually is and doesn't think she can ever trust Gregory to set him free. She and Jesus agree they need to kill him. Meanwhile, back in Alexandria, 2 guards were keeping watch, making sure nothing bad happens, while Olivia was giving Negan a bath and a haircut. Since he was locked inside the cell, Negan was not allowed to leave this place, and this is where he takes his baths. After just a few minutes, he looks fresh and good as new. Andrea threatens him to go back in the cage, while Olivia locks him up again. But after they leave, Negan leans against the door, and it opens wide. Olivia didn't lock the door properly. Rick meets with Dwight to give him a share of the fishing, but Dwight wanted to have a word with him. Ever since they overthrew Negan, Dwight took his place as the new leader of the Saviors, but he never really wanted to be in charge. He claims he's not cut out for this kind of job and wants out. Rick agrees to help him, but if he wants to step down, they need to have a democratic election to pick out a new leader. Rick returns home, and Andrea brings him up to date with everything that's been going on while he was away. Every time he comes back to Alexandria, Rick makes sure that Negan is still locked inside his cell and goes to check on him, but this time he is shocked to see his cell door wide open, but Negan was still inside relaxing. Rick pulls the gun on him, threatening him, but if Negan wanted to escape, he would have done so by now. He just wants to talk and pleads with Rick to trust him and give him a chance. He wanted this to be a sign of trust, but Rick doesn't care and locks him back up, then goes to have a talk with Olivia. During lunch, Rosita and Eugene announce that they are having a baby together, and everyone congratulates them. Rick pulls Olivia aside and confronts her about leaving the cell door unlocked, blaming her for potentially giving Negan a chance to escape. He threatens her to never do that again, and she starts crying, but Rick was dead serious and didn't care. Andrea was there too, and she distinctly remembers hearing the click as she turned the key inside the lock. She thought the door was secured. She blames Rick for not killing him when they had the chance several years ago, but that's not the future Rick wants for this community. He doesn't want to kill anymore and wants them to be civilized. Back in Hilltop, Maggie gathered everyone and publicly hanged Gregory as punishment for trying to poison her. This is not something she wanted to do, but he worked behind her back and plotted to kill her. There was no other way. She wants this to be an example to people, but also hopes she won't ever have to do this again. Andrea inspects the town because there is a fair in the next few days and needs to make sure that things are progressing nicely. They've built stands, shops, and even new houses for the people that will come from all the different communities around Washington, D.C. Carl is observing how the Whisperers survive, how they skin walkers and peel off the skin that will be used to cover their bodies. He finds it disgusting and thinks his people's ways of living are much better. He confronts Alpha, telling her the same thing. When the outbreak began, his dad kept him alive, and in time, they were able to form communities and live civilized. He claims that Lydia is in danger here and will never abandon her, while Alpha says she needs to learn more about his people and decides to do something about it. The fair has finally begun, and people from different communities have all gathered to celebrate in Alexandria. Maggie tells Rick that his son ran away to be with a girl, and he loses his mind. He is mad they didn't send a search party after him, but she was rather busy after Gregory tried to kill her. Rick forms a search party of his own and goes looking for his boy. While everyone was having a good time at the fair, someone compliments the blacksmith on his craftsmanship and the quality of his weapons. But this was no ordinary citizen. It was Alpha herself. The leader of the Whisperers had infiltrated Alexandria to learn more about the people. Rick and his group follow Dante towards the location where he was taken prisoner. He dealt with Whisperers before and knows the way to get there. Eventually, the Whisperers show themselves and surround the group, saying they will take only Rick to see his son. The rest need to wait behind. He and his son are finally reunited, and Rick asks if they hurt him while he was here. He wants them to make a run for it if they get an opening, but Carl doesn't want to leave without Lydia. Carl claims that after the accident that left a big scar on his head, everyone's been looking strangely at him, judging him, and Lydia is the only one who looks at him like he is normal and not some freak. He doesn't want to leave without her because she is the only one who truly understands him, and he cares about her. Alpha finally returns and tells Rick he shouldn't have come here, but Rick can't help but notice she has a bloody sword in her hand. He immediately assumes she must have done something to his friends, Andrea, Michonne, and Jesus. She wants him to leave, but he doesn't want to go without his son, who doesn't want to go without Lydia. This entire situation is complicated. She asks Rick to follow her, and both of them go on a small walk, heading to an unknown location. They arrive at an old building that seems abandoned and go inside, making their way to the roof. From there, Alpha shows Rick something shocking. A giant horde of zombies all grouped together in one place, sitting and waiting as they always do. She claims many of her people are among them, steering them anywhere they want, and if she feels threatened, she can easily steer them towards Alexandria and his people. She only wants her and her people to be left alone, claiming they are animals and want to live as such. Even though Rick tries to rebuild civilization, that's not what they want, and their ways of living are not compatible. Carl says these people often rape Lydia and doesn't trust them, while Alpha defends this, saying it's part of nature, an act far older than this new, terrifying world. Lydia starts crying, accusing her own mother of failing to protect her, but Alpha says that any emotion is a sign of weakness, and there is no place for weak people in this world, only the strong. But that's not what she truly believes, and she becomes emotional. Lydia checks on her mother, so she slaps her, forcing Rick to intervene. Alpha grabs him and asks him to take her daughter away from this place, saying she can't offer her the life she needs, but Rick can. She outcasts her own daughter, saying she doesn't belong here and needs to go with Rick and his people. Alpha tells Rick to take her daughter and leave, claiming she marked the border to their territory and asking them to never cross it again. Rick returns to where he left his crew, but they were nowhere to be seen. Only the horses remained. He fears something bad must have happened and can't help but worry, but he wasn't prepared for what was coming next. As they leave the small town, he finally understands what Alpha meant when she said she marked her territory. She and her people killed many of the people from the communities and hanged their heads on sticks, marking the line for the Whisperer's territory. They've killed Olivia, Thomas, one of Carl's best friends, Rosita, who was pregnant and Eugene's girlfriend, and many others, including Ezekiel, Michonne's boyfriend and one of the community's leaders. Rick drops to his knees and begins to cry, not understanding why Alpha did this. There was no need for it, but luckily his crew is unharmed. Andrea comes out of nowhere with the rest and asks what they should do next. The Walking Dead, Volume 25, No Turning Back. The entire scene was gruesome, but there was nothing left to do now except mourn the dead. Michonne takes her knife and wants to stab Ezekiel to prevent him from turning, but Rick wants to do it himself. Michonne was mad as hell and pushes him off. She wants to be left alone and do this herself, and couldn't stop herself from crying. She isn't angry at him and apologizes for her behavior and then hugs him, while Andrea takes the dagger and does the job herself. The entire scene is brutal, the group stabbing people in the head, people they used to call friends or even family, but it has to be done. Lydia takes one of the knives and does it herself, but Michonne jumps her, asking if she had any idea her mother was planning to massacre her people. However, she had no idea about her mother's plan and says that most likely they are afraid of them because they've never met a group as big as the ones from all the different communities. Nobody knows what to do next, and they question if they should take the heads back with them, but Michonne suggests burying them here. Rick and his crew return to the fair and break the news to everyone. What should have been a few days of celebration turned into a massive tragedy. The news was devastating, and in such a small community, everyone lost someone close to them, or at least a friend. People mourned in their own way. Some people chose to be alone, while others drank until they passed out. Everyone attended a massive funeral ceremony, even though there weren't any bodies to bury, and the entire fair was canceled, and people had to close shops. The families of the victims were furious and wanted revenge. They pressured Rick to take action, saying they were willing to go to war with the Whisperers. He just needed to lead the way. But Rick is cautious and doesn't want to start a war. He is worried about ruining the amazing life and community they were able to build here. One man calls him a coward and says that maybe it's time for Maggie to take over the leadership of all the communities. Rick didn't know what that meant, so he questions her about it. She admits to executing Gregory. She didn't have any choice. Some people from Hilltop still supported him and could have started a rebellion. Rick loses his mind and snaps, angry at her for doing something they both agreed they would never do again. During the altercation, he hits her with his cane and draws blood, but Maggie was no slouch and fights back. She punches Rick in the chin, and he falls hard on the floor. After his fight with Negan, his right leg was broken and he couldn't stand on it anymore, so he easily lost his balance. Eventually, both of them apologize to each other and hug it out, calling the whole thing stupid. Eugene visits Rick and Andrea and tells them how much he misses Rosita. She was pregnant, and even though it wasn't his baby, he loved her very much and was willing to raise that baby as his own. He wants revenge against Alpha and her people and wants to use Lydia to their advantage. He is willing to sacrifice the girl in order to get to Alpha and make her pay. Rick isn't willing to risk a little girl for revenge. He tells Eugene to go home and mourn while they figure out another way to make them pay for what they did. They don't think it's safer for Lydia to be here anymore, and Andrea offers to take her and Carl away. She sneaks into their room in the middle of the night and takes both of them away, offering to take them to Hilltop, where hopefully they will be safer. Michonne sneaks inside the home as well, in the middle of the night, searching for Lydia, but Rick surprises her from behind. She claims she only came because she wanted to protect the girl. She wasn't going to hurt her. The two friends spend the night drinking some hot tea and talking about their lives. Rick wants her to stop pushing people away and live her life. Ever since he started dating Andrea, he couldn't be happier. He lost his wife Lori a long time ago, but he was never this close to her as he is with Andrea. They've been through a lot together, survived many dangers, and don't have any secrets between each other. He allowed himself to be happy, and Lori had to die for this to happen, and even though it sounds bad, they can't undo the past. They just need to keep living. Michonne didn't allow herself to be happy after she lost her 2 daughters, but Rick wants her to try and find something that makes her happy and hold on to it and never let it go. Lydia doesn't understand why she had to leave Alexandria and why those people want to hurt her. She thought that people in this community take care of each other and thinks they lied to her. She pulls her gun on Andrea and demands they tell her the truth, but Carl protects his mother and threatens to shoot and kill her if she doesn't put her gun away. Andrea explains that people are just scared of the Whisperers and want revenge. Losing someone close to you makes you do stupid things. Her mother really does love her and goes into the forest to cry alone. She only sent her away because she wants her to have a better life, but one of her people sees her and asks why she is crying. She tells him the truth, and the man understands but warns her about showing weakness. Someone else might challenge her. In their tribe, it's forbidden to show any sign of weakness, especially her, who is the leader and supposed to be the strongest of all. She pulls out her knife and slices his throat, ensuring that she remains the alpha and that nobody discovers her weakness. Dwight returns to the mill with his share of the supplies and tells his second-in-command that he doesn't want to be a leader anymore. He never wanted to be in charge, and now with the Whisperers it's just too much for him to handle, and he wants to quit. Rick holds a meeting explaining what they plan to do about the Whisperers' threat. For the time being, they will organize a patrol to go around the border and make sure they aren't attacked, and they also want to send a small expedition across the border to assess the situation and see what exactly they are up against. The people are unhappy with this decision and want more, and a confrontation erupts. Jesus tells everyone the meeting is over and asks them to go home, but the people react violently and attack him and his crew. Everyone lets go of their anger and fights each other, looking to blame someone for losing a family member. Rick shoots his gun in the air and then threatens to shoot the next person who throws a punch. He wants everyone to go home before someone gets seriously hurt and promises to talk about it tomorrow. Left without any options, Rick goes to visit Negan and asks him for help. Negan is eager to get out of prison and offers to help Rick with whatever he needs. He just wants to be pointed in the right direction and is willing to do anything to get out of there. But Rick doesn't want to let him out. He just wants to talk and get some advice. Andrea and the kids finally arrive at Hilltop and are greeted by one of the guards. She asks him to pretend they were never here, just in case someone asks about them. Carl takes Lydia to his room, but she doesn't understand why he is so good to her, even after he pulled a gun on his mother. Carl says it's because of his dad. Everyone respects him, and he wants the same respect when he grows older, so he tries to do the right thing. If Rick doesn't want to go after the Whisperers, Negan suggests he should at least give the impression that he is, in other words, lie. Rick doesn't like the idea, but it's easier to manipulate people than to go to outright war. One of the fathers who lost his son to the Whisperers was losing his mind and lashed out even at his wife. He couldn't bear the thought of living without his son and wanted them to pay for what they did. Another family that lost someone felt the same way and came to talk. Dwight packs up his stuff and gets ready to leave, but not before checking his closet, where he hid Negan's bat, Lucille. He gets on his horse and rides toward Alexandria, leaving the mill behind him. Laura has feelings for him and decides to come along. Rick asks Eugene about the state of the stockpile of ammunition that they've been collecting since the war. He plans to select people and train them to be part of an army, and then prepare them for war. Eugene loves this idea and can't wait to start, but it will have to wait until tomorrow. For now, Rick heads back home. It was already dark, and since there wasn't any electricity, the streets were empty and dark. Out of nowhere, Rick is attacked by 2 people who push him to the ground. They start punching and kicking him mercilessly, telling him to stop talking because all he does is talk instead of taking any action. One of the men takes off his hoodie and tells his friend Morton to stop. He was going too far, but now that Rick knows who he is, he has no other choice but to kill him. But his friend Vincent refuses to let this go any further and jumps him from behind, trying to stop him. The 2 men begin fighting, and Morton is punched and falls on top of Rick. Rick takes advantage of this and brutally bites him on the neck. He doesn't let go and continues until Morton loses a lot of blood and is left breathless on the ground. In the end, both men are left unconscious while Vincent runs away, fearing repercussions. They bring Rick to the infirmary, but he is in bad shape and covered in blood. Luckily, it wasn't his blood, and he asked Michonne to find Vincent, one of the men who attacked him. Vincent took his wife and ran away on one of the horses, but Michonne caught him from behind. In the morning, Rick wants to give another speech to his people, but prefers to keep his bloody clothes, shocking everyone attending. Dwight and Laura arrive just in time to catch the big speech. and Michonne brings Vincent to stand trial for what he did. Rick admits they have become complacent, allowing themselves to become weak and lower their guards for any potential attack, but all that ends now. He is officially building an army that will be ready to deal with any threat, including wiping the Whisperers from the face of the earth. He says he had to kill one of his attackers in self-defense, but doesn't want to hurt Vincent. Instead, he forgives him and gives him a second chance, saying he doesn't want to kill him. This isn't a time to kill one of their own. Instead, it's time to band together so they can kill the Whisperers, so they can silence the Whisperers once and for all. The people agree with his decision and cheer his name in glory, but Negan, who was still locked inside his cell, can't help but overhear everything and feels proud of Rick. The Walking Dead Volume 26, Call to Arms. The story begins with Rick training a group of people to become soldiers by killing a group of zombies. Dwight was leading the group, telling them to save as many bullets as they could and aim for the head. Things are going pretty well, and the group is getting very good at taking them down, but the zombies flank them from behind and grab one of them. The man was just about to be bitten when Rick intervened and stabbed it in the eye with his cane. More zombies come out of nowhere and surround the group, and even Rick has to pick up a weapon and fight back. Dwight takes the lead, giving clear orders to his soldiers and telling them to stay back to prevent any surprises. One by one, the zombies are taken out, and the group escapes the entire encounter unharmed. When the attack is finally over, Rick compliments Dwight for taking charge and getting them out of that situation. He wants him to lead the army against the Whisperers, but Dwight doesn't like this idea, saying he came to Alexandria to avoid any responsibility. Maggie prepares to head back home to Hilltop, but Jesus is going to stay a little longer and help train the soldiers. Rick wants Carl to come back home, saying that Alexandria is safe now and he isn't in danger anymore, and he can bring Lydia as well. Maggie promises to deliver the message as soon as she gets back home. Just to make sure he is still locked inside his cell, Rick visits Negan but leaves just as soon as he arrives. Father Gabriel waits for him outside and says he wants to join the army. He wants to do more than just serve God. He wants to be a member of the community and contribute more, and Rick agrees to let him join. Michonne fell asleep while waiting for him to return home because she wanted to say goodbye. She wants to go back to sea and continue fishing with the other men, but Rick has another idea. Now that Ezekiel is dead, he wants her to take his place and lead the kingdom. It takes a bit of convincing, but she eventually agrees, saying, "Those people need a leader, and because she used to live there with Ezekiel, those people know and trust her completely." Eugene repaired a broken radio and was trying to contact other people for weeks, but nobody answered until one day when he hears a woman's voice talking back. They were both shocked that anyone was still listening after all this time, but they are vigilant at first and refuse to share any details about their location. They do agree, however, to talk again the next day around the same time and keep this thing a secret, at least until they trust each other more to share more information. The training continues the next day, killing zombies and teaching people how to fire weapons. Father Gabriel was pretty good and even got a few headshots on his first tries. He seems to be a talented shooter. Dwight is impressed, but he isn't too sure how good he will be against living targets. Rick walks back to his home and is confronted by Brandon, the son of the man who tried to kill Rick a few days ago. Rick was acting in self-defense after he was ambushed, but Brandon doesn't care and blames him. He calls Rick pathetic and pushes him to the ground, kicking and punching him repeatedly. At first, Rick lets him land a few blows, but when he doesn't stop, he fights back, overthrows him, and pins him to the ground. He could kill him, but instead Rick gives him a second chance. Even though he is from Hilltop, he lets him stay in Alexandria under his probation, but as soon as he does something stupid or steps out of line, he is going to kill him. Maggie was getting ready to leave, and Brandon watched from the side, unhappy with the whole situation. He hates Rick and wants him to pay for what he did, so he sneaks inside Negan's prison and claims he came to get him out. Negan was curious and wanted to know why a young boy like him was trying to spring him out. Brandon's mother was killed by the Whisperers, and his dad was killed by Rick. He's got no family anymore and wants to warn the Whisperers that Rick is building an army and planning to attack them. He wants them to go to war and kill each other in the process, avenging his dead parents. Negan agrees to help him get to the Whisperers in exchange for his freedom. When Rick found out, it was already too late. Negan had escaped and there was no sign of him. They assumed he must have escaped when Maggie and her people left Alexandria, and they were right. While the caravan of people was returning to Hilltop, Brandon was among them, but nobody recognizes him, and he is able to sneak away from the group and head into the forest. He was able to steal Negan's jacket and bring it back to him, saying he felt naked without it. Negan says he is in charge now and points the boy in the direction of the Whisperers, asking him to shut up and just walk. He doesn't have anywhere else to go, so Rick figures that he is probably going to warn the Whisperers that they are building an army. He wants Aaron and Michonne to go after him and stop him from getting there. Meanwhile, Dwight and his small army are in the forest training, sneaking past a group of zombies, but they are easily spotted and attacked. Dwight loses his weapon and is forced to use Negan's baseball bat, which he always keeps with him. He says they need to do better and learn to be stealthier. If they can't pass unnoticed by a group of walkers, what chance do they have against the Whisperers, who are alive? Magna's group is in conflict with each other and doesn't understand why they are risking their lives for these people. They've only been in Alexandria for a couple of months, and they are preparing to go to war and risk getting killed. For better or worse, they have a good thing going here, and it's definitely a lot better than sleeping outside in the open, but some of them are skeptical. Negan and the boy finally arrive at the border, marked by the Whisperers. This is where they killed his mother and hung her head on a stick. The boy gets emotional and starts crying, so Negan gives him a hug, trying to comfort him. But instead of comforting him, he stabs him right in the heart with a knife and then leaves him dead on the ground. Michonne was right on his tail and finds the dead body, but he hadn't turned yet, meaning they were very close to catching him. Negan walks the streets of an empty neighborhood, but he realizes he isn't alone anymore. A bunch of walkers come out from behind the cars, armed with knives, and Negan knows who they are. He is confronted by one of their leaders, who is a big guy that scares him. He claims his name is Beta, and he is second in command after their leader, Alpha. Negan claims he is alone, trying to survive in this unforgiving world, but he wants to join the Whisperers. Beta agrees to take him back to camp, as long as he surrenders his weapon. Meanwhile, Eugene gets back on the radio and talks to the woman on the other side. He tells her about Rosita and about the Whisperers who killed her while she was pregnant. After sharing so much of his personal life, the woman decides to share as well and says her name is Stephanie. Carl is now a member of the Hilltop community and starts work early. He really wants to learn the trade and become a well-respected blacksmith. Maggie delivers his dad's message, but he doesn't go back to Alexandria and says this is home now, claiming he is a grown man, now capable of making his own decisions. Michonne was right on Negan's tracks, and it leads them to the same place where he was ambushed. A group of walkers attacks them out of nowhere, and they easily deal with them, but among them, there are also Whisperers who ambush them from all sides. Michonne just wanted to talk and says they are following a fugitive who escaped from their camp. Beta warns them about breaking the rules. They cross the border, and now they need to pay with their lives. He stabs Aaron and claims they should have never come here again. While this is going on, Negan is taken back to the camp, but he can't help but feel disgusted by some of the things he sees. However, when Alpha shows up, he likes what he sees and says he is in love. Michonne is doing her best to keep Aaron alive and fights off the Whisperers alone. She cuts off their hands and feet, leaving them as prey for the walkers, but there are just too many of them, and Beta eventually pins her to the ground. Before he can deliver the final blow, someone starts shooting, killing several of his men. It is Dwight and his army of recruits who followed them here and came to her rescue. After taking out most of the Whisperers, Beta retreats into the forest while Michonne takes Aaron and rides back to camp with him, hoping he doesn't bleed to death on the way. Negan talks to Alpha and hits on her, saying he never knew just how much he likes bald women. He can't help himself and makes sexual innuendos, but she doesn't mind and seems unbothered by it. She wants to know his intentions, if he really wants to join their group, but he gets a little too close, and she punches him in the chin. Beta arrives and thinks she is under attack. He wants to cut Negan into tiny pieces and slams him against a tree. He tells Alpha about the attack, where he almost lost his life. There was a group of people from Alexandria looking for him, even though Negan claimed he was alone. He comes clean and tells them the truth, that he was locked inside a cell and wanted out so badly, but he forgot just how shitty the world is now. He wants to join them and thinks he has a lot to offer. Carl and Lydia are now sleeping together in the same room, and she loves to watch him sleep. He finds it a bit creepy, but she calms his fear, saying she loves him very much, and she's never been happier. Life starts early in the morning in Hilltop, and Maggie helps to feed the horses, when all of a sudden, Michonne comes marching in, carrying Aaron, and asking to see Dr. Carson. Dwight and his men are hurrying back to return to Alexandria and don't want to spend another minute outside. By crossing the border and killing a bunch of Whisperers, they've basically declared war, and he wants to get back home as soon as possible. Alpha decides to let Negan join their community, but Beta doesn't approve of this and threatens him. This pisses her off, and she asks him if he questions her leadership. Maybe he wants to become Alpha. Beta kneels in front of her and says he doesn't want to challenge her, and begs for forgiveness. When he leaves, Negan does the same thing and vows his allegiance to her, saying he also has an erection. She takes away his knife, though, and asks him to prove his worth to the group. He needs to survive without his weapon, learn the rules, and prove that he is strong. Only then will they welcome him with open arms. Negan spends the next couple of days with the Whisperers, working, sleeping, hunting, and eating with them. While gathering wood, he is attacked by 2 walkers, and he fights with his bare hands to stay alive. Alpha finally gives him the knife back, saying he earned it. He uses it to kill both zombies, and then confidently brings them back to camp. He is finally one of them, and is able to enjoy a delicious dinner next to the campfire. Before going to bed, he sees 2 men attacking a helpless woman, trying to violate her, and he goes to help her. He beats the shit out of both of them, but he gets kicked in the head from behind by Beta. He doesn't understand why they are defending the 2 men, so they explain it to him. The men are allowed to attack the women, and they need to be strong and defend themselves. They need to be strong because there is no place for the weak in their community. Alpha visits him later to talk and says they choose to live like animals because civilization is a myth, and if there is any truth this world taught them, it is that people have not risen above their base instincts. Negan calls this bullshit. Even though he is a monster by most people's standards, he did a lot of bad things and killed many people, but it was never for pleasure. There was always a reason behind the things he had to do. She claims she is strong because she is Alpha. She needs to be in order to keep her people safe. But Negan sees through the bullshit and calls her a hypocrite. She thinks about her daughter and that she sent her away to live in Alexandria, thinking it would make her stronger, but she misses her greatly. She can't stop crying and admits in front of him that she's not strong at all. Negan says he lost someone close to him right before the outbreak began, and something broke inside of him. Ever since, he doesn't feel scared or happy anymore, and no matter how hard he tries, he just can't feel things anymore. He just exists. But this is what makes him strong, and this is why he's still alive. Alpha drops her guard and lets him get too close. He takes advantage of this and slices her throat with a knife. He then lays her down and cuts her head off completely, claiming that Rick is going to enjoy this gift. The Walking Dead Volume 27, The Whisperer War. Dwight and his people were scouting the area, watching for a possible attack from the Whisperers, when they spotted Negan coming towards them carrying something in a bag. He tells Magna to shoot him, and he wasn't joking either. He was dead serious, but she refuses to shoot an unarmed man. Dwight asks him if he was followed, but he walked all night alone and made sure nobody was behind him. Negan has something in the bag for Rick and demands to speak to him. Beta finds Alpha's headless body lying in a puddle of blood and screams in agony. If Negan killed her, he must become the new Alpha and be their leader, but Beta vows to never allow him to take her place. He doesn't want to be Alpha either, and says there won't be another Alpha ever again, but promises to avenge her death and kill the outsiders. Negan brings Alpha's head in front of Rick, and he doesn't know how to react at first. He was glad that she was dead, but he fears this might provoke an attack from them. Brandon wanted the Whisperers anyway, and if Negan hadn't killed him, he would have done it. Either way, a war with the Whisperers is inevitable. Negan wants to be given a chance and allowed to be part of their community. He claims he can be trusted, and bringing Alpha's head proves that. Rick thinks it over and decides to let him free, offering him an outpost where he can live alone and will be given supplies to survive. At least he won't be locked inside a cell any longer, and Negan couldn't be happier. Rick doesn't know if this is the best decision, but Negan might prove a valuable asset in the upcoming war. He asks Dwight to keep an eye on him and kill him if he tries something. Maggie gathers some of the stronger men from Hilltop because she wants to send them with Michonne to help in the war. Of course, Carl wants to go as well, but Maggie wants him to stay behind. Michonne thinks it might be a good idea for him to stay back and protect Hilltop, especially since most of the men will be away. This place will be defenseless. Dwight looks over the map, trying to come up with a plan to ambush the Whisperers. He wants Father Gabriel to climb on top of the water tower and keep watch with the sniper rifle. If he sees something coming towards them, he needs to sound the horn and warn the rest. After Ezekiel was killed, 2 men took over his leadership, but they disagree about sending their best soldiers to join the upcoming war. William wants to help, but Zachary, his second in command, disagrees and threatens him. Dwight and his men arrive on the front lines and prepare to settle in, establishing a defense perimeter and waiting for the Whisperers to make the first move. Father Gabriel climbs the high water tower with his sniper rifle and scouts the area, but is shocked by what he sees. A giant horde of walkers is marching through the streets, heading towards him. He panics and doesn't know what to do. Instead of sounding the horn to warn the others, he tries to climb down, but panics and falls from the ladder. He gets stuck upside down and breaks his leg while the walkers march towards him. Beta is the first to arrive and stabs him in the abdomen, spilling his guts everywhere, while zombies march towards him and devour his body. Meanwhile, Vincent was sent to ask the saviors for help in the war, but they refused to send any men, and on top of that, they steal his horse, forcing him to go back to Alexandria on foot. Dwight was scouting the area and watching for any sign of movement from the Whisperers, but Negan keeps bugging him, asking for a gun so he can defend himself. The horde of zombies appears out of nowhere and surprises them, and they immediately spring into action. They have no idea how they were able to sneak in undetected, especially since Father Gabriel was supposed to keep watch from the water tower. Magna and her crew flank the walkers and provide cover fire, enough for Dwight and his people to survive the attack. Negan picks up a gun from a dead man and joins the fight as well, but pretty soon they come face to face with the Whisperers, who were disguised as zombies but were carrying deadly knives. The group of soldiers from the kingdom also arrive riding their horses and use that to their advantage. Heading straight into the wave of undead, Dwight and his people are well equipped to fight, but the undead are just too many. When all hope seemed lost, Michonne arrives with reinforcements from Hilltop, and they quickly join the fight. They attack from behind, charging with their horses, while Jesus jumps straight into the middle of everything, chopping things left and right. Beta sneaks undetected among the wave of zombies and ambushes a few soldiers from behind. He then sneaks behind Dwight and attacks him, but someone hits him over the head. It was Negan who struck him using his rifle. Beta hates him for killing Alpha and vows to kill him. He was a lot bigger and stronger than Negan and takes the weapon straight from his hand, but Dwight throws him Lucille, his trusty baseball bat, and he couldn't be happier to be reunited once again. He loves his bat and goes to town on Beta, attacking him with everything he has. He calls the bat his Excalibur, claiming it gives him power and makes him invincible. Michonne and Jesus aren't doing too bad either, chopping heads, kicking and stabbing, business as usual for the pair. Negan gains a slight advantage over Beta and hits him in the back as hard as he could, but the impact broke his beloved bat into pieces. He couldn't believe what just happened and started screaming in horror. He accuses Beta of breaking Lucille and wants to kill him, but walkers grab him from behind, and he couldn't move anymore, while Beta was taken away by his people. This was one of the hardest fights the people have ever had to face, but in the end, they were victorious. They stood triumphant on piles of dead bodies, walkers and whisperers alike. But the celebration was short-lived because another wave of walkers appeared out of the forest, heading towards them. Dwight claims there is only one way to survive this attack: divide and conquer. He splits his army into smaller groups, going in different directions and trying to lure the zombies away from the herd, splitting them into smaller groups so they can be killed easier. While this was going on, Vincent was still walking back to Alexandria after the saviors stole his horse. He was extremely tired and could barely walk any longer, but he was trying to go back and warn Rick. Luckily for him, Heath arrives riding a horse and takes him with him, heading back to Alexandria. Eugene goes to the factory to ramp up the production of ammunition, because they're going to need a lot more if this war keeps going. The plan to split up the horde was working, and the soldiers are able to pick them off one by one. After killing a few Whisperers, Dwight has an idea. He steals their masks and wants to use them for themselves, disguising themselves to look like zombies. If the Whisperers can do it, so can they. The Whisperers were moving between the horde of zombies, but they weren't alone. Michonne and the others were disguised as well, and they are able to kill a bunch of them without even knowing what hit them. Once all of the Whisperers were killed, it was time to finish off the dead. After Negan nearly killed him, Beta was left unconscious and saved by his fellow Whisperers. He wakes up 5 hours later and was curious what happened to the war. Even though they sustained massive casualties, he is confident they are going to win the war and wants to move to Phase 2, which is bringing Alpha's daughter back from Hilltop. Dwight and his people are victorious in their second wave of attack, but he doesn't want to cover his face with zombie skin ever again. They finish off the remaining Whisperers and head back home. It was already dark, and the people left in Hilltop were sleeping, but Carl couldn't sleep, so he goes outside. He greets one of the guards on the walls but sees something in the sky. Hundreds of fire arrows were shot towards them, hitting the guard in the neck. He falls from the wall on the other side, revealing the gruesome reality that Hilltop was surrounded by walkers and Whisperers. Carl sounds the alarm and desperately runs to take cover while dodging fire arrows that were raining down on them. Lydia wakes up right when the zombies break the main gate and rush inside. The men arm themselves and get ready for the attack, but it wasn't going to be easy. The archers continue the series of attacks, setting everyone on fire, including the main hotel building where most of the people were sleeping. Maggie runs inside to rescue Sophia and her son. Lydia was fighting outside, trying to defend Hilltop when she runs into one of her own people, asking her to come back with them. She refuses, saying this is her home now and doesn't want to leave. She kills the guy and fights off the undead who were trying to kill her. Sophia is able to grab baby Herschel and wrap him in a blanket just as Maggie and Carl arrive. While they run outside to safety, Carl stays behind to help the other people who are trapped inside. Sadly, the fire was too strong and had already destroyed part of the house, causing the roof to break on top of him. The smoke was too strong, and he inhales too much of it, eventually falling to the ground unconscious. Luckily for him, Aaron was also inside and finds him lying down. He drags him all the way to the nearest window and throws him outside. Dr. Carson performs CPR on him, while the rest of the people deal with the zombie threat. The entire hilltop was on fire, but the people were strong and united, and they managed to fend off the invasion. In the end, they are victorious, but at a great cost, and the entire place was destroyed. Vincent finally arrives back at Alexandria and tells Rick everything that happened with the Saviors, while Magna and her crew face a difficult decision. During the war, Connie was bitten by a zombie, and they were forced to cut off her hand to prevent the infection from spreading and turning her into a zombie. But while everyone else was mourning the dead, Negan mourns Lucille, his beloved baseball bat. Dwight can't believe he cares so much about that damn thing and calls him a lunatic. Beta watches from a distance how the army was resting and healing their people, thinking they've won the war. He wants to return to his camp and end this once and for all. Tara returns to the Saviors' camp and talks to Sherry, their leader. She is afraid of repercussions from Rick for refusing to help them in the war and also stealing their horse, but Sherry doesn't care. She knows Rick is going to win against the Whisperers, and when everything is over, she will attack the remaining people and take over what's left of Alexandria. The next day, Negan digs a hole and buries Lucille, saying he feels sorry he never got a chance to truly put her to rest and hopes she is in a better place now. He was obviously not talking just about the baseball bat, but someone else who used to be very close to him. William arrives in Hilltop with reinforcements from the kingdom and finds Maggie and her people outside in a camp. Sadly, he arrived 4 hours too late, but Maggie vows to rebuild this place and make it stronger than ever. For the time being, they are all going to Alexandria, where it's much safer. Lydia tells Carl she doesn't deserve his love because she's not a nice person. She took part in many attacks, just like the one from last night, and killed a lot of people. She's not a nice person and doesn't deserve to be treated nicely. But Carl is not so innocent himself. He and his father had to do a lot of bad things to survive, but he chooses not to let those memories turn them into bad people. He wants to fight for a better world where they don't have to do bad things ever again. They fight to be good people. After working all night, Eugene arrives in Alexandria with a carriage filled with ammunition. He was very tired and collapses as soon as he arrives. Dwight and his army also return victorious. Even though they had many casualties, they've managed to win the war and force the leftover enemies to retreat. Dwight tells Rick everything that happened, confidently claiming the war was now over. They fought and killed several hundred walkers mixed with Whisperers. Rick panics and asks if there were really only a few hundred of them, because when he met with Alpha, she took him to a place and showed him thousands of zombies waiting to be used against them. Sadly, this was correct, as we see an army of several thousand walkers heading towards Alexandria. The streets were literally crawling with them, and there was nothing standing in their way. Beta talks to his people and confidently claims the war is over. He wants to let the dead finish what they started. The Walking Dead Volume 28, A Certain Doom. Rick could now clearly hear the walkers marching towards them and calls it an ocean of the dead. Everyone starts panicking. Now Andrea wants to gather the horses to drive the herd away, even though Rick objects. Eugene wants to help as well, even though he hasn't slept in 2 days and nearly fainted when he came back with the supplies. He's usually the brains behind this whole operation by creating the trajectory to deviate the herd, and needs to be there. Andrea gathers a small crew of their strongest people, including Michonne, Jesus, Dwight, and leaves the camp on their horses, heading straight towards the ocean of the dead. Eugene wants to run the length of the herd. That will draw some of them away for sure, maybe even change its direction. Once they get to the back, they want to loop around and start driving the herd east. That's where the ocean is, and they want to send the zombies straight into the water. The sound was getting louder and louder, and Annie could already see the wave of walkers marching towards them. Luckily, the camp was surrounded by a big trench that was dug a long time ago as a defense in preparation for such an attack, but they'd always prepared for a herd of zombies. This was tens of herds, all grouped together. Eventually, the trench gets filled easily, and the walkers walk over each other, continuing to march towards the wall. Eugene realizes there are just too many of them. and comes up with a new plan. He splits the crew into smaller groups of 2, asking everyone to take as many zombies as they can and break the herd bit by bit. Michonne and Jesus take the first group, but it wasn't enough to break them apart. She wants to take their heads off. She and Jesus take turns cutting them into pieces with swords. Back inside, Negan wants to use knives to stab the zombies that were pressed against the main gate in the head. At first it was working just fine, and they take out many of them, but eventually the wave pushes forward, crushing the ones in front against the gate. The force was so great that they eventually push the gate down and then rush inside. Panic sets in as everyone runs for their lives, killing what they can on the way, but there were just too many of them, and they get surrounded. Rick tries to help one of the women who was grabbed, but his leg isn't what it used to be, and he falls down. Negan jumps to his rescue and picks him up just moments before he was overrun by zombies. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, the Saviors watch as the walkers go inside the camp, calling it a hell of a show and hoping the attack is going to be devastating enough for them to swoop by at the end and take over everything. Maggie and her people arrive and are shocked to see Alexandria under attack. She asks Carl to stay behind and keep her people safe, while she and Dante head off to help the others steer the zombies away. Things inside the camp are looking quite bad, and everyone runs away, hiding inside whatever house they can find. Negan saves Rick again in the last second as they run for cover in one of the houses. They are now stuck inside and can't escape anymore, so Negan wants to spend the time talking, but Rick isn't in the mood. Negan says while all the rest look terrified outside, he and Rick weren't even scared. The two of them are the same. In just a couple of minutes, the entire camp was filled with zombies, and there was no way for the people inside to run away. Andrea and the rest are still outside the walls, doing their best to deviate the herd, but there are just too many, and things are progressing slowly. Negan asks Rick what is the single worst thing he has ever done, but he doesn't want to say. After the outbreak began, people started behaving differently. Everyone was crying, running scared like weak people. He lost all respect for them, and that's why it's easy for him to kill anyone who gets in his way. This is why he respects Rick, because he's calm and isn't scared to do the right thing like most people. The worst thing he ever did was leave his wife to rot. After she was infected, and he couldn't get himself to do the right thing and kill her, others did it for him. And when it was done, he didn't even see her body or bury her. He just left his wife to rot, and now he hates himself for not doing it. Things outside were progressing slowly, but the plan was working, and the herd was starting to thin out. Dwight almost gets run over, and he barely makes it out in time. After several hours, the herd was thin enough inside, and Negan goes outside to kill a bunch of zombies. He was starting to enjoy it, and calls it thrilling. They kept trying to bite him, but after so many years, it was easy to avoid. Knowing everything they know about them, they still ambush him, and Rick covers him from inside the house, taking some of them out with his gun, giving Negan a chance to run inside. Sadiq was stuck inside Eugene's house and found the broken radio that he was able to fix and heard a woman talking from the other side. He was curious and wanted to know more. Eugene was definitely going to explain this, but for now, he had to worry about the zombies outside the house. The people outside were doing a great job, taking more and more walkers away from the camp and leading them toward the ocean, where they fell to their deaths like sheep. Eugene was impressed with the view and called it beautiful, while Yumiko said she was never eating another fish ever again. The current would eventually take the zombies out into the ocean, but she still wouldn't touch anything caught in those waters. The camp was clearer now, and people inside the homes walked outside to fight the remaining zombies. Everyone stopped being afraid and banded together, using knives and guns to clear out the remaining infected. But just as things were starting to look great, the Saviors arrived and attacked the people outside who were drawing the walkers away. Dwight didn't understand what was going on and called them crazy, but John, the second in command, threatened him. The group was ambushed by two herds coming from opposite directions and nearly got boxed in. Eugene asked for the horn, saying he wanted to draw them away alone. It would be easier if he created a narrower gap for them to follow. The horn worked, and all of them were drawn to him alone. But maybe this wasn't such a smart idea after all. The horse tripped, and he was quickly surrounded from all sides with no way of escaping. Andrea came to his rescue and took out what she could, riding toward him in a desperate move to save his life. Magna and her crew helped as much as they could from a distance, but things were looking desperate for them. In the end, Andrea saved Eugene, and they both got away, but at a great cost. She didn't even realize it, but she was bitten on her neck, and this was the end for her. Rick reunited with the other people from inside and cleared the leftover zombies together, driving knives through their heads and trying to spare some ammo. Carl came to help and almost got hit by his father, but they were both glad to see each other. The place was mostly clear, and there were just a few walkers still moving around when, out of nowhere, someone blasted them away with machine guns. It was the Saviors who came to take over whatever was left of Alexandria. They had Dwight and his people as prisoners, and Rick wanted to know what the meaning of this was. Dwight took one of them by surprise and grabbed his weapon, calling his men to get into position. Both sides were pointing weapons at each other, and everything came to a standstill. Even though Sherry was Dwight's ex-wife, she threatened him, but he refused to back down. Rick asked everyone to calm down and talk about it like civilized people. He asked Sherry to come inside the house and talk things over instead of blasting each other like idiots. She agreed and followed Rick inside, saying they didn't want to be a part of his little club anymore. They didn't want to communicate with them, help each other, or work together anymore. They wanted to be independent. She lost her temper and threw the table over, then threatened Rick. She'd been through a lot since the outbreak began and said nobody was sane anymore. They'd all done things to survive, but she refused to fall in line any longer and didn't want to answer to anyone. She took out her knife and attacked Rick, wanting to kill him. He defended himself using his fake arm, but she still jumped on top of him. They fell on the ground, and she started to strangle him, so he pushed her off of him straight into the table nearby. Sadly, she hit her head on the table and broke her neck, falling to the ground unconscious. He checked to see if she was still breathing, but it was too late. She was dead, and there was nothing left to do. That's when Andrea walked inside and asked what happened. Rick said she tried to kill him, but it was an accident. He didn't want to do it. It was in self-defense. She showed him her bite, revealing the awful fact that she was going to die soon. Rick instantly started crying and hugged her, but she went unconscious and fainted in his arms. Michonne rushed inside to help, but she wasn't dead just yet. She had just fainted. Michonne told him what happened, how she wanted to help Eugene but got bitten in the process. Dwight came inside as well and found Sherry dead on the floor, but Rick told him the same thing, that she tried to kill him and her death was an accident. They took Andrea to bed in her room, but she couldn't stand to see Rick weak and crying and told him to get it together. Everyone came to check on her, including Carl, Eugene, Heath, Jesus, Maggie, Magna and her crew, and even Negan, who said she was a badass and very hot. As time went by, she got sicker and sicker, and her fever went up, but Rick and Carl were right by her side. Rick eventually broke down and couldn't stop himself from crying, saying he couldn't do this anymore. He couldn't continue to lead these people anymore, not without her. He was scared, tired, and weak. Andrea heard everything and lashed out at him, encouraging him to go on even when she was gone, because people still needed him. She loved the community and the life they were able to build for themselves, but if he gave up, everything would fall apart, and it would have all been for nothing. Eventually, she died, but just like the rest, she came back to life as a zombie. She immediately attacked Rick, trying to bite him, and they fell on the ground. He put the gun to her head but was unable to shoot and end her for good. Instead, he pulled out a knife and stabbed her in the head. He then stayed by her side, unable to leave her lifeless body. When he finally decided to go outside, everyone was waiting for him. His family and friends were there for him. Everyone held hands and comforted him, providing some sort of relief for the sorrow he was feeling. Eventually, he got up and asked everyone to follow him as the rest of the people were preparing to rebuild the main gate and burn the dead bodies. But the danger was not over just yet. John and his men were still there, and they threatened them once again. Rick told them that Sherry was dead, and John drew his gun on him, preparing to end his life. Negan wanted to de-escalate the situation and came to talk to his former men. He used to be their leader, but even though he was ruthless and ruled with an iron fist, people respected him and feared him. He offered to become the Savior's leader once again, but only one guy offered his allegiance. It turned out the Saviors didn't want him as leader anymore, but Negan gave a big speech about needing each other and working together to build a better life for themselves. Being with Rick and his people taught him that none of them could do this alone, and if they didn't learn to cooperate, they would fall apart. The Saviors listened to what he had to say, and it made sense. They agreed to leave them in peace and left, without drawing a single drop of blood. As soon as they left, the people started burying their dead and worked on rebuilding the place to what it used to be, starting with rebuilding the main gate. Everyone attended the funerals. There were many dead people today, but none of them would be forgotten. The graves served as a constant reminder of the sacrifices people had to make. The Walking Dead, Volume 29, Lines We Cross. The death of Andrea affected everyone, some more than others. Carl loved Andrea very much, and he mourns her death next to her grave. He comes clean and tells Lydia what happened a long time ago when he was just a boy. After she and Dale adopted Donna's twins, one of them lost his mind and killed his brother, thinking he would come back to life. This scared the other group members, and they didn't know what to do, so Carl took matters into his own hands. One night, He snuck inside the truck and shot the crazy twin that killed his brother, killing him on the spot. He felt it was the right thing, a kid killing another kid, since no other adult could do this. Much later, he told Andrea what he did, but she didn't hate him for it. Instead, she said she loved him. Ever since that day, Carl called her mother and thought of her as his own mother. Maggie confronts Rick about leaving Negan alive and giving him supplies to survive. She hasn't forgotten how he killed Glenn in cold blood and wants him gone, but Rick can't kill him. He has a lot of blood on his hands already. Siddiq tells him about the radio he found in Eugene's home and about the woman talking on the other side. Rick talks to Stephanie and asks if they can arrange a meeting. It's been such a long time since they've met any other survivors. They just can't skip this opportunity. Stephanie agrees to talk to her people and see if they will agree to arrange a meeting. Rick wants to talk to Dwight, but he snaps at him, saying he's busy working to keep this place together while Rick takes all the credit. After they finish rebuilding, the two of them will need to have a talk. Stephanie's people agree to arrange a meeting, and Rick wants Jesus to form a small crew and head out, but he refuses. He and Aaron are a couple now, and he doesn't want to risk his life or be away from him anymore. He needs to find someone else. Michonne agrees to form a crew and lead the mission to meet Stephanie's people, and even though Rick wants her to stay behind, she really wants to go, and he can't stop her. Dwight comes clean and says what's on his mind. He feels like lately he's been doing most of the work around here, keeping the place together, and wants to take Rick's place and be the new leader. He didn't want to lead the Saviors because those people were on the edge, and he didn't like living there, but here it's a whole other story. The two men get into a heated argument, and Rick leaves, threatening Dwight if he dares to make a move on him. Carl says goodbye to his dad because he's going back to Hilltop with Maggie. Even though his dad needs him here, he wants to be his own man and start a life there. There are just too many bad memories here. Just as agreed, Negan packs his bags with supplies and prepares to leave Alexandria, heading to an abandoned outpost where he is going to live alone. Dwight keeps watch and can't wait to get rid of him for good. The day finally arrives. Maggie and her people leave to go back to Hilltop, while Michonne and her crew leave to meet Stephanie's people. Maggie asks Dante to follow Negan and find out exactly where he is going. The early part of the trip is smooth like butter. They've created a safe zone without any walkers for the next 15 miles or so. Maggie can't help but worry about Dante, sending him into what could potentially be a dangerous mission, and she misses his jokes as well. Negan slowly goes into the unknown, encountering zombies on the way but easily dealing with them, while Dante follows right behind him on his horse. Dwight talks to Laura and tells her about his plan to overthrow Rick, calling him a tyrant just like Negan used to be, but she doesn't approve of him. Michonne finally arrives at the edge of the safe zone, where they meet one of their patrols. He hasn't seen any zombies in days, and wishes them a safe journey ahead. While on the road to Hilltop, William, who is now the new leader of the kingdom, arrives with a bunch of men and supplies, offering to help them rebuild the camp. The crew stops on the road to spend the night and get some rest, and Siddiq takes the first watch. Eugene goes to take a piss and finds Magna and Yumiko making love on the ground. They were a couple but were hiding their relationship out of fear of being judged. Out of nowhere, a group of walkers attacks them, and they get up to defend themselves. Luckily, it wasn't a large group or worse, and they easily deal with them. Unfortunately, they are now fully awake and decide to continue the journey instead of going back to sleep. The journey takes them to Pittsburgh, but towns are usually infested with walkers, and the crew goes on high alert. At the start of the outbreak, all the people rush towards the big cities, and the infection easily spread from person to person. But for some reason, the city was completely abandoned. There are no signs of walkers anywhere, but they still think it's safer to sleep on top of a building to avoid getting cornered. Siddiq can't take it anymore and comes clean, telling Eugene that he and Rosita had an affair together. She wanted to leave Eugene to be with him, and the child was his, even though Rosita said she didn't love him, and the affair meant nothing to her. Eugene forgives him and doesn't hold any grudge. He loved Rosita ever since he first saw her and claims she was a good woman, even though her taste in men was questionable. Michonne screams as loud as she can just to check if the city is completely empty or if the zombies were just hiding somewhere. But there are still no signs of walkers anywhere. Instead, a young woman appears out of nowhere, carrying a gun. She says she's been living in the city alone for the past year and hasn't seen a single living person come by in all this time. The crew is cautious of her because she talks a lot and carries a big gun. Who knows what she might be capable of? Her name is Juanita Sanchez, but everyone calls her Princess. She wants to follow them on their mission because she doesn't want to live alone anymore. Michonne agrees to take her, just as long as she gives up her weapon. Before leaving, she wants to head back home and pick a few things. She has some supplies and clothes as well, She found a beautiful spear a long time ago and likes to use it against walkers because she can take them out without needing to get very close. She is finally ready, and the crew continues the long journey ahead. With help from the kingdom, things at Hilltop are progressing extremely fast. The base of the house was rebuilt in just a few days, and everyone was doing their part, including Carl. He and Lydia eat their lunch together, and she wants to thank him for bringing her here, showing her there was another life besides the Whisperers, and for taking care of her all this time. She's really starting to feel like she belongs here. Yumiko doesn't understand why Magna tries to hide that the two of them are a couple, especially since her parents are not alive anymore to disown her. Yumiko tells everyone the truth about them, but the crew doesn't care and says they already knew about it. Now they can be together freely. After Alexandria was rebuilt, Jesus and Aaron left to help do the same for Hilltop, but the journey is long, and they spend the night on the road. But they aren't alone. Beta, who is now the leader of what remains of the Whisperers, wants revenge and attacks the two men. Jesus is a good fighter, and he gets the better of him, avoiding a deadly attack from behind. Beta tries to stab him, but he is fast and dodges most of the attacks. Aaron tries to help, but he is busy fighting a group of walkers who came out of nowhere. Beta pins Jesus on the ground and is about to stab him using his two knives, but Aaron shoots him with his gun, while Jesus kills one of the zombies that was right behind them, basically saving each other in the last second. The two men are curious and remove Beta's mask to see who was hiding underneath. It turns out they both knew him. He was a famous baseball player before the outbreak began, and now he was walking around using zombie skin. Beta gets up one final time, claiming he has no name, and then gives his last breath, falling on the ground, unconscious. The two men couldn't fall asleep anymore and continue the journey to Hilltop, but they quickly stumble into one of the last remaining Whisperers' camps. A new family had recently joined them, but the kid couldn't get used to weapons and zombie skin on his face and wants to quit. That's when Jesus and Aaron come out of the woods and attack them. Without Beta, these guys stand no chance against the surprise attack from the two men. They introduce themselves and ask the family if they want to come to Hilltop with them, promising that they won't force them to wear human skins to cover their faces. Meanwhile, Michonne and her crew finally arrive at the designated meeting place, an abandoned train station. The place is filled with old rusty trains, but there are no signs of Stephanie. Suddenly, someone blinds them using a big light source, demanding they drop their weapons and surrender. The story now jumps to Hilltop, where Dante returns from his mission and shows Maggie the exact location where Negan was staying. Negan lives a simple and lonely life now, with nobody to keep him company but himself. He picks a sunflower from the ground and brings it to Lucille's grave, the place where he buried his baseball bat. Lucille holds sentimental value for him, representing his beloved wife who died when the outbreak began. He lives a simple life now, hunting animals and cooking by himself. The only thing that keeps him going is the memory of his beautiful wife. He goes searching for supplies and finds a truck filled with canned food, but sadly, they are all expired. He stumbles across a farm and goes to check it out. Inside, he finds a baseball bat sitting in the corner calling to him, but he refuses to take it, wanting to let go of his past. He tries to live his life and move past it, but he can't. He is haunted by that baseball bat and eventually gives in. He takes the bat and claims he is young again and wants to live. On his way back, he finds a fence made with barbed wire, enough to cover the bat and make it the way it used to be. He couldn't be happier to be reunited with Lucille again, but it doesn't last long because Maggie shows up out of nowhere. He knows she came to kill him for killing Glenn and says he is sorry, but he won't fight back and accepts his punishment. Negan says he's had years to think about all the bad things he's done and understands why he did them. To him, it really felt like he needed to do all those things, and after some time, it didn't bother him anymore. Killing people seemed normal. To him, everybody was already dead, living on borrowed time until they all turned into zombies. It wasn't until Rick showed him the way, that they could actually make the world better, that they didn't have to race to the bottom of what humanity could be in order to survive. Every time Maggie remembers Glenn, she pictures him screaming her name right before Negan bashed his head, with his eye hanging out. He knows what he did was wrong and asks her to kill him. He wants her to take the baseball bat and bash his head, just like he did with Glenn. That would be poetic symmetry, but she refuses. He begs her to do it and grabs her hand, pressing his head against the barrel of her gun. He wants her so badly to pull the trigger, but she just can't, even though she wants to. She claims she doesn't want to give him what he wants. Instead, she wants him to live with what he's done for the rest of his life. She leaves Negan on his knees crying, then goes outside and tells Dante she didn't kill him. She finally puts what happened between Glenn, her, and Negan behind and gives Dante a kiss, a sign that she is ready to move on and finally live her life. Negan is left alone once again, tormented by the memories of all the bad things he had to do. He abandons Lucille and sets it on fire, signaling, just like Maggie, that he too is ready to move on with his life. The Walking Dead Volume 30, New World Order. Instead of meeting Stephanie, Michonne and her crew were ambushed by a group of soldiers wearing white armor and armed with machine guns, ready to kill them if they made a wrong move. Eugene says they came here to meet Stephanie and demands to see her, but the soldiers deny his request, saying she wasn't even authorized to speak using the radio on behalf of the entire Commonwealth. They are taken inside one of the cars where a man wearing a sharp tailor-made suit awaits them. He says his name is Lance Hornsby, and he handles all entries into the Commonwealth. He wants everyone to introduce themselves and state the area from which they are coming, but the crew don't trust him or his soldiers. They came here specifically to talk to Stephanie. Lance is not in the mood to deal with this and threatens them, asking his men to point their guns at them, giving them basically no other option but to do as they are told. Michonne is the first to talk, giving her name, while Lance asks if they have any unusual customs or ways of living in this apocalypse. For example, there was a man who survived by covering himself in blood all the time. She tells him about the Whisperers, who used zombie skin to disguise themselves, but they don't do this kind of thing. The soldiers found 5 horses, even though they are 6 in total. Princess joined them only in Pittsburgh. She's a new recruit and used to live by herself until now. After taking all of their information, everyone heads back to the Commonwealth, while the soldiers lead the way. One of them talks to Michonne and says they are not bad people. They just need to make sure they are not dangerous, so they take every precaution necessary. They encounter a flock of zombies blocking the way, and the soldiers group in formation to deal with them. Lance and the others leave them behind to finish them off while they head towards the Commonwealth. After riding all night, they arrive at a stadium, but this isn't where they live. This is just where they organize football games and concerts. The crew is shocked to hear about this. Those are usually things of the past, and people don't play football any longer. At the entrance to the Commonwealth, there is a giant wall with different names of people who have gone missing since the outbreak began. Their loved ones put the names on the wall in hopes that someone might recognize them. Eugene tells Michonne that her name is on that wall, and the message reads, "Have you seen my mom, Michonne? If you have information, please contact Elodie at the bakery." Elodie is one of her daughters she hasn't seen ever since the outbreak began. She can't believe it and starts crying. The possibility of her daughter being alive after all this time seems unreal, and she demands to be taken to the bakery at once. Lance thinks there are slim chances of her daughter still being alive, but before anything, they need to go inside and get them settled in. This city is thriving with life. There are shops on every corner and people moving around freely without a care in the world. There is even a little boy selling newspapers to anyone looking to stay updated with the news. Stephanie was somewhere in the crowd and calls Eugene's name, and he runs to her. Lance screams back at her, calling the entire interaction outrageous. She wasn't qualified to talk to anyone, let alone build trust or arrange a meeting. He threatens her with employment reassignment if she ever does it again. The group is taken inside the main administrator's building where the governor was waiting to talk to them. Her name is Pamela Milton, and she is the person in charge of running this entire community. She claims there are over 50,000 people living here, and they are trying to bring civilization back. They were able to establish order, safety, and security, and put things back in order. The leaders lead while the followers follow. Pamela wants the world to be just as it was before this pandemic started, and in order for society to work, everyone needs to do their part. She thinks Michonne is special, different from all the others, such as the soldiers, which she calls brutes. However, Michonne was getting bored with the conversation and couldn't stop thinking about her daughter. She wants to go to her immediately. Pamela understands and asks her soldiers to take her to the bakery immediately. They walk inside the shop, and this cute young woman was bringing a cake for one of the customers. Both women are in shock when they see each other, and Elodie drops the cake from her hand. They both start crying and hug each other while the cake is ruined on the floor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country in Hilltop, one of the guards finished his shift and was going to put his weapon in the armory, but when he opens the door, he finds Maggie and Dante almost naked, fooling around. Dante finally got what he wanted, but Maggie was feeling embarrassed. She is the leader here and doesn't want people to take her less seriously because of this. Back in the Commonwealth, a young man was fooling on the ground with a beautiful girl, and they wanted to take it further. They undress each other and start rolling on the ground, unaware that several zombies were heading toward them. When, out of nowhere, a big axe strikes one of the walkers in the head, and it falls on the ground. The teenagers panic and immediately get up when one of the soldiers shows up. His name is Mercer, and he is the head of security in the entire Commonwealth. The young man is Sebastian, and he is the governor's spoiled son, who wants Mercer to keep him safe while he fools around with girls. The girl is freaked out by the entire situation and runs away, while Mercer apologizes for ruining their day, even though he just killed a large group of zombies. Elodie brings Michonne home with her, while she apologizes for not getting to her faster when the outbreak began. She wants to know what happened to Colette, Elodie's sister. When the world collapsed, they joined a group of bad people who kept them alive but wanted things in return. Colette was unable to provide those things, so they violated and killed her. Elodie is a survivor and did what she had to do to stay alive. After they killed her sister, she made them pay and killed all of them, something that haunts her even today. But her mom understands all too well. If only she knew the kind of things Michonne had to do to stay alive. Sebastian comes and complains to his mother about Mercer, how he ruined his day and put him in danger. She demands to know what happened and questions Mercer, but he takes the blame and doesn't defend himself, while the people from Alexandria witnessed everything. Mercer goes to take a shower and talks to George, his second in command, complaining about having to defend the rich class and calling them ungrateful brats. George has his back and just wants Mercer to say the word if they plan to overthrow the governor, but for now, they choose to just sit back and do nothing and watch these dumbasses get themselves killed. Siddiq was looking for the bathroom and overhears everything, but Mercer says they were just blowing some steam off and everything is cool. Siddiq agrees and goes to the bathroom, saying everything's cool. Elodie thought of all the things she would say to her mother if she ever saw her again. She was mad, furious at her for abandoning her and her sister before the outbreak just so she could have a career in law, but as soon as she saw her in the bakery, all that anger went away, and she was just happy her mom was still alive. After spending most of the afternoon with her, Michonne returns to her people and claims she trusts her daughter, and if her daughter likes it here, it means it's safe. Everyone was glad to hear her speak, and is now relieved. Maybe now they can explore this place and see everything it has to offer. Everyone is given their weapons back, and they are allowed to walk freely and explore the city. Sebastian appears and hits on Yumiko, prompting her to push him away. He gets violent and grabs her hand, but Magna slaps him, calling him a creep. The entire situation escalates, and the crew draws their weapons on him, threatening to end him if he ever lays a hand on them. The situation escalates further, and Princess kicks him using her spear and also deals with some of the soldiers. She is quite handy with that spear and a very good fighter as well. Elodie wants to help Sebastian, but he slaps her across the face, asking her not to touch him. This pisses Michonne off, and she wants to draw her sword, but her daughter stops her, telling her to just drop it and leave because it's important to know their place in the Commonwealth. Sebastian is mad at Mercer for not doing anything to help and slaps him, but just one angry look from Mercer is enough to scare him, and he eventually leaves. Later, when they were alone, Siddiq tells everyone he overheard Mercer talking to one of his men about how they wanted the governor's whole family dead, and now they know why. Elodie explains that the Commonwealth works based on a class system. Everyone who was in the upper class before the outbreak got leadership positions, while everyone else makes up the middle class. It seems bad at first, but it allows people to progress and get into the upper class, giving people something to strive for. Magna hates these people and calls everyone crazy. She can't wait to get back to Alexandria, where things are much more equal, and there isn't a class system where rich people can shit on poor people. The next few days are pretty uneventful. Everyone explores the city and enjoys living their lives like before the outbreak, having coffees, getting things from the bakery, and even eating ice cream, something they thought was a thing of the past. Stephanie invites Eugene to her apartment, just in case he decides to move here and wants to see how it looks. The crew attends their first football game in years and has a great time. Even Magna thinks this is kinda cool. The governor wants things to be back, just like they used to be, and for that to work, they are going to need people in all kinds of different positions. Lance wants Michonne to become a lawyer, which used to be her job and the reason why she abandoned her daughters. The governor decides she wants to see Alexandria for herself and prepares to go there with Michonne and her crew, but Michonne doesn't want to leave anymore. After finding her daughter, she doesn't want to be separated from her ever again. She gives Eugene her sword and asks him to give it to Rick. This will convince him that she trusts this place and that it's safe to live here. An entire caravan leaves the Commonwealth, heading back to Alexandria. Princess is excited as well and can't stop herself from talking, and even though Yumiko likes her company, she thinks it's going to be a long trip back home. After riding for several days, the small community in Alexandria can finally be seen from the hills, and the governor calls it a shithole. Meanwhile, Lance shows Michonne her new and beautiful apartment. Being a lawyer is considered an upper-class position, and as such, she receives one of the best apartments in the Commonwealth for free. Elodie is thrilled, especially since just this room is as big as her entire apartment. She convinces her mother to take the position and accept the apartment. Dwight talks to Laura and says he is finally ready to move on with his life. Sherry was the love of his life, and it wasn't easy to let her go, but she didn't want to be with him and chose Negan for an easier life. Laura is here for him and wants them to be a couple. While they are talking, the governor's caravan arrives in town, and Dwight panics and goes to summon his army. Eugene meets with Rick and tells him everything that happened, and even shows him Michonne's sword, saying she wanted him to have it. He will know what it means. Rick is relieved that things went okay and goes outside to meet the governor, but he is greeted by Princess, who heard a lot about him. Pamela says she brought her soldiers for her own safety, and they have nothing to worry about, but Dwight shows up with his group of soldiers, ready to take action if their intention is to cause trouble. Rick asks Dwight to calm down and take the army back. There is no need for violence. The governor and her men are guests here in Alexandria. She was curious about his missing arm, and he tells her about the governor, the crazy man they met years ago, who seemed nice at first and then used a knife to cut his hand off. Maybe hearing this makes it easier for her to understand why they are so edgy and reluctant to trust new people. Rick shows her around the community, including the old mill that Eugene was able to repair and get working again. Eugene is a great contribution to the community, and they couldn't have done half of the things without him. Pamela thinks he will make a great addition to the Commonwealth. His skills and knowledge will land him a high position inside their class system. The system they have in Alexandria is not based on class. What you had or what your job was doesn't matter anymore. He was merely a simple police officer in a small town outside Georgia. She says that people need a ladder, something to work toward, and maybe they don't have enough people in Alexandria for a system like this to work, but the mobility keeps the world spinning. This is the world order, and it's how it's always been. But Rick strongly disagrees and expresses his opinions firmly, saying that maybe they need a new world order. The Walking Dead, Volume 31, The Rotten Core. Rick shows Pamela the ocean, and she's very impressed. She hasn't seen it in years. The sky was clearing, and the sun was shining off the clear blue water. The entire scenery was breathtaking. Michonne tells her daughter that she accepted the lawyer position offered by Lance. She is going to be practicing law for the Commonwealth. Her daughter was ecstatic and wonders if they have time for a small trip to a nearby resort. Over in Hilltop, Carl introduces himself to the new boy brought by Jesus. Joshua was out on the road with his parents for the past 2 years. They wanted to join the Whisperers because they didn't have any other option, but those people were just too crazy. Jesus tells Maggie they killed Beta out in the woods, and most of the Whisperers are now dead or scattered everywhere. Dwight tells Rick that a herd came out of nowhere and is heading towards them. Mercer wants to help, but Rick asks them to guard the governor while they handle this. They've gotten very good at steering the herds away. The people jump on the horses and begin to draw the zombies away, and it's working as intended. But Princess gets ambushed in the middle of them, and she falls from her horse. Mercer jumps to her rescue and fights off a few of them, but there were just too many. Dwight's army comes to the rescue and starts blasting away the zombies, trying to avoid hitting the people trapped inside. When it was over, all that was left standing were Mercer and Princess. She immediately gives him a kiss, thanking him for risking his life to save her. Pamela was thoroughly impressed and compliments her people, but Mercer was pissed because she stayed behind to watch, which deviated the herd's course, putting all of them in danger. After what happened when they wanted to take over Alexandria, the Saviors had a change of heart and were trying to be better, growing their own food and trying to be more independent from the rest. They have no plans to go to war anymore. Pamela wanted to meet all the communities, and she visits the Saviors as well. They spend the night talking about trade opportunities, and even though the distance between the Commonwealth and the communities here is great, they are looking to expand the territory and will find a way to make it work. Next, they visit the kingdom, which was now under William's rule. Pamela is thoroughly impressed and likes everything she saw so far and is ready to meet the last community, Hilltop. Rick can't believe they've already made so much progress. In just a few weeks, they were able to completely rebuild the main house. He was very impressed and couldn't wait to meet Maggie, who wasn't too thrilled to meet Pamela. They talk about trade routes and sharing knowledge, but Maggie doesn't trust her just yet. She doesn't trust people who smile too much and assumes she might be hiding something. The meeting went fairly well, and the next day Rick and the others go on a long trip to visit the Commonwealth. Just like Pamela was curious about the communities, he is curious about exploring her city. Pamela asks him to travel with her inside the carriage, and he gladly accepts, saying he's never ridden inside a carriage before. Michonne and her daughter are going on a small trip into a nearby resort town. Jerome, one of the soldiers, is escorting them, making sure they don't encounter any dangers on the way there, and he was right to do so. A group of walkers was blocking the way, and he goes to take care of them. He doesn't want to use any bullets and alert others to their location, so he uses the dagger attached to his rifle. But out of nowhere, more zombies arrive and overwhelm him. Luckily for him, Michonne is a badass, and she gets his weapon and swiftly takes out all of the zombies. Her daughter had no idea what her mother was capable of, and even Jerome is impressed. They eventually arrive at the resort, and this place was amazing. It was a small town next to a beautiful lake where people came to relax and have a great time. Since she is a lawyer, her house is right next to the lake, and the view is breathtaking, prompting Michonne to start crying. Before leaving back to the Commonwealth, a woman gives her a bag full of delicious groceries, wine, bread, and expensive cheese. But another poorer family didn't have enough money to buy food for their children, so Michonne gives them their bag, even though the woman in charge of this place doesn't approve of this. Upon returning, there was a big crowd of people surrounding a group of soldiers who were beating an unarmed man. The beating was brutal, and when nobody intervened, Michonne stepped in to stop them. One of the soldiers was Jerome, the same guy who escorted them to the resort. Apparently, the man who was attacked by the soldiers got into an altercation with one of them because the soldier was having an affair with his wife. The man started the altercation by hitting one of the soldiers, and that's when the others intervened. The man was now in a coma, fighting for his life. Lance wants Michonne to defend the officers involved and prove they did nothing wrong. This wasn't a request either, more like an order. The next day, Lance informs her that the man who was in a coma had died overnight and that the entire situation just got more complicated. The people gathered to protest against police brutality, and Michonne was also a target for defending the officers involved, but she has no other choice. It's her job. Things quickly escalate and get violent. One of the protesters even throws a garbage bin through their apartment window. Michonne is forced to take her daughter and evacuate, while the soldiers try to calm the situation. Upon returning, the governor finds the Commonwealth in flames and the people fighting on the streets. Michonne is attacked and pinned on the ground, but Jerome jumps on top of her to protect her with his suit. Luckily, Mercer arrives and tells everyone to calm down and stop the fighting. He is the leader of the soldiers and a well-known and respected figure in the community. He is also a badass, and just an angry look from him is enough to stop the protests and get people to go home. The case is taken to court, and Michonne urges everyone to consider what's at stake here. Even though a man was killed, he is the one who attacked first, and the soldiers are now in critical condition as well, following the attacks on the streets. She wants all the charges to be dropped and the community to move forward. Everyone has a lot more to lose than gain from this trial. Rick compliments her, saying he is impressed with that speech. She likes the Commonwealth a lot, especially after finding her daughter here, and this place feels like the world is back to normal. Stephanie takes Eugene to a nearby train station, and he likes what he sees. Old abandoned trains, but still in good condition. With a little work and maintenance, maybe he can get them running again, and they could use the trains to travel between the communities. Rick and his people help to clean up the streets after the riots, but Pamela doesn't approve of this. She doesn't believe the upper class should clean the streets, but Rick convinces her otherwise, and she picks up a trash bag. They spend the next couple of hours gathering trash while the upper-class people enjoy themselves in the restaurants above them. After the kiss they had in Alexandria, Princess and Mercer hit it off and spend the night together. He likes her a lot and loves hearing her talk, even though she talks a lot sometimes and can't stop herself. Rick walks the streets alone at night and encounters a couple who jokingly ask him if there is any place in Alexandria for them, implying they don't like this place that much and something is wrong. Dwight visits him and makes a proposition. He likes this place a lot, but even though it seems great on the surface, there are many things wrong here, and many people are displeased. He didn't want to lead the Saviors because those people were corrupted, unlike the people here who are still optimistic. He wants to bring his army from Alexandria and take over the leadership, and he wants Rick to back him on this. Rick doesn't like this idea and thinks it's going to get a lot of people killed. And for what? He gets mad and asks Dwight to leave his room while he stays to think. Carl gets up in the middle of the night because he can't sleep and goes for a walk. He runs into Sophia, who complains that there aren't enough men her age in Hilltop. At this rate, she's never going to lose her virginity. There's this one boy that she likes, but he's all the way in Alexandria, and there is nobody here to have sex with. Magna stayed behind to keep watch on Alexandria while Rick is away, but things have been calm lately, which worries her. She thinks it might be the calm before the storm, and that something bad might be coming their way. Even so, she would rather go to war than spend another night out in the open among all the undead. Michonne and Rick have lunch together, but he can't help but get emotional. He wishes Andrea was still alive to see this, an oasis of civilization in this dark, apocalyptic world. Eugene starts working on one of the trains that is still in good condition. With a bit of work, he can have it running in no time, but he and Stephanie have been really close lately, and she gives him a big kiss. Ever since the riots, the governor doubled the security on the streets, and there are soldiers everywhere. Dwight doesn't like this at all and instigates a confrontation with one of them. The situation quickly escalates, and he gets into an altercation with a few of them. The people see everything and defend Dwight, asking the guards to leave him alone. Eventually, he calms down and surrenders, so they take him to jail, but this is exactly what he wanted. Rick visits him inside the jail, and the two men get into a heated argument once again. Dwight says he wants to save these people, and he has the guts to do it. He feels like the working class is oppressed by the rich and doesn't like the class system that is the backbone of the Commonwealth. Rick agrees and wants to change things as well, but he wants to do it peacefully. He doesn't want to start another war where people are going to die. On his way out, he runs into Mercer, who overheard everything. He respects Rick and wants him to be the new leader of the Commonwealth. After the talk from last night, Carl sends Joshua to have lunch with Sophia because he wants them to hook up. Everyone is hooking up lately, including Eugene and Stephanie, who also spend the night together. In the morning, she gets embarrassed because he catches her putting on her wig, but he says he likes her even with natural hair. She calls him sweet, but still prefers to wear one. She feels more confident that way. Rick tells Michonne about his conversation with Dwight, mentioning that he agrees with him but doesn't know what to do. She sees all the injustice happening in the Commonwealth. She is totally against any use of violence and tells him to keep his gun locked away. Back in Alexandria, Magna is worried about her people and wants Heath to prepare the army just in case they might need to help Rick. Pamela takes everyone on a shooting party where they hunt walkers. This is one of the things the upper class likes to do, and it's also a publicity stunt. This way, the people think the upper class is doing their part in keeping the community safe, especially when they see the governor herself doing the shooting. After killing a few walkers, Mercer is left alone to finish them off, while the rest move back into the city. Mercer and his men are the ones putting themselves in danger, while the upper class takes all the credit. He doesn't agree with the way things are right now, and thinks the Commonwealth is past due for a change. Rick visits Michonne again to talk about finding peaceful ways to change the system and make everyone's lives better, but she invited the governor as well. Pamela didn't come alone, however. She brought 2 soldiers and wants to arrest Rick and his people. She thinks he wants to instigate a rebellion and take over the Commonwealth, but she won't allow it. Dwight escalates the situation by drawing his gun on her, threatening to shoot her. Rick tries to calm everyone down, but Dwight says the governor is the same as Negan and all the other people who only want one thing: power. He thinks he has the advantage and wants to kill her right now, but wants Rick to back him on this. But instead of backing him up, Rick takes his gun and shoots him in the head. Dwight falls on the ground, breathless, while Pamela agrees to leave, confident that Rick is on her side and doesn't want to arrest him. He blames Michonne for calling Pamela to attend the meeting, which resulted in the situation escalating and getting Dwight killed. He could have handled him. Dwight would have listened to him, but now it's too late. She doesn't believe she did the wrong thing. Instead, by calling Pamela, they might have avoided a war, but Rick is not so sure they are on the right side of things. The Walking Dead Volume 32, Rest in Peace. Trying to calm the spirits down, the governor gives a public speech saying that she was attacked last night, but Rick Grimes saved her life. She asks Rick to talk on her behalf, and he agrees to say a few words. He knows things are not perfect in the Commonwealth, and people are unhappy, but he vows to find a peaceful solution going forward and try to help make things better. Back in Alexandria, Magna was getting anxious and wanted to know what was happening in the Commonwealth. She asks Siddiq to get his army ready because she wants to leave immediately. Princess packs her bags and wants to leave, telling Mercer she doesn't like living here and things are getting worse each day. She had a rough childhood. Her stepdad and his son abused her when she was younger, beating her all the time. Ever since, she runs away from people in bad situations, preferring to be alone where nobody can hurt her. That's why she stayed for over a year in Pittsburgh all alone instead of going out and searching for company. Sophia and the new boy, Joshua, are getting to know each other, and they spend the time talking about their lives. She is happy to have found someone close to her age, someone she can relate to and talk about her feelings. Lydia thinks that something is going on between Carl and Sophia, but he reassures her that they are only friends. They spent most of their childhood together, growing up and going through a lot of stuff, but he only sees her as a friend. In fact, he is the one who introduced her to Joshua, the new kid in Hilltop, because he wants her to find someone she can love. Siddiq comes and asks Maggie for help in building a small army to travel to the Commonwealth. Maggie never liked the governor in the first place and agrees she can't be trusted. She, together with Jesus, Aaron, and a few other people, volunteers to go to the Commonwealth and see what is happening there. Carl wants to come as well and says the only way he is not going is if they lock him up inside a cell. After a long shift of saving rich people's asses, Mercer talks to his soldiers and asks them if they are happy with the way things are right now. There are a lot of things to improve and make better, and he knows there is another way. He doesn't want to let the upper class boss them around and wants to install new leaders, better leaders. But before he could instigate a rebellion, Lance and 2 soldiers try to arrest him. He doesn't want to surrender without a fight and asks his people to support him, but nobody moves a finger to back him up, not even his second-in-command, George. Mercer is disappointed and is eventually arrested by Lance and taken to prison. The group of people from Hilltop travels to the Commonwealth, but is stopped in Pittsburgh by a woman carrying a deadly spear. Siddiq knows her and wants to talk, but she runs away, and the group follows her. They are ambushed by a pack of zombies hiding inside an alley between 2 buildings. The horses panic, and Jesus falls to the ground and is quickly overrun by them. The same thing happens to Carl as well. He jumps from the horse, escaping with Jesus while Aaron helps them. Princess comes back to help them and takes a few of them out with her spear. She asks Jesus and Carl to follow her to the hideout, while the rest try to lure the zombies away using the horses. Pamela visits Mercer and says she is disappointed in him, especially after everything they've done for him. But the truth is, he was never more than a glorified errand boy for her, a babysitter, a chauffeur, a whipping boy, so to speak. She put him in danger more times than he can remember, and she never seemed to give a damn about how many times he nearly died for her. She's not a true leader. She's just a wannabe queen, and he's done being her slave. Eugene was still working in the train yard along with Stephanie when 2 soldiers tell them they need to leave. The governor asked everyone to come back into the city. Eugene can stay, but they won't be here to keep him safe anymore. He was fine with this. It's not the first time he was out in the open like that, and he is confident they will be fine. Michonne warns Rick that the people are about to revolt, and they don't trust the guards any longer. They are on the cusp of a full-blown civil war within the Commonwealth. Even though Dwight was stirring up the people, the hatred for the governor and her people has been brewing for years. Rick and his people coming here is not what caused this, but they could very well be the trigger. In Pittsburgh, the plan was working, and the group was successful in driving the herd of zombies away. The ones that were left behind are quickly taken out by the group, and Jesus, together with Carl, helps out. The group was safe, and everyone heads back to the Commonwealth, including Princess. Eugene and Stephanie were still working on the train, trying to get it working, but they didn't notice there was a herd of zombies coming toward them. They barely notice just as the zombies are about to grab them, and they start running desperately. They find the locomotive and get inside. Luckily, this thing is made completely out of metal and strong enough to withstand attacks. Laura visits Mercer inside the prison and offers to help him. She wants to break him out and asks him to move away from the wall in the back. Just as the crew from Hilltop was approaching the Commonwealth, there is a powerful explosion inside the prison that can be seen from outside the city. Everyone hears the explosion, but nobody knows what happened just yet. Someone blew the wall inside Mercer's cell, but he used a little too much explosive, and it nearly killed him. George, his second-in-command, was always on his side, but he didn't know exactly who he could trust at first. Now he supports Mercer 100%. Rick comes rushing inside Pamela's office, saying he is here to save her, and they need to leave immediately. The explosion came from the prison, which means that someone freed Mercer, and a coup was underway. Sebastian, being a prick as always, pushes Rick to the wall, demanding to know what the hell is going on. He explains they are in the middle of a revolt, and then slams him against the wall. Rick has only been here a couple of weeks, but he really dislikes him. Everyone in the Commonwealth hates Sebastian. His family takes advantage of the people here and treats them like shit, and he is the worst among them. Pamela eventually asks Rick to let go of her son, and he does. They get away from the city and try to make a run for Greenville, the resort town located just a few kilometers outside the city. On their way there, they run into the people from Hilltop, and Rick asks Jesus to take the governor there and keep her safe. Meanwhile, Eugene is still trapped inside the locomotive, but he has an idea. He takes a fire extinguisher and throws it out the window, directly into the herd of zombies. The foam inside splashes everywhere and blinds most of the zombies next to the doors. This creates a diversion big enough to keep the zombies preoccupied, while he and Stephanie jump out and make a run for it. The zombies are disoriented and can't see a thing. He is able to stab a few of them and eventually makes a run for it, successfully escaping the herd. Mercer doesn't waste any time and already arrests Lance, but not everyone is on his side just yet. Some people are calling him a fascist for trying to overthrow the leadership. Someone even throws a bottle that hits him in the head. He fires some warning shots in the air, asking everyone to disperse or else things are going to dangerously escalate. Rick arrives and tries to calm Mercer, but he agrees, saying he's way in over his head. He can't overthrow the governor without Rick's help and wants him to be the new leader. He wants Rick to lead the Commonwealth, promising to back him up and provide military support, but Rick wants to do this peacefully and in a democratic way. This, however, will take a lot of time and isn't going to be easy. Michonne walks in on her daughter organizing a rebellion of their own and arming themselves with weapons. She panics and grabs her daughter's rifle, saying that if they decide to bring guns, it means someone is going to get shot, and she wasn't about to lose her daughter, not over this. She orders the women to stay inside and not leave the apartment, and her tone scares them, one of them even saying that Elodie's mom is a badass. If only they knew the entire story. Eugene makes it out alive of the train yard and is running back to the city, but the horde of zombies is slowly following them. He barely makes it into town and warns Rick of the upcoming danger headed straight for them. There were supposed to be guards on the lookout to warn everyone if a herd was nearby, but before the revolt started, Pamela asked every soldier to come into town, fearing a revolt. While Michonne is on her way to find Rick as well, she runs into Carl and the other people from Hilltop, and they group together. The herd enters the city, and everyone runs for cover, going into the buildings nearby, hoping the herd will pass right by them without attacking anyone. But things are just getting started, because Maggie and Magna arrive from Alexandria with reinforcements. They sound the horn to attract the zombies, and ride along to deviate them outside the city. They've done this so many times before that it's become second nature by now. Everyone does their part, and the walkers follow them outside the city. When the streets are thin enough, Mercer and his people run outside to kill the remaining ones. The soldiers have special armor that protects them against bites, but Rick's people have just normal clothes and need to be careful. Luckily, this isn't the first time they've done this. Elodie is impressed with her mother's skills, taking down zombies with just a small kitchen knife. It doesn't take long for the people to wipe out the remaining zombies, and Rick welcomes Maggie to the Commonwealth. When everything is done and settled, the governor arrives, followed by a big group of soldiers loyal to her and the upper-class people. She thinks the revolt was planned by Rick. Why else would his army from Alexandria be here if not to take over the entire city? She orders her men to attack, but Rick gets in front of everyone and asks to find a peaceful way out of this. He doesn't want anyone to die. He's seen enough death to last him a lifetime. With only a short period of time spent in the Commonwealth, Rick has fallen in love with this place and calls it wonderful, but he also looks around and sees fear, anger, and hatred, and that's not what this place is about. He goes on top of the stairs and raises his mutilated hand, saying this world has scarred everyone, mentally and physically. He lost his arm, trying to make the world a better place, to find a place that is peaceful to live, where they don't have to worry about being surrounded by the undead. He used to think they needed to embrace the savageness inside all of them in order to survive in this apocalypse, but not anymore. He was wrong. The Commonwealth showed him there is another way. After so many years, he takes his words back and claims they are not the walking dead. Even after all the pain it's caused, Rick thinks of this new world as a gift, a new chance to rebuild things better than they used to be before. They all deserve a better world. They should all have an elevated sense of respect for each other because they know what they've all lived through. No one should be above others, and they should all be equals. In the end, his speech convinces even the governor, and she agrees to give up. Mercer arrests her, and her soldiers agree to put their weapons down. Sebastian makes a scene and tries to defend his mother, saying she built this place from the ground up, but she tells him to keep his mouth shut unless he wants to end up in a cell next to her. After things settle down, everyone comes outside and helps to clean the streets. There are a lot of zombies on the ground that need to be moved. Rick visits Pamela in prison and lets her go, saying he doesn't know what to do right now, but they will figure it out together. Mercer even offers to escort her home because people still hate her at the moment, and she might be in danger. Carl wants his father to be the new governor, but he doesn't want this position. He never actually wanted to be a leader. He was just thrown into this position and did what he thought was the right thing. Carl respects his dad and says he is proud to be his son, and Rick is proud to be his father. They end the night, and Rick goes back to his room alone. In the middle of the night, however, while he was sleeping, Sebastian breaks inside the room and points his gun at him. He blames Rick for everything that happened to him and his family. Things were fine before he came here, and he wants to kill him. Rick pleads with him to put the gun away, but he wouldn't listen. Sebastian pulls the trigger and shoots Rick in the chest. This didn't kill him, but he was puking blood and slowly dying away. Just to be sure, Sebastian fires a few more bullets, hitting Rick multiple times and killing him. When he was done, he dropped the gun on the floor and left Rick in a puddle of his own blood. The next day, Carl comes to his father's apartment and opens the door, but what he finds inside shocks him. His dad had already turned into a zombie and was wandering the room covered in blood. Carl instinctively pulls the gun and shoots him in the head, killing his father for good. He drops on the ground and begins to cry until Mercer and his soldiers arrive to see what happened. Carl talks to Michonne, remembering something that happened right after he and his dad escaped the prison. His dad was shot, and the infection almost killed him. He was scared he would end up alone with nobody to watch over him. Even today, he can't picture living without his father. They quickly find out that the person who shot Rick was Sebastian, the governor's son. She starts crying and vows to put him in jail for the rest of his life, even though it was her son. Remarkably, Carl wasn't angry and accepted her decision. He even says he is sorry for what she must be going through. However, Carl visits Sebastian in prison and says he didn't want to take matters into his own hands because he wants to see him suffer inside his cell. He wants him to rot in jail, remembering the amazing life he used to have before killing Rick. Leaving him alive is more civilized. His father taught him that, and it's what he would have wanted. If he ever escapes, he vows to find him and bring him back and hurt him, but he won't kill him. After the city was cleared of any leftover bodies, most of the people pack up and prepare for the long journey home. Carl wants to bury his dad next to Andrea in Alexandria because he knows he would have wanted to be close to her. The journey back was long, and Carl couldn't stop thinking about his dad. He falls on the ground, crying in desperation, claiming his dad lost so much, sacrificed so many things, and now he's just gone. Was it all for nothing? He tells Michonne he can't do this, not anymore. The story now jumps into the future and sees a lonely zombie walking towards a house when, out of nowhere, an older man with an eye patch cuts its head open with a sword. His wife, Sophia, comes running out, fearing for her husband's safety. This man was Carl, and he didn't want to use a gun because there might be more zombies lurking around. He panics and wants to know where their daughter Andrea is, but she was sleeping safely in her room. He checks the zombie's mouth to see if it bit anyone, but there are no signs of blood, which means it probably didn't infect anyone. Carl goes into the nearby town and punches Herschel in the face. Herschel is Maggie's son, and he works as an entertainer now, driving a carriage filled with zombies used for entertainment. The zombie that he killed earlier belonged to him, and Herschel was furious because he killed it. According to the new laws, that zombie was his property, and Carl needs to pay him damages. While Carl and his family are having dinner, the town sheriff visits them, saying Carl needs to come into town to have an informal hearing about the whole situation. According to their new laws, he has every right to arrest him for destroying someone else's property, but he isn't doing it because they know each other, and the two of them have been friends for a long time. Herschel accuses Carl of destroying his property. Apparently, zombies are very rarely spotted within the safe zones these days, and he makes a living with a traveling show. People pay him to see these dangerous creatures up close, and it costs him a lot of money to acquire them. Carl did what he thought was natural when he saw the zombie, which is killing it on the spot. It was heading straight for his home and could have potentially hurt his wife or his daughter. He knows just how popular Herschel's show is, and that people pay a lot of money to see the zombies, but this doesn't mean he agrees with it. Before the judge had time to give the verdict, Maggie walks in, followed by a group of soldiers. She was now the new president of the United Communities on the east side of the country, and people respected her. In the end, the judge said there wasn't going to be a formal punishment for the charges, but Carl is required by law to find a suitable replacement for the destroyed specimen. Maggie helped him. He got off easy because the judge wanted to give him a giant fine, considering the market value of The Walking Dead is very high. The two of them get into a heated argument, calling his son dangerous and saying it is only a matter of time before his son gets someone killed. Sophie blames his mother for spoiling Herschel, giving him everything he ever wanted. That's mostly because she was so busy leading Hilltop and then becoming president, she didn't have time to really be a mother. If she's not careful, Herschel might turn into the next Sebastian Milton that everyone hates. However, the next morning, Herschel finds his carriage wide open and all of his zombies gutted on the floor. Carl says goodbye to his family and rides off to work. He works as a delivery man, delivering supplies to people who are out of town and don't have easy access to food. But he isn't working alone. He and Lydia were working together, even though they aren't a couple anymore. On their way to deliver supplies, they stop at a lonely house way outside of town. Nobody had seen Negan in a long time, and they didn't even know if he was still alive, but the supplies are always used, so someone was still living inside. Jesus and Aaron live together on the other side of the river, and someone on the boat takes their supplies. The two partners spend the night inside the same tent, but Lydia hits on Carl, reminding him that she never made him hide his scar with an eye patch, and she even used to lick it. He wears the patch because he doesn't want his daughter to see him like this. He wants her to live in a world where she doesn't have to see or deal with monsters. Eugene's plan to get the trains working again was a success, and he was the one who helped restart the railway system on the East Coast. They used the train to travel to the next part of the delivery, a railroad site. Eugene was now much older, but he was still working to expand the railroads, specifically towards the western part of the country and uniting with the Western Alliance. Eugene was happy to see him, but his health was deteriorating, even though he was hiding it and didn't want anyone to know about it. After spending several days on the road, Carl gives Lydia half of the money for the job and parts ways. He returns home and is greeted by his beautiful daughter, Andrea, and his gorgeous wife, Sophia. His joy is short-lived, however, because he is quickly arrested for destroying Herschel's property and killing all of his zombies. The damages are so severe that he is taken directly to the Commonwealth to face trial for his actions. The judge, however, is none other than Michonne Hawthorne. Carl defends himself and claims he acted in self-defense. He didn't even stop to think when he saw the first zombie. He just acted on impulse and killed it before it had a chance to hurt his family. Maybe he is an old relic, but he still remembers how dangerous the world is outside the safe zone and doesn't trust having zombies around his family. His daughter is only 6 years old and has never seen a roamer. He intends to keep it that way. This is the world his father helped to build, and that's the world they should all be working hard to maintain. After hearing him speak, Michonne takes the stand and says a few words. She totally agrees and supports what Carl had to say. She also doesn't want to see zombies walking around in the safe area and vows to put forth a motion to outlaw any zombies across the entire Commonwealth. She drops all the charges and lets Carl Grimes go. After the trial was over, Carl says he used Michonne's old sword to kill the zombie. He kept the sword in good condition and always sharp, as a souvenir, thinking it might come in handy someday. On his way out, some kids make fun of Carl and his eye patch, asking if he let his parrot at home, insinuating that he looks like a pirate. The kids were sitting next to the statue of his father holding his hand up, the day he stopped the revolt, and gave a beautiful speech to calm the spirits. The couple returns home and confesses their love for each other, but Andrea interrupts them, saying she wants her father to read a bedtime story. Carl tells her the story of how people decided one day they didn't want to be dead anymore. We see glimpses of what happened to people as they grew older. Jesus and Aaron lived together on an island away from other people, but always happy and with smiles on their faces. Negan never stopped bringing flowers to Lucille's grave, which represents his dead wife. Mercer hooked up with Princess, and the two of them grew old together. Lydia and Joshua married and were living together in a beautiful home. Magna and Yumiko also ended up together, proudly confessing their love for each other. After Stephanie died, Eugene worked non-stop on building the railroad system and getting the trains working again. Michonne's daughter married and had a baby boy, making Michonne one of the happiest grandmothers in the world. Governor Pamela Milton kept visiting her son in prison, where he grew old. Rick and Andrea's graves were right next to each other, holding each other company for eternity. Little Andrea must have heard this story 1,000 times by now, but she asks him to read it one more time. And so the story ends with the two of them sitting on the chair, reading the story of The Walking Dead,